quite the video exercise.
I know.
We're on the record. It's 8:17 a.m. on July 17, 2021. Audio and video recording will continue to take place until all parties agree to go off the record. Please note that microphones are sensitive and may pick up whispering and private conversations. This is the video recorded testimony of Andrew Cuomo in the matter of the independent investigation under New York State Executive Law, Section 63(8). We are located at 633 3rd Avenue, New York, New York. My name is Christian Bidon. I'm the legal video specialist on behalf of U.S. Legal Support. The certified stenographer is Patricia Bidonde on behalf of U.S. Legal Support. I'm not related to any party in this action, nor am I financially interested in the outcome. Counsel will state their appearances for the record, after which the certified stenographer will swear in the witness.
My name is June Kim. I'm an attorney at Cleary, Gottlieb, Steen & Hamilton. I'm appearing today in my capacity as a Special Deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General for the State of New York. My colleagues here with me are Jennifer Kennedy Park, Andrew Weaver, and Charlotte Chun, all from Cleary, Gottlieb.
And I'm Ann Clark from the law firm of Vladeck, Raskin & Clark, also appearing today in my capacity as Special Deputy to the First Deputy Attorney General of the State of New York.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Rita Glavin. I am here in my capacity as counsel to Governor Cuomo. With me today is Sharon Nellis, who is also representing the governor with me, along with our colleagues Nikki Friedlander, Jacob Singer, Serene Armani, and Katie Petrino. I note that there are 3 other people in the room on your side, which you've introduced.
Yes.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Can we start?
Yes.
Good morning, Governor.
How are you?
Thank you for meeting with us today.
Oh, thank you.
As you know, the New York Attorney General has appointed our firm and Ms. Clark's firm to conduct an independent investigation under New York Executive Law Section 63(8) into allegations of sexual harassment brought against you and the surrounding circumstances. And you're here today pursuant to a testimony subpoena issued in connection with that investigation. Do you understand that?
I understand that.
As you know, you've just been placed under oath, and that means that you have to testify fully and truthfully as if you were in a court of law or before a judge or a jury, and that your testimony is subject to the penalty of perjury. Do you understand that?
I understand that. I didn't understand when you said you were the special deputy to the first deputy and then said you were appointed by the Attorney General.
That's the title that we've been given as a special deputy to the first deputy attorney general.
But you said you were a special deputy appointed by the Attorney General.
Appointed by an order by you, and the attorney general selected us.
But you're counsel to the first deputy?
We're special deputies to the first deputy attorney general. That's our title.
Okay.
So I was saying, the fact that you're under oath subjects you to the penalty of perjury. And although this is a civil investigation, the Attorney General's office has criminal enforcement powers. And as a result, you have the right not to answer questions if you believe it will incriminate you. Do you understand that?
I understand. I'm a former Attorney General. I'm aware of the Attorney General's power. I'm aware of the special prosecutor power, independent investigator power, and I understand there may be subsequent investigations to this investigation, yes.
Understood, but I just need to, on the record, make sure we're advising you of your rights.
I understand.
Okay. And although you have a right not to answer questions that you believe may incriminate you, a refusal to answer questions under the Fifth Amendment may have consequences in civil proceedings, and it can be used against you in civil proceedings. I understand that also. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And we have a court reporter here present and a videographer, so I know you're obviously well familiar with it, but I will try to, and if you could also try to make sure I finish my question before you answer.
Yes, sir.
And I will try to wait for a complete answer before I ask a follow-up question, and our team will do the same.
Great.
Okay. We're going to be asking you some questions about some specific dates and events, and If you don't remember a specific name or time or date, please tell us. But if you do have a general recollection, we ask that you provide the general recollection of what you do remember while noting that you may not remember certain specific things.
I understand.
Could you please confirm that you're not otherwise recording this testimony other than the testimony that, the recording that's being done by the court reporters today?
I am not.
Okay. Could counsel confirm that others are not, that counsel is not?
We are not recording, but as everyone in this room is well aware in these situations, we take copious notes.
Understood. I fully expect people will be taking notes, but in terms of a physical recording or a transcript.
Yeah, and we will discuss afterwards, as we've mentioned before, our desire to get a copy of this transcript, but that's not for today.
Understood.
Transparency is normally a good thing, Mr. Kim. But go ahead, I understand.
And can you also confirm that you are not streaming this real time to someone outside of the room, and that you won't consult and talk to people other than your lawyers about the substance of your testimony while we're on breaks?
We are not streaming this real time, okay? The governor is not streaming this real time. And we made that clear to you in a letter that we sent to you, Mr. Kim, and the governor will be consulting with his counsel as needed throughout.
Understood. Not intending any offense by asking these questions. We have had instances of people who said they were trying to record. So,
Of live streaming?
Yes, not live streaming yet. So, but you understand why we need to have that on the record.
Yes.
Governor, are you on any medication or drugs or anything that might make it difficult for you to understand
No, sir.
questions? And is there any reason that you would not be able to answer the questions today truthfully
No,
and fully?
sir.
If you could wait till the end
Yes,
of the
sir.
question. Other than conversations with your attorney, what have you done to prepare for today's testimony?
Conversations with my attorneys.
Have you spoken to anyone else about the substance of your testimony?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with what type of conduct constitutes sexual harassment under New York state law?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us your understanding of what type of conduct constitutes sexual harassment under New York state law?
We changed the sexual harassment law recently, 2019, I believe. It's physical, sexual advances, sexually explicit statements that would be discriminatory, derogatory, cause offense to the hearer, the listener, the recipient of the remarks, or interfere with their job performance.
Okay. And over the years, as governor, have you completed sexual harassment training?
I've taken sexual harassment training since I was Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Attorney General. We had sexual harassment training. As governor, we have sexual harassment training.
And have you taken sexual harassment training every year?
We have taken, I believe the last time I took it was 2019. Last year, we were busy with COVID, which basically shut down state government in many ways. So I don't know that the annual trainings were done during the COVID year.
So you took it 2019. You're not sure about 2020. How about prior to 2019?
We had trainings prior also.
And have you taken sexual harassment training in the years prior to 2019?
Yes.
Okay. Every year that you've been governor?
I don't know how many years. I would have to check.
Do you remember any year where you did not take sexual harassment training?
I don't remember what years I did or didn't take sexual harassment training.
So is your recollection that you think you did take every year, or you would have to check?
I just said I would have to check. I don't recall what years I took it, what years I didn't take it.
So you don't specifically recall taking it every year?
I don't recall not taking it every year either. I don't recall.
Understood. So you don't recall one way or the other?
He's asked and answered
That's what I've
one.
said 3 times.
I apologize if some of the questions may sound repetitive, just trying to get a clear understanding.
I understand.
Just to start off, Ms. Glavin, I know you may have an urge to object or insert objections like asked and answered. This is not a civil deposition. We're preserving rights. This is an investigation where we're just trying to get information. I understand you may continue to do it, but it's just going to take more time. And I'll obviously advise if there's issues of privilege that you need to consult with the governor on, please tell us and feel free to do it. But I'm largely not going to respond to objections like asked and answered. You can do it. It'll just take time.
Yeah, I know. The reason I made that objection is because it also takes time when the same question gets asked over and over.
I understood. Understood. So is your recollection that you did take it every year before 2019?
I do not remember what years I took it, what years I didn't take it.
Okay. And in 2019, you do remember taking it?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign attestations saying that you took the sexual harassment training?
Either I signed the attestation or I would have my assistant sign the attestation that I took it.
Okay. And do you remember either you signing or your assistant signing it every year that you've been governor?
For the years that I took it, I don't remember if there's always an attestation attached to the form.
So there may have been some years when you took it, but no attestation form was signed?
I don't know if every year had an attestation attached to it. You're assuming that every training had an attestation. I don't know that that's a fact.
I'm not assuming anything, Governor. I'm just asking you whether you recall signing an attestation every year. If the answer is no, it's no. But do you remember
I don't
signing
remember
an attestation every year?
if the training had an attestation or not.
Okay. And so when you say it has an attestation, is it your recollection that the training form comes with an attestation?
2019, my recollection is it had an attestation.
And so if it did not have an attestation, then
Then you couldn't sign it.
you could ask for an attestation, correct?
If it wasn't part of the training, and the training didn't come with an attestation, and the recipient just took the training, would I then ask, please send me an attestation that I took training that is not, when you don't require an attestation?
So is it your understanding that if an attestation form does not come attached to whatever form or documents provided to you, that the signing of an attestation form is not required?
If the attestation form was required, I would assume that they would attach an attestation form to the training. Some documents have attestation forms included, some don't. If they included whoever did the training, I don't know if they always included an attestation form or not.
So you only signed it or had your assistant sign it if there was an attestation form attached to the material provided to you?
I would assume so. I don't recall, but I would assume that if there was no attestation form, then there would have been nothing to sign.
And what form did the sexual harassment training come to you in?
It came as a printout of an electronic presentation.
Okay. And it came out as a printout of an electronic presentation, and your recollection is on some occasion it also came with an attestation.
On 2019, I recall it came with an attestation.
But on other years, well, do you remember taking it ever other than 2019?
I recall taking it at other times.
Okay, but just not clear whether it's every year. But you definitely remember at least once other than 2019.
I recall taking it at other times in other offices also. I don't recall whether or not they had attestation forms attached.
How about as governor, any other year other than 2019 that you do remember taking?
I remember taking it prior to 2019. I don't remember when.
and it came to you in a printout form, and who gave that to you?
It would have been given to me by one of the administrative assistants.
And what do you remember doing once you received that form?
I remember reviewing the training, going through the training, and then either signing it myself or telling my assistant sign the attestation, fill it out.
And do you remember, for the one you did take, 2019, do you remember what kind of substance the sexual harassment portion of it covered?
Yeah, it was basically a printout of a PowerPoint presentation. It talked about definitions, and then it gave model scenarios with little true falses after it, a little vignette, is this true, is this false, little subsets of a practical nature for employees in a practical workplace. If your boss says this, then this.
And was the form something that was created by Goer?
I don't know who created
You don't
the
know.
form or the training.
But you remember there being models or hypotheticals about
Yes.
if your boss
Yes.
does this, is it sexual harassment, false, true or false,
Right,
that kind of
right.
thing. Do you remember any models or hypotheticals that involved a boss who would touch someone's hand or shoulder and would get too close to that employee? You remember a hypothetical involving
I
that
don't
kind of fact pattern?
remember that one specifically, no.
How about a fact pattern that involved comments that an employee made about a colleague's jewelry and why they were wearing jewelry?
Yeah, models to that effect, I remember. I don't remember jewelry specifically.
But you'd actually read through
Yes,
the harassment policy?
yes,
Or the training, sorry.
yes.
And if you can look, we have a binder in front of you. We won't necessarily refer to it that often, but we have some documents there just in case. If you can turn to tab 131. And don't worry, we won't be going through all of it, but we didn't have our office at our availability, so we included it. Stop behind me.
Okay,
So this is a transcript of a press conference that you had on May 13th of this year.
right.
And if you go to page 18, the page numbers show up on the lower right-hand corner, 18 of 23. And if you could tell me when you're there.
Okay,
So during the, are you there?
yes,
Okay. So during the press conference, you were asked the second question, can you say where and when did you personally take the sexual harassment class you mandated others to take, employees? And you answer, yeah, I took it in my office in Albany. When you say the executives have a PowerPoint they go through, you don't participate in a class, so you're given a PowerPoint, you take it every year. And the reporter asks, but I mean this year, when did you take the class? You say, oh, I don't know the date, but I took it this year. You see that?
yes,
And when you're referring to the PowerPoint here, are you referring to the same thing we've been talking
Yes.
about, the document you get?
yes.
And at this time, were you aware, and when you were saying I took it this year, you were talking about 2021? You took it.
No. This press conference is on what date?
May of 2021.
No. Then if, it was not this year. It was 2019.
So you recall only taking it in 2019. You don't remember taking it in 2021.
2020 was last year. 2021 is this year. We were overcome with COVID. State government basically closed down. Employees were sent home. Only essential workers were working. So a lot of the normal operations of government ceased for COVID, not just this state, but all across the nation, all across the world. So there are many normal functions that went on that didn't happen because of COVID. I don't believe we did the trainings, sexual harassment trainings during the COVID year, like we didn't do many things.
Okay.
Department of Motor Vehicle offices were closed, essential services were closed. There was nobody in the office to perform anything. So I don't know that anyone did the trainings. We're now back up and running, and we're rebooting government.
So for 2021 and 2020 and 2021, you did not take sexual harassment training.
I believe that's right.
Okay. 2019 you did.
I believe that's right.
Okay. And if you can turn to tab 18. And are you there? Doug?
Yes, I am.
And this is a mandatory training attestation form. Is this a type of attestation form that we were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
And this says that in 2019, you completed the following mandatory training course, and sexual harassment in the workplace is one of those that's checked off.
Right.
And it has, under your name, I have read and understand the material and acknowledge that I'm responsible for complying with its contents. Andrew Cuomo, and there's a signature, October 8, 2019. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that your signature?
That it may be my signature, or it may be Stephanie Benton's signature. Sometimes I will sign it and then say fill it out, or sometimes I'll say sign it and fill it out. This signature could be mine or hers. She definitely filled it out. I didn't write that Andrew Cuomo or the dates.
So the Andrew Cuomo, that's not your handwriting?
No,
The signature, you're not sure whether it's
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But if she filled out the name, she may very well have signed it
Okay.
also.
If you look at tab 9, and if you can just kind of keep your finger on tab 18 as well. This is an executive order that you signed.
Right.
And if you look at the last page, that you signed this executive order?
I don't think I signed this executive order. I think this was auto-penned.
Okay. Is that an auto pen of your signature?
That is an auto-pen of my signature.
This signature you recognize as yours?
This signature I recognize as my auto-pen signature.
Okay. The signature on 18, you're not sure it could be your signature, or it could be Stephanie Benton signing.
Yes. I often will say to her, you sign it for me. Or she can auto-pen documents.
What other types of documents does Stephanie Benton sign for you?
All sorts of documents.
What types of documents?
Virtually almost any document that comes across my desk. You know, I get hundreds of documents per day that have to be signed. So there are multiple ways of signing. The auto pen can sign it, or she can sign it, or I can sign it, but I normally I sign very few actually myself. I'll often review the material, review the documents, tell her to sign them, or auto pen them.
So does she sign checks for you?
She can sign almost anything for me.
Executive orders?
She could sign an executive order. Well, if you can auto pen it, she could
And not
sign
an
it.
auto pen, but actually
She could sign it.
replicating someone else's signature.
She could sign an executive order.
Okay, has she signed an executive order?
Or she can authorize an auto pen.
Has she physically signed an executive order?
I don't know.
Has she physically signed any bills?
You mean
laws,
legislation?
Yes, legislation.
Laws tend to be auto penned.
Auto penned with your actual signature.
Well, it's not my actual
Yeah.
signature. It's an auto pen.
Okay.
It's a mechanical signature.
Okay, but it's a mechanical signature. I understand when auto pen is, it's your actual signature, and then it replicates that very image. And then that's different than someone else just signing your name as if it looks like.
It's a machine signing my name.
So I'm not asking about auto signing. I'm asking about physically signing a document. Has Stephanie Benton physically signed bills for you, legislation?
She may have.
How about bills or like checks she may have?
She may have signed anything that I would be required to sign.
So she's authorized to sign anything.
Yes.
One minute, Jim. Governor, this lists a number of topics that were covered in training. Did you do all the trainings that are checked off here?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do them all on the same day?
I would assume so, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Do you recall how long it took you to get through the training on these 6 subjects?
I don't remember.
I see fire safety and internal controls was not checked off. Do you remember why those were not checked off?
No, I don't.
And you mentioned earlier that the law was changed in 2019, and that's legislation that expanded workplace sexual harassment protections.
Well, change the law, yeah.
Changed the law, and it actually eliminated the severe or pervasive requirement for sexual harassment to be actionable.
Right.
If you can look at tab 14.
Okay.
And this is a press release that went out when I believe that law was signed.
Okay.
And you say in here, the quote from you is, there has been an ongoing, persistent culture of sexual harassment, assault, and discrimination in the workplace.
Yep.
See that?
Yes, I did.
Is that something you recognized as a problem
Yes.
in 2019?
Yes.
Is that something you recognize as
Yes.
a problem
Yes.
today?
Yes.
If you could, just for the court reporter's sake,
Yes.
let me finish the question.
Oh.
Okay. And it goes on to say, by ending the absurd legal standard that sexual harassment in the workplace needs to be severe or pervasive, was that a standard that you believed at the time was absurd?
Yes.
Absurdly high?
Yes.
And is that something, sitting here today, you believe
Yes.
still?
Yes.
If you can turn to tab 24. And this is the Equal Employment Opportunity in New York State Handbook, Rights and Responsibility, a handbook for employees of New York State agencies, Andrew M. Cuomo, Governor.
Right.
Do you recognize this document as the employee handbook?
Yes.
And this is a handbook that governs New York State agencies, including the executive chamber.
Right.
And does it apply to you as well?
Yes.
And if you look at page 11, that's the part of this, or the bottom, the part of this employee handbook that addresses sexual harassment.
Okay.
And it defines sexual harassment and I want to sort of read you parts of this and ask if it's consistent with your understanding of the New York State sexual harassment law. It says, sexual harassment includes unwelcome conduct, which is either of a sexual nature or which is directed at an individual because of that individual's sex, when such conduct has the purpose or effect of unreasonably interfering with an individual's work performance or creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment, even if the reporting individual is not the intended target of the sexual harassment. Second bullet, such conduct is made either explicitly or implicitly a term of, or condition of employment, or submission to or rejection of such conduct is used as the basis for employment decisions affecting an individual's employment. Is that part consistent with your understanding
Yes.
of sexual harassment law?
Yes.
And then it continues, actions that may constitute sexual harassment based upon a hostile work environment may include, but are not limited to, words, signs, jokes, pranks, intimidation, or physical violence, which are of a sexual nature or which are directed at an individual because of that individual's sex. Is that consistent with your understanding of New York State law?
Yeah. This is the policy, right?
Yeah.
You're not reading the law.
Well, I'd like to know if it's consistent with.
It's a
I'll
policy.
start with, is it consistent with your understanding of the New York State policy?
Yes.
Is it consistent with your understanding of New York State law?
Yes.
It goes on to say, sexual harassment also consists of any unwanted verbal or physical advances, sexually explicit derogatory statements, or sexually discriminatory remarks made by someone which are offensive or objectionable to the recipient, which cause the recipient discomfort or humiliation,
Yes.
or which interfere with the recipient's job performance. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
Is that consistent with your understanding of the law?
Yes.
And then it goes on the next paragraph, I won't read the first sentence, but the second sentence, sexual harassment need not be severe or pervasive to be unlawful, and can be any sexually harassing conduct that consists of more than petty slights or trivial inconveniences. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
That is, yes, it is.
Is it consistent with your understanding of the law?
Yes, it is.
Next paragraph, it says, it is not a requirement that an individual tell the person who is sexually harassing them that the conduct is unwelcome. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
Is it consistent with your understanding of the law?
Yes.
It goes on to say, in fact, the human rights law now provides that even if a recipient of sexual harassment did not make a complaint about the harassment to the employer, the failure of the employee to complain shall not be determinative of whether the employer is liable. Is that consistent with your
Yes.
understanding of the policy?
I will stipulate, Mr. Kim, this is the policy of the state, which I believe is consistent with the law.
With the law, okay. If you can turn to, my question was, is it consistent with your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
And your understanding
Yes.
of the law?
Yes.
If you go to the next page, page 13, any complaint, whether verbal or written, must be investigated by goer or pursuant to the employing agency's policy. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy here?
Yes.
And are you aware of any other any other policy in the executive chamber?
What's that?
That's
Just so we're clear, the employee should complain promptly to goer. Is that what you're reading?
No, I'm reading in the reporting sexual harassment paragraph, any complaint, whether verbal or written, must be investigated by goer or pursuant to employing agency's policy. If there's other parts of this that you'd like to
Well,
read into the
the
record.
piece before that,
Okay.
that you omitted. As with all forms of discrimination and harassment of an employee, including an intern or contractor working as the employee experiences sexual harassment or observes it, the employee should complain promptly to goer.
Where are you reading from, Governor?
The very first sentence
The
on page 13.
first sentence that you omitted.
I'm not reading the entire thing.
Yeah,
So I'm.
I know, but
obviously
if
have
you're-
questions, but you're welcome to read other parts as well.
Yeah, I'm just saying you're starting in the middle of a paragraph. I think to give the context of the paragraph, you start at the beginning normally if you want to represent
Okay.
the paragraph. The employee should complain promptly to GOER. Here's the form. If the employing agency is not subject to Order 187, they should file a complaint in accordance with their employer's discrimination complaint procedure. The employee may also report such conduct to a supervisor, employee, or person or man. The complaint will be verbal or in writing. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that consistent with your
Yes, sir.
understanding of the policy?
Yes.
And if I can continue, it says, if the complaint is verbal, a written complaint will be requested for the employee in order to assist in the investigation. Is that consistent with your understanding of
Yes.
the policy? And then it says, if the employee refuses to reduce the complaint to writing, the supervisor or other individual who received an oral complaint should file it in writing
Yes.
on the New York State Employee Discrimination Complaint Form. Is that consistent
Yes.
with your understanding of the policy?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say, any complaint, whether verbal or written, must be investigated by GOER or pursuant to the employing agency's policy.
Yes.
Is there any other policy within the executive chamber that would be inconsistent with the requirement that it must be investigated by GOER? That you are aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
And then it goes on to say, furthermore, any supervisory or managerial employee who observes or otherwise becomes aware of conduct of a sexually harassing nature must report such conduct so that it can be investigated. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
That is, yes. Just for clarity's sake, we understand that this is talking about a complaint that would be a sexual harassment complaint as defined by the sexual harassment law and policy.
Is that your understanding that when someone receives a complaint that supervisor role is to determine first whether it satisfies that person's definition of sexual harassment under the law before they report it?
I'm just saying that's the reading in the paragraph. If an
Okay.
employee, including an intern or contractor working as they experiences sexual harassment, then everything you read.
So my question is, in your mind, you read that as saying that a supervisor who is informed of a complaint or learns of a complaint first must decide whether, in his or her view, it satisfies sexual harassment under the law before reporting it.
No, I'm not expressing a view. I'm expressing what the words say.
That's how you read these words.
It's not, that's the literal reading of the words. It's not how I read them. I have no interpretation of them. I have no opinion. That's the literal reading of the words.
That's how you literally read this paragraph.
Well, that's how it's written. That's how the paragraph is written.
The paragraph doesn't talk about whether a supervisor needs to make a determination legally whether the conduct satisfies sexual harassment.
I never
I'm
said
trying
it
to
did.
explore-
I just
So I'm
read the
asking you, that's a
literal-
follow-up question. In your mind, is that a requirement that's part of the policy?
I have no opinion or interpretation. The literal words of the paragraph say experiences sexual harassment or observes it.
You're just reading the words.
Yes, just reading the words.
Going on to the next paragraph, it says, if an employee is harassed by a coworker or a supervisor, it is very important that a complaint be made to a higher authority promptly. Is that consistent with your understanding of the policy?
Yes,
An agency cannot stop sexual harassment unless it has knowledge of the harassment.
yes,
And once informed, the conduct must be reported to GOER or the employing agency, which is required to initiate an investigation and recommend prompt and effective remedial action where appropriate.
yes,
That's consistent with your understanding of the policy?
yes. All qualified by sexual harassment. Experiencing sexual harassment.
If you can turn to page 39 of this document, which talks about retaliation. And you can read any part, but drawing your attention to the last sentence, or second to last sentence in the first paragraph, retaliation can be any action more than trivial that would have the effect of dissuading a reasonable person from making or supporting an allegation of discrimination. See that?
Yes,
Is that consistent with your understanding
sir.
of the policy?
yes,
And such action may be taken by an individual employee. Is that consistent with your understanding? Yes?
yes,
And it says in the second paragraph, actionable retaliation by an employer can occur after the individual is no longer employed by that employer. Is that consistent with your
Yes.
understanding of the policy governing retaliation?
yes,
And this says, it goes on to say this can include giving an unwarranted negative reference for a former employee.
yes,
That's consistent with your
Yes.
understanding. Okay, we can put the
Actually,
bind,
before
go
you
ahead,
do,
sorry.
Sorry. Governor, if you could turn to page 42. It's a section that starts on page 40, reporting discrimination in the workplace. And at the top of page 42, it says, any discrimination or potential discrimination that is observed must be reported even if no complaint has been made. Failure to comply with the duty to report may result in disciplinary and/or administrative action. Was that your understanding of the policy?
yes.
You can continue, Chair.
I think you can put the binder, or actually, you can leave it there if that's easier, but I'm going to switch topics. Governor, when did you first meet Lindsay Boylan?
I met her when she was chief of staff at Empire State Development Corporation.
And about when was that?
Several years, I don't remember the year, several years ago.
Does 2015 sound about right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And how did you first meet her?
She was the chief of staff to the Empire State Development Corporation. The head of the corporation was Howard Zemsky. And I met her in those interactions.
Okay. And how often, while she was chief of staff to Howard Zemsky, how often did you see her?
Not that often. Empire State Development Corporation is located in this building. It's the primary state agency, you could say, in terms of economic development, but not that frequently.
And which floor was Empire State Development in of this building?
I think it's the 36th.
And so, about how often did you see or interact with her when she was chief of staff to Howard Zemsky?
When we would have meetings on related issues or economic development events.
And would that roughly be once a month, a few times a month, or?
A few times a month.
And when you met Lindsay Boylan in that context, would it generally be with other people, or would sometimes one-on-one?
Generally with other people.
And who would the other people be generally?
Other economic development people.
Howard Zemsky?
Yes.
And on occasion, would you also meet with her one-on-one?
Probably on occasion.
And would they generally be here in New York City or up in Albany or both?
Both. Could be both.
And at some point in time, Lindsay Boylan moved to the executive chamber, correct?
Yes.
And she became the deputy secretary for economic development?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
That was sometime after. That was I would say a couple of years after she started.
Okay. So around March of 2018?
Sounds right enough.
Okay. And once she moved into that role, did that change the frequency of your interactions with her or seeing her?
Yes.
Okay. What happened?
Deputy secretary role is basically the governor's liaison to that agency. It goes governor, secretary, director of operations, deputy secretary. Deputy secretary has a portfolio of agencies. Deputy secretary for economic development, the main agency is Empire State Development Corporation. She had been the chief of staff to Empire State Development Corporation. Becoming the chief of staff means she's also the liaison to Empire State Development, but vis-a-vis the governor's office.
And so you met with her or interacted with her more frequently once she took on
Yes.
that role? Okay. What was the frequency of your interactions with her?
I think it's fair to say we would have like weekly staff meetings as a general rule that she would attend, bi-weekly staff meetings.
With other members of your staff?
Yes.
And again, once she came into that role, were most of the meetings that you had with her or interactions you had with her with other people present?
Yes.
Were there times when you met with her one-on-one?
Yes.
And again, were those primarily, or were they in New York City or Albany or both?
They could be both.
And did she travel with you?
She would travel on trips and events.
How often?
Not often at all.
Okay. That be once a month, more than once a month, or less than once a month?
I would say less than once a month, but we can find out, but I don't really remember.
So she would travel with you on the airplane?
With other people, yes.
Okay. And the helicopter?
I'm sure one or the other, or
about
both.
How about in cars?
If we went to an event in a car.
And how did the decision come about that she would become the Deputy Secretary for Economic Development?
I was part of the process, deputy secretaries, I'm part of the process. Other people may have recommended it also, but I thought it was a good idea.
Deputy Secretary is an important position?
Deputy secretary is an important position, but the deputy secretary, within the framework of the bureaucracy, the deputy secretary has a portfolio of agencies. Here, the main agency was economic development, which then has a commissioner. Howard Zemsky is a commissioner. The deputy secretary is the liaison to a commissioner, to the governor. But a commissioner believes they're a commissioner, and they are the head of the agency. And the deputy secretary believes that they are the governor's representative over the commissioner. These are often tense relationships. In the case of economic development, the head was Howard Zemsky, who had a very good working relationship with Lindsey Boylan and did not like to be micromanaged by the chamber staff. So Lindsey, as the deputy secretary, made sense because she had a good relationship with Howard Zemsky and could facilitate it, because we had issues. Howard was a very talented person and a senior person. These staff people are sometimes younger people. And Howard Zemsky's attitude was, I don't need this person telling me how to do economic development. I'm the commissioner. So Lindsey made sense because of her relationship with Howard.
And you said you were part of the decision to put her in that position. Why did you think she would be good for that?
As I just explained.
Just her relationship with Howard Zemsky.
Yes, we had issues in the past with Howard who was a very valuable member of the administration, bristling at micromanagement. And I thought Lindsay wouldn't present that problem, would facilitate the relationship.
And who was in that role prior to Lindsay Boylan?
We had a number of people. It was a very difficult position to fill because of the dynamic I mentioned.
And when Lindsay Boylan took that position, did she physically move onto your floor?
She kept the other hat of being the chief of staff at Empire State Development Corporation, which was a different model. So she remained chief of staff at Empire State Development, but also served as the liaison.
Physically, she kept her office where she had it at Empire State Development.
I believe so, but I don't know. And then I don't know what her office was in Albany, et cetera. I just don't know.
And while she was working as the chief of staff to Howard Zemsky, did you have conversations with Mr. Zemsky about Ms. Boylan?
I certainly would have before she was appointed, because part of it was to make sure the relationship with Howard was facilitated.
Did you discuss her work with Howard Zemsky?
Her work in terms of his level of confidence in her, to that extent, yes.
And what was his view of the quality of her work?
He thought she was very good.
And what was your view of the quality of her work based on what you had observed?
I thought she was very good, and to the extent she could facilitate the relationship with Howard Zemsky, even better.
Did you discuss, while she was chief of staff to Howard Zemsky, did you discuss Lindsay Boylan's appearance with Mr. Zemsky?
I don't remember any conversation that I had with Howard about her appearance.
Okay. How about anyone else?
I don't remember having a conversation with anybody else about her appearance.
And I had limited my earlier question to while she was chief of staff to Howard Zemsky, but how about ever? Have you ever made any comments about Lindsay Boylan's appearance?
I don't remember ever making any comments about her appearance to anyone.
Okay. Do you remember saying ever that you thought Lindsay Boylan was beautiful?
I don't ever remember saying I thought Lindsay Boylan was beautiful.
Do you remember ever saying that she looks lovely?
I don't remember saying that, no.
Do you remember ever saying...
Excuse me, but that is something I'm capable of saying to someone.
So do you remember ever...
Not you, Mr. Kim, but just...
No one has ever said that.
Okay.
Do you remember ever saying to her, Ms. Boylan, you look lovely today, or words to that effect?
I don't remember saying that, but I wouldn't be shocked if I made that comment.
And you wouldn't be shocked because that you can see yourself making a comment to someone saying they look lovely?
I could see, maybe not lovely. Lovely's not really my word. But I could see complimenting someone.
On their looks?
On their appearance.
Mm-hmm.
You look nice today.
What are some of the things that you would say when you compliment people on their appearance?
I could say you look nice today.
Okay. Anything else?
Generally that, that expression.
That someone is beautiful? Have you said that? You look beautiful?
No, no, I don't, that's not my word or my expression.
How about an Italian version of beautiful?
The Italian expression is bella, which is more of a greeting than a statement of Bella, ciao Bella. Ciao Bella is hello. It's a greeting. More. I have said ciao Bella on occasion. It's casual, informal, but I have said ciao Bella.
Okay. So you do say things like ciao Bella. It sounds like lovely may not be a favorite term, but something to that effect. Someone looks nice, someone looks attractive,
I could say to a man or a woman, you look nice today,
man or a woman.
man or a woman.
And so that's why it wouldn't surprise you if, you don't remember it, but it wouldn't surprise you if you said something like, you look lovely to
Lovely's
people.
not really my word.
Okay, or you look good today. You look nice today.
I could say to someone, you look nice today.
Mr. Kim, just to clarify the question, when you're saying, commenting on somebody's looks, are you including people's clothing in this question? Are you referring to
Yeah,
that as well?
Fair question. Yeah. Yes.
It's
by
primarily
appearances.
about the clothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Primarily about clothing.
Yes, that's a nice tie. I don't really think it's a nice tie, but for purposes of illustration, I happen to think it's a nice tie. It's a nice tie. You look nice today.
Shoes?
Nice shoes.
Okay. For women, what have you said about people's appearance, either clothing or otherwise, their appearance?
You look nice today. It's a nice outfit. Just general human interaction, welcoming, hospitable comments.
Nice dress.
I don't know that I would really get into dress.
That's
Just
not
a generic comment.
okay. How about making fun of people about their clothing? Have you done that?
Sometimes with men about ties, where I just teased you about your tie.
How about with women?
No, not really.
1 second. Did you ever ask a woman wearing a dress to spin around for you?
Never. That I recall, never. That's not something I would do, and I don't have any recollection about that.
Going back to Ms. Boylan, do you remember ever comparing her to any actresses
No, I do not recall that.
in discussions with anyone, not directly with her?
No, I do not.
Do you remember ever comparing her with any ex-girlfriends of yours?
Not an ex-girlfriend. I did say to her words to the effect of, in this small talk, you have a clone. Do you know that you have a clone? Person who looks just like you. And because there is a person I know who has an uncanny, in my opinion, an uncanny resemblance to her. And that was that. And then I said to Stephanie later on, as I recall, tell her to Google a woman named Lisa Shields, who is the person I was referring to as the quote-unquote clone or replica, I forget what exactly what I said. And that was it.
And so you recall having a conversation with her where you said, in words to the effect of, you know you have a clone. Did you say at that time Lisa Shields?
I don't think I said the name at the time. And that's why I told Stephanie afterwards, tell her to Google Lisa Shields. I did not say Lisa Shields was a girlfriend.
Was she a girlfriend of yours?
She was a friend of mine 20 years ago. I think Lindsay herself, in one of her tweets or letters, called her rumored to be a girlfriend, which I found interesting because rumored to mean a girlfriend means I did not say she was a girlfriend, because if I said she was a girlfriend, she would have said who the governor said was a girlfriend. She said rumored to be a girlfriend. I don't believe there's a news article that ever said she was a girlfriend. There may be a news article, this is 20 years ago, I don't remember, but there may be a news article that says rumored to be your girlfriend or something like that, you know, a page 6 piece or something like that.
So my question was actually, was she a girlfriend of yours?
She was a friend. How do you want to define girlfriend?
Did you date her?
How do you want to define date?
Okay. How do you define date?
But it doesn't matter how I define date. How do you define date? Because it's your question.
My question is, you don't understand the question of, first I'll go to my earlier question. Was she your girlfriend? You don't understand that question?
Was she my girlfriend, meaning,
Do you understand what a girlfriend is?
oh, girlfriend means different things to different people.
Okay, what does it mean to
What a girlfriend means to me may be different than what a girlfriend means to
you?
you.
What does it mean to you?
It doesn't matter what it means to me. It matters
It
what
actually
you
does,
want to
Governor.
know.
I'd like to know whether you thought she was a girlfriend of yours. Do you not understand? What
Yes,
is your
but I
understanding
don't
of the
know
word
what-
girlfriend?
My understanding doesn't matter.
It
It's a
actually
friend
does,
who is a,
so with all
okay,
respect.
it is a
Okay.
friend who is a girl.
That's how you define girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. How about someone you date, have relations with?
Have
Have you
relations.
kiss, you go
Did
on
I
dates,
kiss
you go
her?
on dates with-
Yes.
Okay.
There was a period of time that I kissed her.
Okay, you kissed Lisa Shields.
Yes.
You went on dates with her.
She was a friend, and we did activities together.
Okay. You kissed her on the mouth. Mm-hmm. Okay, that's, I think, a general, and you have relations with. correct?
Nowadays,
Physical relations with.
Nowadays, Mr. Kim, I believe you have to be very careful about how you define what term. Girlfriend could mean this. She is a woman who was a friend who I did see romantically for a period of time.
Okay. If you define girlfriend as a woman friend who you see romantically for a period of time, was Lisa Shields a girlfriend of yours?
If that is your definition, yes.
And did you tell Stephanie Benton to say that she looks like Lisa Shields but a better looking
No.
version? No. Okay, so if you can turn to tab 6 in your binder. And this is a text exchange between Ms. Benton and Lindsay Boylan that has been made public. You've probably seen it before. Have you seen this before?
I think I have seen this before.
And Stephanie Benton says to Lindsay Boylan, he said, look up Lisa Shields. And you testified that you did tell Stephanie Benton to tell Lindsay Boylan to look her up.
Yes.
Okay. And then it says, you could be sisters. Is that something you asked Stephanie Benton to convey?
I don't remember asking Stephanie to say that. I think she said, I think Stephanie is saying you could be sisters, except you're the better looking sister.
Do you remember asking Stephanie Benton to convey that Lindsay Boylan was the better looking sister
No.
of Lisa Shields?
No, I do not remember that. I don't remember saying to say you could be sisters, except you're the better looking sister. I certainly didn't tell her to say you're the better looking sister. I don't remember telling Stephanie to say you could be sisters either.
Okay, so just so we have it straight, you don't remember saying you could be sisters, except you're the better looking sister. You don't remember telling her to say either of those things.
That's right.
You don't remember, but you may have said they could be sisters.
I don't remember saying you could be sisters. I remember saying just the first remark, look up Lisa Shields.
Okay. And then except you're the better looking sister, that's something you don't remember saying.
I don't remember saying you could be sisters or except you're the better looking sister.
Okay. Could you have said those things?
I could not, I do not see myself at all saying you're the better looking sister. I could have said you could be sisters because it's consistent with my recollection saying you could be clones, you're cloned, identical twin. I could have said sister.
And why can you not see yourself saying you're the better looking sister?
It's just not something I would say.
You would never say that, something like that?
No, I wouldn't say something like that.
Why not?
It's just not me.
It's not you to.
And I don't think it's, I wouldn't want to go down that road.
What do you mean by that?
Commenting on who's better looking between two women.
Would that be inappropriate?
I don't know if it would be. It's not who, I would not feel comfortable with it.
You would not feel comfortable with saying to Lindsay Boylan that she's the better looking sister of Lisa Shields?
You know, comfort level is based on the facts and circumstances and the relationship. With Lindsay Boylan, I wouldn't have felt comfortable saying that.
Okay, and you say it depends on the facts and circumstances in the relationship. What facts and circumstances would make you feel comfortable saying something like that?
If I was talking to a friend who I knew for a long time, I was talking to a girlfriend.
As you've defined it.
As
earlier.
we've defined it
Okay.
mutually.
And how about to someone who's a staffer of yours, an employee of yours, or someone who works underneath you?
Yeah, I don't make comments about comparing who's prettier, better looking with staff. You know, you look nice today. That's one thing. I am more free with men, frankly, more on the negative side, the teasing, joking side. I think I have more license there to tease men who I know, and I know they know it's just teasing and it's more for the benefit of the whole group, you know. But with female staffers, this is not an area that I would be comfortable.
So comparing appearances and looks for female staffers, that's something that would not be comfortable for you?
I would not be comfortable saying you're better looking than this one.
Would one of your discomfort or part of your discomfort be that they might feel that you're attracted to them?
They could feel that. I'm disparaging someone else. I'm complimenting them on their looks.
And could one of your concerns be that they might think that you're coming on to them, or
Yes.
positioning them? Is that
Yes.
one of your concerns?
That's why I think Rita's clarification was important. It's easier and safer, I think, when you're talking about appearance with clothing. It's a nice outfit. But personal attractiveness, I'm not comfortable with.
Other than Stephanie Benton and Lindsay Boylan herself, have you mentioned to anyone else that she looks like Lisa Shields?
Not that I remember.
Did you tell Lindsay Boylan at any point about how had also dated Lisa Shields?
I don't remember saying that. It happens to be true, but I don't remember that conversation.
Are you aware of that?
Well, I don't know if it's true. It happens to have been reported in the newspaper. I knew Lisa like 20 years ago in that ballpark. I haven't spoken to her since. So it has been reported in the newspaper. I don't remember telling Lindsay Boylan that. If she did Google Lisa Shields, that would probably be the first thing that came up now, is that she supposedly dates that person. but I don't recall telling her that.
Okay. When Lindsey Boylan served as the chief of staff to Howard Zemsky, do you remember ever inquiring with anyone as to whether Lindsey Boylan would be coming to a particular event or any meeting, any particular meeting?
I don't recall any particular inquiry, but it would be commonplace. I often inquired who was coming to what meeting and who was coming to what meeting and what event. First of all, I needed certain people at certain events, and I would say, does X think they're going? Because I need X to go to the meeting, or I need X to go to the event. So that is a common interaction.
So it's something you do often, which is ask people who's going to be there. Is so-and-so going to be there?
Yeah, who is this person going to be there? They have to be there. This person should be there. Find out if this person thinks they're going. If they think they're going, tell them not to go. If they don't think they're going, tell them to go. That's a daily occurrence.
So is that something you ever remember doing with respect to Lindsey Boylan?
I may very well have.
You may very well have, but you don't have a particular recollection of
No,
doing
but
it.
if the commissioner doesn't come to an event, then somebody, and I feel someone has to be there from that subject area, and they say, well, Howard Zemsky's not coming. I would then say, it would be commonplace for me to say, well, then is Lindsey coming if he's not coming? That type of situation.
Okay. So it's commonplace, but you don't have a specific recollection
Right.
of doing it with respect to Lindsey
Right.
Boylan. Okay. Have you ever hugged Lindsey Boylan?
I'm sure I have.
In what context?
In greeting, hello, goodbye, events, congratulations, well done.
And do you recall hugging Lindsey Boylan every time you met or said goodbye, or just sometimes?
It more depends on the frequency of how long ago I just saw a person. If I didn't see a person in a while, then it's more likely to hug. Or if the person is, upon meeting, goes to hug, then I will hug. You know, I'm trying to make you feel comfortable. So I will respond to your cues. So if you walk in and you are commencing, initiating an embrace, I will embrace you.
So hugging people generally, which also applied to Ms. Boylan, would depend on the frequency. If you hadn't seen that person in a long time, you're more likely to hug. Is that fair?
Yes, but with a general caveat of I hug a lot. There are thousands of pictures of me embracing people. It is part of my customary greeting. Maybe it's cultural, maybe it's personal, but I hug a lot in all situations, women and men.
Okay, but maybe sticking for the moment with staffers, whether you're likely to hug a staffer depend on if you hadn't seen them in a while?
Or if they initiated a hug.
Or if they initiate a hug. Do you ever, or have you ever asked a staffer permission before hugging them?
Usually not on a hug.
You say usually not. Do you ever remember asking?
I think a colloquial expression I have used is "give me a hug."
Got it. So give me a hug, maybe, and then they would initiate it, in effect.
Just on that point, to give context, can you just sort of give circumstances, Governor, where it's sort of, if there are occasions where, say, give me a hug, what's going on in that moment?
Give me a hug is more of a colloquial expression that would be in the moment, ceremonial, celebratory. I don't even have a specific recollection of doing it, to tell you the truth. But I'm familiar with the expression. Give me a hug.
How about kisses?
More in the personal context. I do it more with my daughters.
Give me a hug.
Because with
you
them,
mean?
I have to ask for a hug. They are not initiators of hugs, unfortunately. With me. I'm sorry, your question?
How about kisses? We'll just start with staffers.
I will customarily kiss people who, on the cheek, who I feel it's appropriate. And again, I deal with the cues from people. I recently, fairly recently, have started to say to women on occasion, may I kiss you? That's fairly recent. More responsive to the shifting norms, if you, as you may call it. But I'll do that on occasion. May I kiss you before even kissing them on the cheek?
And you say the asking, may I kiss you, is a more recent thing you do. How recent? Have you
Couple
started
of
doing that?
years. More if I don't know the person.
And before that, you would on occasion kiss staffers
On the cheek.
on the cheek? Okay. And before that, you may not have, you don't remember asking, may I kiss you, before doing that?
Not as a practice. I may have. But a few years ago, with people who I don't know, I would start asking, may I kiss you?
And is that now, as of a couple of years ago, is that in every instance? Do you ask that?
It's not in every instance. It's more with people who I don't know, and more with people who more with people who I don't know. And, you know, sometimes there's a situation where you get a feel for people. Some people are much more outgoing and much more affectionate, and they just, you know, they grab you and they're kissing you and they're hugging you, you know. More formal setting.
So going back to Lindsay Boylan, have you kissed her on the cheek?
I probably kissed her on the cheek.
Do you have any recollection of doing it?
No, but it would be unusual for me. We've been to a lot of social events together. You know, you do Christmas parties, etc. It would be usual for me in relation to her to kiss her on the cheek on occasion.
So you don't have a particular recollection of it, but it would be usual to kiss her on
Yes.
the cheek at an event
Yes.
or
Yes,
on occasion.
yes.
On both cheeks or one cheek?
Good question. Probably one cheek.
And why do you say probably one cheek?
Because I don't, the two-cheek kiss is more of an ethnic greeting.
So are there people you are more likely to have engaged in the two-cheek kiss versus the one-cheek kiss?
I haven't really thought through this area.
Yeah, I was going to follow. Governor, do you have a policy on the one or two
Actually,
cheek?
no.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever thought about cheek kissing as much as I have in these past few minutes. I don't have a policy, but I don't think I would have kissed her twice.
But you've said that the two-cheek kiss is more of an ethnic greeting. What did you mean by that?
I think Italian people often kiss on both cheeks. Jewish people sometimes kiss on both cheeks. I think there's a cultural greeting element to it, but I don't think I would have kissed Lindsay on both cheeks.
Okay. How about on the forehead?
I kiss women on the forehead on occasion.
And on what occasions?
Just as a greeting, appreciation, thank you.
And so do you recall ever kissing Lindsay Boylan on the forehead?
No,
But it's possible.
but it's possible.
Do you have you kissed other staffers on the forehead?
I saw a picture of me last night. Actually, I was looking through pictures, kissing Congresswoman Nita Lowey on the forehead. I don't recall kissing staff people on the forehead, but I would not be surprised that I have.
Okay. Was your relationship with Lindsay Boylan such that you would joke around with her on occasion?
On occasion, she was not an especially, I would just say on occasion.
Sometimes, but she wasn't. When you were going to say she's not especially, what were you going to say?
It was, I didn't interact with her that much. So we also weren't in those settings where people would be more jovial.
But generally, it's fair to say when she was in the role she was in the executive chamber and ESD, that you had a friendly relationship with her?
Friendly. I did not have I don't even recall having at any time a problematic relationship with Lindsay. That's one of the things that was so shocking. She had issues with many, many staff people, but not with me. Not with me. That's one of the things that was so shocking here.
You thought you had a good relationship with her?
Yes.
Never, you hadn't perceived any problems?
No.
Did you ever ask her about her personal life?
I met her husband, I met her child. She brought them to an event.
Did you talk to her about her husband?
We chatted about him. At one point, his friend had a wife who was helping us in Puerto Rico with disaster recovery.
Did you ask her about her husband's job?
Well, the husband was in a hedge fund that worked with this other hedge fund manager whose wife was from Puerto Rico and was helping on the Puerto Rico disaster relief. So it did come up.
Did you talk to her about or joke with her about how much money he made?
A hedge fund person? I don't remember it, but was I capable of making a comment about a hedge fund person?
You don't specifically recall, but wouldn't be unusual.
To joke about hedge funders, it would not be wholly unusual, no.
Okay. Did you ever show Ms. Boylan the boardroom in your office in the Capitol?
I don't remember. I know her story that
Can we just stop right there? When you say boardroom, what do you mean?
Or did you show her your offices in You have described, I think, and we'll get to some of the documents, sort of a standard tour of your office space in the Capitol. Do you remember ever showing or giving Lindsay Boylan such a tour?
Can you show me the document that we're referring to?
We'll get to it. I just want to see what your recollection is, whether you remember ever showing her.
I don't remember it. I saw a document where she says she was in the conference room. That's a conference room.
Conference room.
So I don't remember that at all, but I know what she describes.
Okay. You don't specifically remember showing her the things in the conference room?
No, sir.
Okay. But you know the space she's talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the space that has the cigar box?
Yes,
Bill
sir.
Clinton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so do you remember showing her the cigar box from Bill Clinton?
No. Specifically her, no.
But that wouldn't surprise you if at some point you did show it to her?
I'll say, Governor, to the extent what Mr. Kim is asking is raising for you, sort of if you have any type of a pattern or practice with respect to your conference
Yes.
room?
If you visit Albany, you will see there's the outer office, there's then an inner office, which is Stephanie's office, there's then a conference room, and then there's my office on the other side of the conference room. The conference room in Albany is much different than this conference room. It is almost a museum of really magnificent artifacts. And when someone comes in, I do a tour, if you will, which is standard and routine. I've done hundreds of times. It starts at the door, and the first thing is the Clinton memorabilia. And there is a box of cigars. It's actually not a humidor. It's a little box like this that has his name on the top with a signed note card to me that says, "These are the last batch of cigars legally imported from Cuba," which means they were pre-1965, pre the Kennedy embargo. So that's there. There's then a bowl from Clinton. I was a cabinet secretary, Housing and Urban Development Secretary to Bill Clinton. He had this bowl designed for the cabinet members when they left. An original FDR memento poster calling him, where he is the progressive champion. On an FDR, everybody now talks about progressive, progressive, progressive. FDR, original poster, I'm the progressive candidate. American flag that Ted Kennedy got for me, which was the flag that flew over the Capitol the day I was confirmed at HUD. And Senator Kennedy, God rest his soul, had it taken down, put in a flag box. Poster done by my daughter, Indian honeymoon fans from the Tlingit Haida Indian tribe. As HUD secretary, I went to all the different, many of the different Indian reservations because HUD did the Indian housing. And they presented me with caribou hair honeymoon fans. Which are there. So there's a tour that I have done just because I think it's interesting and I think people find it enjoyable. On that tour, the first stop in the normal trajectory is the box with the card from President Clinton. No one has ever said to me, I got the implication of Monica Lewinsky, which is the implication that she drew. No one has ever said that to me. And it's been there for 10 years. And I bet you I've done this tour 1,000 times in that period of time.
Okay. So you've done that tour that includes the cigars from President Clinton many, many times.
Yes.
And so although you don't have a specific recollection of giving such a similar tour to Lindsay Boylan, could have happened.
Yes.
And you are, no one's ever said it to you, but no one's ever brought up Monica Lewinsky when you showed them the cigars. Okay. You are aware of the Monica Lewinsky story with Bill Clinton and cigars.
Yes.
I think we've been going like an hour and...
I could use a bathroom break.
So I'm sure you can tell from her face that this might be sorry.
He means that in a nice way.
No.
Don't take offense.
I do think you commented on her looks.
She looked unhappy.
Okay, the time's 9:48 a.m. Concludes media one off the record. Time now is 10:02 a.m. This begins media two on the record.
Good. Governor, how long did Lindsay Boylan work as Deputy Secretary for Economic Development?
A couple of years.
You think a couple of years or not 9
Or
months?
so, frankly, I don't really know how long she was in that job.
I see, that job versus
Yeah.
the Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Do you remember the circumstances of her departure from the Executive Chamber?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember about that? Or actually, can I phrase that differently? Because you may have learned since. At the time she left, what did you learn or know about her departure?
At the time, I knew that there were a number of complaints against Lindsay from staff people, higher up staff people and subordinate staff people. And this was a constant theme, although she did not have issues with me. I would hear about them from the others, and there were issues about her coming directly to me and bypassing all the other staff people, the senior staff, and that she would keep coming to me. So I would hear it that way. They would say, she keeps coming to you. Tell her she has to go through the chief of staff, the chain of command. But they were not about me. I knew she had issues with the staff. They had progressed to the level, which surprised me, where there were formal complaints that went to the general counsel. And the general counsel interviewed her on these complaints. And they were much more serious than anything I had thought about. The meeting ends, or she walks out in the meeting, or she gets offended at the meeting, and then calls me a couple of days later. And the counsel says to...
Do not go into any privileged conversations that
Okay.
you have with your counsel.
She calls my office. I'm told not to talk to her. And basically, I'm then told, don't talk to her. This is what happened. We had a counseling session. There were complaints. They're very serious. I learned, I don't know at that time or subsequent, that ESD wanted her terminated. And she left the meeting upset, resigned, and then called back and said, I want my job back. The council wouldn't agree to give her her job back. She was then calling me to intervene with the council
And Governor, let me just stop you there. When you say she called you,
She called my office,
Okay.
spoke to Stephanie, and said, basically to Stephanie, as I understood it, I want my job back. I love the governor. They, the senior staff, are not serving him well. I can serve him better than they can. I want my job back. Please tell him to call me. I never called her back, pursuant to the advice I got. I did not feel comfortable not calling her back because I had had a very friendly relationship with her. And I said at the time, look, I want to, even if I don't get into the job, just on a personal level, I want to call her back and say, I'm sorry that this happened this way. And but the advice I got was, no, stay out of it. This was very serious. I think they didn't want me saying, because ESD had recommended terminating her, they didn't want me giving a contrary opinion. And that was the last time I spoke to her.
well, you didn't speak to her.
Yes, I did not speak to her. So it was prior to that.
So let's unpack that a little bit. So you said that you learned there were complaints about her and issues with her, both senior and below her. Is that something you had heard before she left?
I had heard a constant din of Lindsay issues, just a constant din.
How long was that constant din?
I think as soon as she became the deputy secretary position.
And who conveyed this constant din of issues about Lindsay Boylan to you?
It was just atmospheric.
Okay. Atmospheric, but someone must have said something to you.
It was virtually, Mr. Kim, all of the senior staff.
Can you name any particular people that you remember raising it?
He had constant issues. I heard about it because they would say to me, tell Lindsay to follow the chain of command, which I did. I would say to her, please follow the chain of command, get along with everyone, let's play nice, basically, without those words.
Did she, on occasion, come to you directly without going through other people?
Apparently, yes.
See, but you would know if she came to you directly. Right?
Well, you can call me directly and go through the chain of command. You could have gone to her boss, her supervisor, and said, I want to call him and talk to him about factory. And the director said, okay, fine, call him and talk to him about factory. Their point was she called and talked to me about factory. I told her to do something. They didn't know anything about it.
So there were occasions when she would call you directly, talk about something. You didn't know whether it had been run up the chain or
That's right.
or not. But
That's right.
there are occasions where she reached out to you directly about issues.
But there are, yes, but that is the modus operandi. People talk to me directly all the time. It's up to them to check the boxes on the chain of command, right?
So you heard a din of issues that people raised with you. One of them was she comes, tells you things. It hasn't been run up the chain or socialized or whatever the word would be. Okay.
Difficult, very difficult personally, emotional, just along those lines.
Okay. And then you've also mentioned some specific complaints that you said the council at the time was looking into, was that Alfonso David?
Yes, sir.
When did you learn about the issues that Alfonso David was looking into?
Generally, when they were telling me not to call her back, which I was resistant to, just on a human level, I don't think they got into specifics, but they said these are very serious complaints, and they were afraid that I would, in some ways, say something in the conversation to diminish the complaint. And they didn't want me to have that conversation. And they had to communicate to me to stop me from calling that these are very serious complaints, and you don't want to be a witness in these complaints.
So you heard about it that way?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember that the issue that Alfonso David was looking into was right around the time she left or shortly before? Do you remember him looking into some issues right before she left?
My understanding is at the meeting with him, going through these complaints. And again, now that I know, he had a termination recommendation from the agency signed by Howard Zemsky. That's very serious. I don't even remember a time where the counsel to the governor's office didn't follow the recommendation of the agency. So he has a recommendation for her. It was serious. She gets upset, as it was relayed to me in that meeting. She leaves the meeting. She sends an email that says, I resign. She then, sometime after that meeting, she then calls back the next day, next 2 days, next 3 days or something, and says to the council, I was, words to the effect of, I acted out of emotion, I didn't mean it, I want to come back. He basically says, no. She then calls me to appeal that decision, is the way I understood it.
Okay. And so this recommendation signed by Howard Zemsky, termination recommendation, have you seen that document yourself?
Only recently.
Let me stop you right there. Have you actually seen a document signed by Howard?
No, I have not seen that.
Okay.
I've seen one referring to, I'm sorry, I don't even know that the document referred to Howard Zemsky. I think the document referred to ESD was recommending termination.
So you've never seen a document signed by Howard Zemsky with a termination recommendation?
I don't remember seeing Howard Zemsky's name signed on that letter, but I may be wrong.
Okay. And so at the time that Alfonso David is looking into this issue, I'm just trying to figure out, when were you informed of that? Before that, at the time, or after?
After.
I see. So
Not until I was being told, don't call.
I see. So she has left, and then you were told, don't call her back, because whatever the reason, don't call her back. Or don't call, or
She
don't
left.
communicate with her.
Sends a letter of resignation, calls the council back, says, I want my job back, words to that effect. He says no, words to that effect. She calls me to appeal the council's decision. They come to me and say, don't call her back.
Okay. And it's at that time you learn
Yes.
what's happened.
Yes,
So it's you're not hearing it or know about it before, you learn later.
yes,
Okay. But before is you have heard the din, as you put it,
Constant, yes,
and that's
sir.
mostly, or some of it is about coming to you directly. Anything else?
everything,
Just not pleasant.
everything.
Like what's everything?
Just personal human dynamic, difficult, emotional, always complaining, just the whole repertoire of human relations.
But your
Slight exaggeration.
your interactions with her had been fine.
Fine.
Did you ever raise with her what's going on?
I had said to her, please, it has to work as a team. We're a team. Words to this effect. It doesn't work, you have to work well with them because it has to work as a team. Please just make every effort to try to make it work. It'll be better for you, it'll be more productive, more enjoyable, it's better for everyone.
So you had
Yes.
these conversations
Yes.
with her. How
Yes.
often did you have these conversations with her?
Not that often, a couple of times, because her response was, it's them. It's them. And my instinct was, there's only so much you can do in one of these interpersonal situations. So I raised it a couple of times. I raised it in a positive way, team, et cetera. And that was it.
And when she said it was them, who was she referring to? Who did you understand her to be referring to?
Jill DeRosier, Stephanie, anyone who was in a supervisory position to her. In retrospect, when she was at Empire State Development, it was just her and Howard. She reported to Howard. And she basically ran the agency. And then she had just Howard, and she had a very good relationship with Howard. And she just ran ESD. Deputy Secretary, you now have a whole infrastructure above you. You have to go through 4 levels. And I think that's what created the tension.
So you never spoke to her after she left?
Never.
Have you spoken to her at all?
No.
Okay. Have you seen her?
No.
So between Ms. Boylan's departure and the time when she starts to tweet things about the executive chamber, which happens in the beginning of December of last year, did you have any discussions with anyone about Lindsay Boylan?
I did not talk to Lindsay Boylan. I heard there were some conversations about her clashing with them still. But just, again, generic din.
Nothing specific? You remember?
No.
Do you remember that you learning that she ran to challenge Jerry Nadler in a primary?
Oh, I knew that she ran against Jerry Nadler, yes.
Was that the subject of discussions
No.
among the staff? Okay. And when you said general din, was some of it around tweets she was sending, or you don't remember the specific
No,
impetus of the
in
conversation?
retrospect, when I reconstructed, I did not know about her retaliation threat at the time, or I didn't, if they mentioned it to me, I didn't remember, it didn't register at the time. But that's probably what prompted the renewed conflict.
Okay. So if you can turn to your binder at tab 29. This is one of her tweets and follow-on tweets from December 5th of 2020. And the top one, she says, most toxic team environment working for at New York Gov Cuomo. Do you remember learning about this tweet in that time period, December 5th?
I don't. I'm not on Twitter. I don't read tweets. If I read all the tweets about me, I would pull out my hair, whatever's left. I don't remember when. They would normally alert me to things I needed to know about in the press office. I don't know when they first said to me, you know, Lindsay is taking this attack.
Okay. And by them, you mean the press
Yes.
operations, and who was that in end of 2020?
That would be whoever was in the press office. They would brief me when I was going to do a press event on things that might come up. So whenever they thought this might have come up with Lindsay is when they would have briefed me on it.
But you're not on Twitter, so the
I
only
don't.
way you would know is if someone told you.
Yes.
Okay. And so you don't have a specific recollection of toxic team environment.
No.
Okay. And then if you look at the next tab, tab 30, it's more tweets from Lindsay Boyland. Now it's a week and a half later, December 13. Then she's now tweeting more about sexual harassment.
Right.
And she originally says at the top, my first experience of workplace sexual harassment was when my mom got her first real office job. And then going down, she says, yes, at New York Club, Cuomo sexually harassed me for years. Many saw it and watched. I could never anticipate what to expect. Would I be grilled on my work, which was very good, or harassed about my looks? Or would it be both in the same conversation? This was the way for years, et cetera, et cetera. She has
Yes,
a couple
sir.
of others. Do you remember learning about this tweet or this substance of this allegation that now she was saying?
They must
that she
have
had been
told me
sexually-
about it at the time. I don't remember it, but I'm sure they told me about it at the time.
You remember being told in substance she's now saying this?
Yes.
And like you don't have a specific recollection, but likely the press.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and just to be clear on this point, Governor, in terms of what Mr. Kim just showed you at tab 29, which were a series of tweets on December 5th, and then tab 30, which are tweets on December 13th, do you remember having separate conversations about it between the 5th or the 13th, or do you remember this together?
I don't remember any of it.
Okay.
I'm just sure that at one point it reached the level where they said, he's going out there, we have to talk to him about it.
You don't have, even looking at this, you don't have a specific recollection.
No.
They came in, told me about toxic. You just have a general recollection. At some point, they said to the effect, something to the effect of, "You should be aware."
Yes.
She's saying
Yes.
this stuff. Okay. And then, was there any discussion that you were involved in about how to respond to this?
Yes. Well, then it became a question, what do I say
Yeah.
when I go out there? Which was more after she wrote her magazine article.
Okay. So putting aside, and we'll get what you should say if you're asked at an event, press event or something, about what you and the executive chamber should do to respond or
It was
react.
about what I should say. You know, I am the responder, right? So it was about when they ask me, what do we say,
Okay.
right?
So putting that to the side, how about, should we do anything to?
Well, that's all part of the same thing.
Okay. Were there any discussions that you were part of where people said, you or others discussed releasing documents relating to her issues?
I do not remember having any conversations about releasing the items about the complaints against her. I don't believe I was involved in that. There was a protracted group discussion about what is the best way to handle this and what to say.
And who was part of these protracted group discussions?
Everybody and their mother.
Okay.
Everybody had an opinion.
And who, like Melissa DeRosa?
Melissa had an opinion. Steve Cohen had an opinion. The press office had an opinion. They then would ask outside advisors, what's their opinion? They then talk to lawyers, what's your opinion? Then they talk to advocacy groups, what's your opinion? Because you need to say something. There's not an option, go say nothing. But obviously a high level of sensitivity has to be taken in what you say so that you don't, you're not perceived as attacking her for saying it. So they talked to Time's Up. They talked to counsel, female plaintiffs' counsels, and everybody had an opinion. And by the way, I think we wound up seeing nothing. Which is what
But on
happens.
the question of releasing the documents about her issues and the complaints, were you part of any discussions about that?
I don't
decision?
remember being part of that conversation.
Did you remember learning about that had happened?
After the fact,
You learned about it after the fact?
yes.
Who did you learn that from?
I think I learned about it when it was in the newspaper, and then we were talking about my response to the press and what was in the press.
And then who told you, well, you read it in the paper, and did someone in your staff confirm that it had been released?
Yeah, well, yes, they must have, because they were saying it was accurate.
And who confirmed for you that had happened?
The general liaison with me was the press office through this.
And who was in the press office at the time?
It would have been Jamian or as a party, or I don't know if Danny Lever had left at this point or not.
And do you know why they had not consulted with you before making public or sending out these files?
You know, there's such a constant banter with the press and constant assaults on Twitter, and they do a lot without me being involved. I only get involved when I have to go out there, and what am I going to say?
Okay. So you weren't surprised that they hadn't consulted with you before sending that out?
No.
What was your reaction when you found out that they sent that out?
I asked them about it, and they had, I talked to Melissa about it, and they had thought about it, talked to counsel about it, but they wanted the facts out, and they thought that what Lindsay had said was totally contrary to the truth, and that this was responsive, and that the counsel said that it was responsive.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't want to get into privileged conversations.
Okay. And what was it that she said? What was your understanding? That what was it that she said that was contrary to what was reflected in these documents that were released?
I don't remember if it was released before the medium piece or was it released after the medium piece.
It was released before. But
Then what she was saying in the tweets. I don't know exactly what she was saying in the tweets, but that it was responsive to what she was saying in the tweets.
were you aware of what specifically she was saying in the tweets that it responded to? But you were told, in effect, that
Yes.
we released it because it was contradictory.
Yes.
Okay. And you said that, who told you that counsel had been consulted?
I don't remember who could have been as a party, could have been any of them.
And when they said counsel, what was your understanding of who they consulted?
They had consulted in-house counsel, outside counsel, special lawyers for female plaintiffs. The Time's Up group, I know they spoke to. They were talking to everyone.
And so when you say in-house counsel, who?
In-house counsel at
If
that,
you know specifically.
I don't know specifically.
You don't know who?
No.
Did you have an understanding when they said in-house counsel who it would have been?
I heard Beth Garvey, but I don't know if that's who they were talking about.
Okay. How about outside counsel?
Steve Cohen, they were talking to Linda Lacewell, they were talking to,
And just to be clear, when you say they were talking to, Governor, do you know what specific topics on this that they were speaking to them about?
no, I just know that they were all talking.
Okay. So you were saying Steve Cohen, Linda Lacewell, anyone else?
Time's Up, person,
Who's the Time's Up person? Do you know who it is?
no.
Okay. You also mentioned a plaintiff's lawyer.
I believe it was Robbie Kaplan, but I'm not sure.
Did you have any conversations directly with Robbie Kaplan on this subject of responding to Lindsay Boylan?
I don't recall having any conversations. I may have, I know her, but I don't recall direct conversations. But I may have.
Okay. Anyone else you remember being consulted? Did anyone tell you Goer was consulted?
I don't remember that.
You said Steve Cohen. Who did you understand Steve Cohen to be representing at that time as a lawyer?
Well, I consider Steve Cohen represents me, represents other people in the chamber.
So you viewed Steve Cohen as someone who represents you.
Yes.
Okay.
And other people in the chamber. Many of them, they have relations that go back a long time with him.
And when you say other people in the chamber, who else did you think or understand he would represent?
I don't know.
Okay. And when it's you, when you say he represents you, what do you mean by that?
That he's a lawyer, started in an office that many people deem credible, U.S. Attorney's Office. But I would consult him for legal advice.
And so he's a lawyer. Fair to say you trust his judgment?
Most times,
Most of the time. And you would consult him as a lawyer?
yes.
Okay. Not in any, or have you ever retained him formally in any context?
We kid about the bill
Okay,
when the bill comes due.
Does he send you bills?
He has not yet sent me a bill, but he threatens that the bill is going to be very large when it comes.
So he's never actually sent you a bill?
Not yet, but he talks about it often.
As a joke?
No, I think he's going to send me a bill.
For how many years of work?
Could be multiple years.
Okay. But that's not a joke? You actually think Steve Cohen will send you a bill
I think
for
he
legal
could.
work?
You know Steve Cohen. I think he could.
But no engagement letter? You have never had a formal engagement with him? So more, just want to sort of...
I
for the
may
record
have done an engagement letter with him at one time, I think.
Okay, when?
I may have. It may have been Moreland. I may have done an engagement letter with him, but I would have to check. I don't remember.
Did he advise you personally on Moreland?
I don't remember Moreland. I'm sure your recollection is better than mine on that one.
And so he's someone you turn to for advice, a lawyer. He has said, threatened either jokingly or for real that he's going to one day send you a bill. But for many years, he hasn't been with the executive chamber in a long time, right?
Right.
Did you specifically ask that Steve Cohen be consulted on issues relating to Lindsay Boylan?
I would have, yes.
Who would you have told?
I would have told Melissa. I would have told Linda Lacewell in the normal course. Talk to Steve.
And talk to Steve as someone who is acting as your lawyer.
Yes, or their lawyer. You know, I don't I don't know. They also have a relationship with Steve for many years.
Did you understand that people in the chamber would call Steve for his legal advice?
Yes,
from time
all
to
the time.
Okay, who did you understand did that?
Melissa did. Linda Lacewell did. My counsels did.
So he's just generally someone that you and others, including Melissa DeRosa and Linda Lacewell, call and consult with for legal advice.
Yes.
You also consult him for general advice that may not be purely legal in nature, judgment calls.
Not so much.
So
He offers them, but his legal advice, I have more trust in than his political or life or public relations advice.
On public relations, did you have an understanding that Josh Vlasto was being consulted?
Josh Vlasto, former press person, was one of the people they were talking to.
Okay. About Richard Bamberger?
Richard Bamberger, they were talking to, former press person.
Okay. Anyone else?
Not that I recall.
And do you know when they were consulting with lawyers what they were told about the files that were going to be released?
Oh, I don't know that they were consulting with them about the files. I don't know
You don't know that. So you don't-
I don't know the topic of the conversation.
Just to make sure we have it straight, you did not learn about the release of those files until after,
That's my recollection, yes.
but you did learn that, or they told you that they had consulted various people prior to doing that?
They had consulted counsel before releasing the records. They were talking to various people about the overall response.
Okay. But with respect to what they were telling counsel or various other people, did you have any knowledge about the specifics of what they were being told?
No.
One second, Jim.
Yeah.
During your administration, were there other occasions when you know that your staff released anyone's personnel records to the press?
I just want to say, how do you define personnel records, just so we can start on
Okay.
this? Sorry.
Any document relating to the terms and conditions or issues relating to someone's employment?
I can't, Ms. Clark, I don't remember specifically, but I believe we have, if a person misrepresented their employment or something that happened, that we would correct the record. But I can't, as we sit here, say who or when.
Do you recall anything more about the circumstances other than it was somebody misrepresenting their employment?
Well, not misrepresenting the employment, but misrepresenting the facts of that happened during their employment, right? So it wasn't just their employment, but they said they had a great working history. In fact, they were terminated for this reason, you know.
How many times did that happen?
I don't remember the specifics, but I believe it's happened a number of times.
And do you recall any of the positions the person held that had their records released?
I don't know, because I don't recall the specific person. But, you know, we've had thousands of people leave, and thousands of people out there in the universe saying things, running for office, like in this occasion, saying things, and if they were not correct, I believe we released the documentation correcting them.
And are you aware of any process that the chamber goes through in determining whether or not to release that information?
I don't know the law on releasing records.
Did Melissa DeRosa tell you that she expected any sort of negative reaction from releasing Ms. Boylan's records?
On this complaint,
Yes.
no. There was a general conversation on what is the right response to the entire situation? I believe it's not factually accurate. I believe there are total falsehoods. I believe it was slanderous to me and defamatory to me. On the other hand, there's a high level of sensitivity about what you say and how you say it, because there could be a backlash in the public statement. So there were ad nauseum discussions among them about what to say, to such an extent that we literally wound up saying nothing. Different ideas, you know, we just all lived through the Biden campaign. I thought something that the Biden campaign did, which was intelligent, was rather than Biden saying, I think this, former staff people for Biden said, I think this, female staff people. I thought that was more credible than Biden just saying. So we talked about a number of alternatives, but they were all debated to death, and then we literally wound up doing nothing. And I had like a 2-line statement that I issued at the end of the day.
Was it your idea to try to get women to sign on to some statement supporting
I
you?
thought it was more effective than just me going out there saying, no, none of this happened. I thought it was more effective to have female staff people say, make a statement. That's what Biden did. That's what other politicians have done in this circumstance. I thought that was an effective vehicle.
Who did you discuss that with?
I discussed it with the press people.
And when you say the press people, which press people?
It would have been as a party, probably Melissa.
I'll let you continue.
You said you were, one of the things that you talked about was the public backlash, you know, and of what about attacking a complainant. Was there any discussion that you were a part of where anyone raised the possibility that it could be considered retaliation?
Well, that was part of the theory of the backlash. Now, you have to remember the context for this. In the conceptual, if you look at this without any context, you could say, here's a person who's making a complaint. The context here is, this is a person who threatened retaliation, who, in a really outrageous text, announces she's running for office, and then happens to put out a totally different set of facts that are directly contrary to everything that actually happened. Almost point by point. And that this was Lindsay, either in her new race for Manhattan Borough President, preemptively, prophylactically protecting herself from the truth by asserting the charges the exact same way, opposite way. Toxic work environment. She was accused of a toxic work environment by a subordinate, or words to that effect. She was accused of harassing people and using them as a punching bag. Those were all allegations against her. She takes every allegation and puts it against me. Literally weeks after the election. So
When you say after the election?
after she announced she was going to run. And many of my people understand life and politics, right? you announce you're going to run for office. First question your campaign people say to you is, what do we have to know and what do we have to worry about? The way they would hear this is, she said, well, this is what happened when I was in the state. I had this meeting, here were the complaints, I quit, I tried to get the job back, and this was a reversal of everything that she had been, all the complaints against her, she made against me.
And so is it your understanding that if a complainant has had similar complaints made against them, that it's okay to make those public following any complaint that they made?
No, but no.
That's
But
not, that
Mr.
is-
Kim, this is what I would say in a practical context, because this is not an abstract textbook situation. She, Ms. Boylan, has said multiple times, I have the resources, I'm coming after a-holes, I'm going to retaliate. They believed she had a plaintiff's attorney working with her. The question I would ask is, why didn't she ever file a complaint? If this was all true, why didn't she file a complaint? She had the plaintiff's lawyer. They were trying to put together a class. Why, if this were true, why wouldn't you file a complaint? Only one reason, my opinion. You don't want a real investigation. It's a political situation, not a real legal situation. Because the first thing your lawyer would have said was, we have to file a complaint. She's got 57 advisors. Call GOER. Go to EEO. Go to Division of Human Rights. She's got a specialized lawyer. Why no complaint? If this was true, why no complaint?
So my question was, is it your understanding that if a complainant has had similar complaints made against them, that it's okay to make public those complaints because they had?
No, I didn't say that. No.
So that you don't agree with?
No, you can be a perpetrator of sexual harassment and be a victim of sexual harassment. You can be both.
But that was one of the things you mentioned in terms of what was being discussed in terms of responding to Lindsay Boylan, that she had these complaints against her, so that was diametrically opposed, you said, or in conflict with her allegations.
No.
One of the reasons why.
I was saying I believe the way a reasonable person would look at this situation, in this environment, in this moment. She runs for office. She said all good things about me before then. Wrote articles, all beautiful tweets. He respects women. He's the greatest thing since sliced bread. All of a sudden, you announce for office 2 weeks later, all these allegations out of nowhere, which mirror every allegation against you. And your lawyer doesn't say a single word. Funny.
Can I jump in for a second?
Sure.
I just want to clarify one point. Is it your understanding that any of the complaints against Ms. Boylan were that she engaged in sexual harassment?
Oh, I think you can read those allegations to include sexual harassment. I mean, I just read that top sheet, but treated me as a punching bag. I think there was a sexual suggestion about racial discrimination, fired people illegally, harassing, bullying. I think it's very possible that had you pursued those complaints, that you would wind up with racial discrimination, very well sexual harassment. You had men and women in there. And again, it was enough of a basis for ESD to recommend termination.
You said there was the possibility of racial discrimination and sexual discrimination. Do you know if that was referred to Goer?
I do not know what happened once she was dismissed. See, I don't believe, if I may, Ms. Clark, I don't believe when she says, I resign, I believe that is an untruth. You did not resign. You resigned, and then you called and you asked for your job back, and they refused to give you your job back. You then called the governor and asked him to intervene to get your job back. He refused. You resigned, but you recanted. If you got the CV of an attorney looking to come to your firm that says, I quit working at Sullivan and Cromwell, and then you called Sullivan and Cromwell and said, well, yeah, he quit, but then he called and wanted his job back, I think you would say, well, it's misleading or mischaracterization to say he resigned.
So my question was whether the allegations against Ms. Boylan that you think could possibly be race discrimination or sex discrimination were ever referred to Goer.
I don't know if they were by the council because she was effectively terminated.
And you've raised questions about why she never filed any sort of complaint. When you've been working on legislation for sexual harassment, has anyone ever shared with you what percentage of women who say they've been sexually harassed have taken any sort of formal action or filed any sort of complaint?
Yeah, but this would be a different question. What percentage of women who have gone public have hired a high-profile plaintiff's lawyer, are working to put together a class, never ultimately file a complaint? What percent of people who have retained you and you work to put together a class and then you never filed any complaint?
Well, I'm not answering questions today. You keep referring to the high-profile plaintiff's lawyer. Who did you understand or believe that Ms. Boylan was working with?
I don't have the name with me, but it was a high-profile person as relayed to me. By the way, Ms. Clark, it can't be that many, because otherwise the firms would go broke, right?
Do you have any knowledge as to what, if anything, Ms. Boylan may or may not have consulted with an attorney about?
No.
Who was sharing information with you with speculation as to what Ms. Boylan was doing with an attorney?
I think it's just something that they had picked up from Google and the internet, or I don't know.
You say they picked up, who picked it
At
up?
the press office, I think a reporter probably asked them, this lawyer is representing Lindsay, but I'm just speculating. I don't know how they heard it.
You'd said that you'd heard that she was putting together a class. Who did you hear that from?
I heard that from the press office, from reporters.
When you say class, I want to make sure that everyone understands what you mean. Did you hear that she was reaching out to get other people?
A group.
Okay. Is that what you meant?
That's what I meant.
Okay, not in the quote-unquote class
You're right.
action?
You're right. That's right.
Okay, because that has a...
You're right.
its owner.
Good
Okay.
point, counsel.
Can you look at tab 10? And these are some documents, including a memo from Alfonso David, Ray, confidential personnel matter, and then emails relating to Lindsay Boylan and complaints about her. Have you seen, there's another memo sort of about 7 or 8 pages in, that is also a memo from Alfonso David to Julia Kupiec. Oh, sorry, from Julia Kupiec to Alfonso David. Have you seen these documents?
Yeah,
Before.
let me say, Mr. Kim, I made a mistake earlier when you said to me, did the document I saw say that Howard Zemsky authorized it? And I said I don't remember seeing Howard Zemsky's name. I did see this document, and it does have Howard Zemsky's name.
Other than with your counsel or in preparation for this testimony, do you remember seeing these documents before?
No, I saw this with my counsel.
I see. But prior and recently?
Past few days.
Okay. Before that, or around the time when Lindsay Boylan was, when she left, do you remember seeing any?
I don't remember seeing these documents, no, sir.
Do you remember anyone showing you documents as the documents that relate to the complaints against Lindsay Boylan?
No, I think this is what they characterized to me at the time when I was telling you. They said to me, don't return her phone call because there's serious complaints. I think they were characterizing this situation.
And it was your understanding that these were the documents that were inconsistent with whatever Lindsay Boylan was alleging, which is why they released it.
I don't know what else they based it on.
Okay. Do you know what was it your understanding that these are the documents that were released?
I don't know what they actually released.
Okay. But you knew that what they released related to the complaints against Lindsay Boylan?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, can you turn to tab 11, which is actually an email from Richard Azzopardi to Zach Fink with some of these documents, with a memo, 2 memos. Are you at tab 11? And if you look at the first page, you'll see it's an email, as discussed.
By the way, let me just correct the record again. I may not have made a mistake. I may have seen this document, which doesn't have Howard Zemsky's name on it.
So do you remember seeing these particular memos or documents?
I saw this document in
In the last couple of weeks?
last couple of weeks.
Okay,
Yeah.
so at the time, Governor?
No,
Okay, you would not have
No.
been given the memos?
right.
Okay. So all these documents you've seen recently, meaning within the last month?
Yes.
Okay. So at the time, we're talking December of 2020, do you remember seeing any documents relating to Lindsay Boylan?
I do not remember seeing any of these documents.
So at the time, you would not have known or thought of that there was a memo that either Howard Zemsky was mentioned in or signed. At the time, you didn't see or know about any of those documents.
Well, when we were talking about there were 3 time periods. When it actually happens when Lindsay leaves, right? And then the response to Lindsay. And what should the press response be? At the time of the press response, they were telling me about the actuality of her departure. And I didn't review documents, but they were telling me about the complaints, et cetera.
Okay. So it was just being informed to you. It was being characterized to you.
Yes.
Described to you.
Yes.
And were you aware, and so you haven't, other than in your prep with your counsel, you haven't seen the version of documents that was sent to reporters?
That is my recollection.
And if you look at page 2, there's sort of white out and handwritten anonymization of people. ESD official 1, ESD
Right.
official 2. Do you remember seeing any memo like this with redactions?
I do not remember seeing any memo like this at the time.
Okay, at the time. And do you remember at the time having any discussions about some of the documents being redacted before being sent to reporters?
I don't remember having that conversation.
And if you go to the 3rd page of this, one memo from Julia Kupiec to Alfonso David is privileged and draft, privileged and confidential, attorney-client privilege, communications. Any discussion or knowledge at the time that the documents?
I do not recall seeing this document at the time.
But any discussions at the time that documents that were provided to reporters were marked privileged and confidential?
I do not remember any conversation that I was part of.
Did you know or hear whether these documents were provided to reporters on the record or off the record?
I don't remember having any conversation about that.
Did you hear from anyone that some outlets didn't want it
No,
and that the press office sent it in any event?
no.
Did you express a view one way or the other after you learned that files of this nature had been sent out to reporters?
When we say files, you mean documents.
Okay. Did you express a view one way or the other when you learned that documents relating to Lindsay Boylan had been sent to reporters?
No, but I didn't. We never really got into that conversation. I didn't know what the documents were. They said that they had done it. They said that they had spoken to counsel about it. It was responsive. I didn't get into it more than that.
You knew they related to complaints that had been made against Lindsay Boylan.
I knew basically what it said in the paper.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that one of the things you did do was talk about drafting a letter from former staffers, right? Did you draft that yourself or draft a draft of that yourself?
I participated in drafts. There was a circulating, revolving draft where everybody put in 2 cents and then the next person took out 4 cents and then the next person put in 2 cents, and it was just a continuous talking to yourself exercise.
But you personally participated in some of the drafting
Yeah,
or advising.
I'm sure I did.
And generally, your practice, how do you draft documents and material? Do you type yourself? Do you handwrite, dictate, all of the above?
I don't type myself. I will dictate or handwrite and correct.
Okay. And do you have a recollection with respect to this document, the letter, proposed letter, how you participated in its drafting or revision? Do you remember handwriting something or dictating?
We had a number of conversations because I didn't really know the facts here, so there were a number of conversations that I talked to with people to get their 2 cents. There was then a draft that started circulating. As I said, Mr. Kim, the draft went on forever. There was no consensus on the draft. Everybody had a different opinion, and we did nothing. We wound up doing nothing. For myself, I ascribe to the Lincoln theory. President Lincoln would read an article in the newspaper that totally infuriated him, where he was accused of all sorts of things. He would sit down, handwrite a long response letter, and then crumple it up and throw it out. It was just cathartic for him to express the outrage and the truth, and then just, what's the point? I'm over it. So that's also part of these drafts, for me anyway. But at the end of the day, we did nothing because it was such a complicated issue that we just did nothing.
And do you remember handwriting this letter?
Can we go to a document just so specifically, because I think he's...
Let me ask him the
Okay.
question. Then.
I don't remember handwriting any document. I know I participated in drafts. I don't know if I started it or if someone else started it and then I chimed in.
Okay. Let's take a look at tab 34. And this is a long email from Stephanie Benton to Linda Lacewell that gets forwarded to Judy Mogul. And it's a draft of a letter or an op-ed. And is it, when Stephanie Benton, let me take that back. As a matter of practice, do you sometimes ask Stephanie Benton to send things
Yes,
for
sir.
you? Okay. And if she sends something for you, substantive like this, is fair to assume it's coming from you?
Yes. She normally says it's from me, but yes.
Right, this one just has the text. And so if you could sort of, I know it's somewhat long, but if you could skim it and see if, this looks like one version of.
This was a version, but this has input from other sources because this has things that I wouldn't have known.
Okay. So can we look to the first paragraph here, and it says Danny Lever served as it's a proposed letter that comes from Danny Lever, Kathy Calhoun, Alfonso David.
Right.
Is that something you remember thinking, that those three could be people who could?
Well, that's what this is saying. There would be three. I had suggested, frankly, women. This is Alfonso David.
Danny Lever and Kathy Calhoun are women, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Are there other women you suggested?
No, I'd suggest just women.
I see, just women.
Yes. I thought that's what, I'm pretty sure that's what the Biden campaign did, and that's what I was thinking of.
And if you go down to the third paragraph here, it says the fact that she served as an advisor for the governor for 9 months. In those 9 months, there were no less than 6 complaints against Ms. Boylan. Did you know that there were 6 complaints?
No, that's why I said this had to be done with input from other people. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that yourself, but people inputted it?
There had to be, because I didn't know that.
And then complaints against Ms. Boylan, African American and white women. You remember that? Or do you see that here?
I see that.
Okay. Is that something that you played a role in putting in there?
No, because I wouldn't have known that. I didn't know about who the complainants were.
Did you think it was important to note the race of the complainants?
Well, one of the accusations by Ms. Boylan was, I'm surrounded by white men.
That's what someone had told you?
No, yeah, that I'm surrounded by white men. Governor Cuomo sits there at the COVID briefing surrounded by white men. That's not factually true. And that's one, you want to create the opinion that I'm biased or I don't have a diverse staff. I mean, that's not true. But I don't know the point of this.
Did you think it was important to note that one of the complainants was an African-American woman?
I didn't know there was an African-American woman, so I couldn't have put it in.
But you knew it was in a draft.
Well, yeah, as I see it now, yes. I don't know that I reviewed this draft all that carefully because it was never going anywhere. So I don't read drafts that are circulating among people until it's a final draft, because otherwise it's a waste of time. They will circulate 50 drafts among themselves in a constant revolving chain, and the drafts are wholly irrelevant because anyone can add anything in at any given time and change the whole draft. So I just don't engage in them until we say, here's a final, and then I'll actually read it. And this is in that dishwasher, washing machine of draft circulation.
But in that dishwasher, washing machine, draft circulation, if it's coming from Stephanie Benton to going out and saying last, it would have been likely something that you would have reviewed.
Yeah, last of the series, but we never got to a final.
Okay. But you would have reviewed a letter like this that Stephanie Benton was sending.
Well, the last doesn't mean the last. It means of those circulating, this is, the way I read it is, this is the last of the current spin cycle.
No, but my question was, Stephanie Benton generally sends things that on your behalf, right? This isn't Stephanie
Yes,
Benton's
I
letter.
don't believe this was a final draft.
But it was something you would have reviewed.
I don't remember reviewing this one because frankly, I think I would have said not to include Alfonso David.
So you think now you didn't review this because it includes Alfonso Davis?
Well, if I did, I would have, my suggestion was just have female staffers respond. That was my main point.
Let me ask it differently then. Do you remember the letter, any version of the letter you looked at, having the substance of 6 complaints, one of the complainants being African American and one being a white woman? Do you remember that being in any version that you looked at?
I don't remember that. I remember these words: punching bag, degrading, insulting, bully. I remember that.
Okay. But you don't remember African American?
I don't remember African American. I knew that. I don't remember it being in the letter.
Although you remember that Lindsey Boylan had
Yes.
said that it's white men.
Yes.
So do you remember thinking, well, one way to respond to that is to show that one of the
I don't
complainants
remember
was
that, no.
African-American?
I don't remember that.
And then it goes on to say that Ms. Boylan, people have said, was rude, treats people like children, punching bag, degrading, insulting, harassing, and a bully. That you remember.
I remember those words, or words to that effect, yeah.
Okay. And those are things that you would find inappropriate?
I thought there were worse words than that. And I thought that it said racial discrimination. So my memory is off. I thought the complaints against her included racial discrimination. So my memory is off.
And so do you also recall feeling like this letter should respond to that?
No, I think.
Or, sorry, I put it improper. Do you remember thinking that the letter should disclose that she had been, in effect, accused of racial discrimination?
No, but I would have gotten that from a draft that I reviewed, and that's how I remembered it. So either I am remembering it incorrectly, or there was a different draft that had it. But also, to what end, Mr. Kim? It never went out. I mean, how many drafts do you write where you just are cathartic, a la Abraham Lincoln, but never go out?
Were you advocating that it actually go out in some form?
I thought if we were going to do a response from female staff would have been the best vehicle, a la Joe Biden.
And it wasn't going through multiple drafts just as catharsis, correct?
Well, this was not even from all women. I would have argued against putting in Alfonso David in the letter. And they were having a discussion amongst themselves with this very large group with different opinions. And I'm sure for everyone it was a little cathartic because they were all upset about it, you know. Many of them had personal situations with Lindsay. So it's a person by person, but I think a lot of them, part of it was probably cathartic.
Was that the intent in drafting the letter and having it go through multiple iterations and having a large group of people involved? Was the intent to just have a catharsis for the staff?
No, the intent is theoretically to come up with a final that would actually go out. I think it winds up just being cathartic for people, and everybody gets to express their opinion. But it's very often that we start drafts that go nowhere.
Did
And
Mr.
I just want to finish on that point. And why is that? Is there sometimes there's an idea?
Yeah, everyone has an idea, and you have an idea. Okay, do a draft, send out your draft. June gets the idea. He says he doesn't like that. He puts in his idea. Rita gets the next draft. She takes out both of your ideas. So it's this washing machine of drafts that just continues. I don't really get engaged until there's a final and we're actually going to do it. And we just never got to that point.
Did Mr. Rosa ever speak with you as to whether she was in favor of sending out a letter that had details about Ms. Boylan's departure and issues such as that?
Everybody had a different opinion about everything. I don't remember, you have a spectrum of more aggressive response, more conservative response, and then you have 15 people along that spectrum. And I don't know who was where, but there were just too many opinions to ever conclude a document. And we did nothing.
If you go to the second page of this, it says, Ms. Boylan claims the governor made comments about her looks. You see that paragraph?
Mm-hmm.
Ironic, given that Ms. Boylan referred to the governor as handsome and told staff that she loved the governor. Do you remember that being in the draft of the letter?
I don't remember. It was someone else's memory, I think, that about the handsome point. But I don't remember the particulars.
Okay. But it goes
I
on.
remember the handsome, sort of
Someone told you that
stuck out with me.
she referred to you as handsome.
Yeah, it resonated.
Okay. Had you been there when?
It doesn't
she
happen
said that?
often to me, Mr. Kim, but when it does, I take note.
Did she say that to you?
She said it apparently in a text to me.
You don't remember the text?
I remember it now, but someone else remembered it first.
And it says here that Ms. Boylan's conduct was unprofessional and inappropriate intimate behavior. Did you consider her calling you handsome as inappropriate behavior?
I think what they're talking about is the next sentence.
Okay, but let me ask the question first. The calling you handsome, do you think that's inappropriate?
I think, no. Do I find it offensive? No.
Okay. So that's not, the calling the handsome part is just in there. It's not because it's inappropriate.
That's not what this is saying. You're misreading it. It said inappropriate intimate behavior, sitting on coworkers' laps, kissing them in public, presence of other coworkers, even the extent she send multiple text messages to apologize to a male staff member.
Okay. Then on that, sitting on coworkers' laps, is that something you had heard had happened?
No, what I did hear was she sat on the lap of a person named and kissed him. She had been drinking. He was highly offended, complained. She called him the next morning and apologized profusely to stop him from forwarding the complaint.
Okay. Who did you hear that from?
Josh Flasto was there.
And so this is a reference to that?
Yes.
Has any member of your staff ever sat in your lap?
Not as a general rule, but I wouldn't be surprised at a social event or something, somebody may have sat on my lap.
Okay, who do you remember sitting on your lap at a social event?
I don't recall anyone specifically. But you know, I have people who've worked with me 14 years, 10 years. I go to their weddings. We do social events. We do Christmas parties. You know, I don't, if somebody were to sit on my lap, you know, I wouldn't push them off, you know. But as a general rule, no.
Okay, but do you remember anyone in particular ever sitting on your lap?
I don't remember anyone in particular. I can tell you this. I don't remember sitting on anybody's lap, kissing them. They said they were going to complain, and I had to call them the next morning and apologize for what I did. That never happened.
Has Stephanie Benton ever sat in your lap?
Oh, she may have. But I don't remember it, but she may have.
On a boat cruise in downtown Manhattan? You remember her sitting on your lap?
We did I don't remember her sitting on my lap. We did like an office cruise social event on the Hudson River. I don't remember her sitting on my lap, but she may have. I know her for 14 years. You know, we've gone through a lot with her. There may have been an event where she sat on my lap, but I don't recall it.
How about Annabelle Walsh? Has she ever sat on your lap?
She may have. She may have. Anna may have the same thing. She's a friend. She's worked with me for probably 7, 8 years, something like that. We've gone through a lot together.
How about Danny Lever? Has she ever sat on your lap?
I don't remember her ever sitting on my lap either.
How about Melissa DeRose?
I don't remember her ever sitting on my lap.
Okay.
But nobody, Mr. Kim, you just want to leave out, I understand how it works for you, but nobody where the next morning I called and apologized and said, I am sorry for what I did in offending you. Right?
Understood. I didn't
Yeah.
ask that. I wasn't trying to leave that out.
I know, but that's the point of that paragraph.
Okay. Do you see, and later in the letter, it talks about, coincidentally, a political campaign consultant is also a consultant to Jumaane Williams, a political opponent of the governor? See that? Is that something that you were aware of at the time?
I was aware that I don't know at what point I became aware of it, but that her is was a who had conversations with.
That's something you knew at the time?
No, I said I didn't know at what time I became aware of that.
I see. So in December 16 of 2020, do you know what this was a reference to?
It's also true that the consultant worked for Jumaane Williams and for the Working Families Party, which is the coalition of many of the people who are political opponents to me and have been part of orchestrating and resonating the complaints against me.
That's what you thought in December of
No.
2020?
No,
Oh,
I said I didn't have that knowledge then.
that's what you think now?
That's what I know now. There were conversations between which created this narrative and the and they had communications on multiple occasions at the time, which raises significant ethical and legal issues.
And who's that consultant?
Uh,
And where did you learn this? That they were having multiple communications with the...
I learned that from my staff.
Who in your staff?
Well, it's a matter of public record. Works for Lindsey Boylan. Worked for the Attorney General's campaign. Any investigation would have seen that fact because it's in both filings. It's a matter of fact that was the Tish James working for, and then I know from my staff that was having conversations with.
Have you heard either from your staff or anyone else whether is in touch with Charlotte Bennett?
I have not heard that.
Have you heard or from your staff or anyone else that had advised or pushed Charlotte Bennett to make her complaint?
Well, as a consultant to the Boylan campaign, you then have the attorney that the Boylan campaign consulted and other people associated with the Boylan campaign. So did make a network with certain individuals. I don't know who did what. Do I have the belief and understanding that there were multiple networkings from the Boylan campaign to other complainants and political officials who have been involved in this matter? Yes.
But you're also aware that Charlotte Bennett first raised her issue with people in your staff in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was 6 months before Lindsey Boylan, any tweet from Lindsey Boylan, right?
Yes, but as you're aware, to the extent the facts matter, what she said at that time, Charlotte Bennett, is markedly different than what she said post Lindsey Boylan, right? You know that.
We'll get to that. The question was simply, you were aware that in June of 2020, Charlotte Bennett had raised an issue about interactions with you, correct?
That had nothing to do with what she then said post Lindsey Boylan.
Okay. The question was simply, you were aware, though, that in June of 2020, she had raised issues with members of your staff relating to an interaction with you.
I
Yes
was
or no?
aware that she said at that time, I did not sexually harass her. I did not make inappropriate advances. She considered me a friend and that I was paternalistic and a mentor. That's what she said.
That's your understanding of the extent of what she said?
Yes. And then a much different story post the Lindsey Boylan announcement.
Have you seen or had read to you the notes that Judy Mogul and Jill DeRosier took of their conversation with Charlotte?
I haven't seen them or read them, no.
You have not? They've been produced. I mean,
I was going to say, and with respect to, don't talk about any conversations that you've had with counsel, okay?
Okay.
On that issue.
right. Except, well, we don't. Those notes have been produced and they've been
Oh, I
described.
understand. I'm talking about
Okay.
conversations with counsel about them.
Okay.
You made reference to, you understand that there were communications between and the, which of your staff members told you about that?
Multiple. I think there were multiple conversations.
Multiple conversations between your staff and somebody else, or multiple conversations between?
Both.
And Which of your staff members told you about conversations they were involved with about this?
For sure, Melissa DeRosa.
And what did Melissa DeRosa tell you?
That she had conversations with who said that he had a relationship with said relays saying the campaign isn't advancing these harassment complaints. It's all Lindsey Boylan on her own. And that there was an issue where the press secretary quit subsequently because she felt that these were not bona fide complaints and didn't want to advance them. I'm not sure exactly who said what in that cluster.
And I'm just trying to understand what you were alluding to. Are you suggesting that said this to Mr. DeRosa to try to advance the claims against you? I'm just trying to understand.
No, I'm just saying as a matter what I heard was said the campaign's not advancing these complaints. Period. Fast forward, the campaign does advance the complaints. And the press secretary then leaves. For what I believe, the press secretary says she was uncomfortable advancing the allegations because she asked Ms. Boylan about it. Ms. Boylan did not have any bona fide evidence.
Who conveyed that to you?
I heard that from Melissa DeRosa.
Did Ms. DeRosa tell you that she asked to reach out to?
I don't know how those conversations went.
Do you remember that after versions of this letter was circulated, there was a discussion about something shorter? That's more
There were
positive?
multiple discussions about multiple things.
Do you remember a discussion about a letter similar to the one that was sent out for Tom Brokaw?
There were so many conversations of so many options, I didn't even pay any attention.
Okay, so if you go to tab 35, and you're not on this, and I understand you don't really use email, but there's a email exchange, including to Melissa DeRosa, with some text from a letter that was used in Tom Brokaw, and then talk of doing that instead of the longer letter.
Yeah, I'm not aware of
That-
this, but
okay.
it doesn't shock me. As I said, everybody had an opinion.
Do you remember there being discussions about trying to get as many as 50 people to sign on to a letter?
I don't remember that.
Did anyone tell you that we're trying to get
They may
50
have.
people?
But again, Mr. Kim, there were so many ideas and options and discussions, I just tuned out. It was all irrelevant.
Okay, if you go to tab 36, and if you go to the email on the second page, there's one from Stephanie Benton to Linda Lacewell copying Melissa DeRosa with a long list of people. And it says, so this is progress. How do we get him 50-plus names? Would be great to keep his mind on this path, and would be a real shot in the arm if we can get him names in AM. Does that, reading that, jog your memory at all about Stephanie Benton and others talking to you about getting 50 names plus?
No, except that it's consistent with what I said to you, which is my idea was get female staffers to sign a letter.
Do you remember, and this email references keeping his mind or your mind on this path? Do you remember people trying to get you along this path as opposed to a longer letter?
I thought it was my idea to get the staff to sign the letter. I never had a suggestion about a long letter, short letter.
or a letter that's was more of the type we saw earlier versus the Tom Brokaw letter? You don't remember
I don't
discussion
remember
about that?
hearing Tom Brokaw.
Or a supportive, a positive short letter versus a longer letter?
No, but I wasn't wed to short or long or, positive, not positive. I just thought the vehicle of female signatories was a good idea.
Beyond that, you don't have a recollection?
No, and then they were all talking among themselves about, what to say, how to say it.
Okay.
But this is all to no point, if I may add, Mr. Kim, right? How many drafts of papers do you do on a filing that turn out totally irrelevant? 15 AUSAs give you their ideas. Then you say, thank you very much, but we're doing it this way.
This email's from Ms. Benton to Ms. Lacewell, and it's talking about getting the 50-plus names. And if you go on the next page after a long list of names, it says, send to Linda, tell her ask 50 names to sign the following letter, and then in quotes, there's a statement. Did you draft that portion?
No,
Do you know who did?
I do not know. That's a fairly innocuous, that's the saying that's on our pin.
I didn't characterize it one way or the other. I'm just asking if you drafted the
Yeah, I don't-
message to send this to Linda and ask her 50 names to sign the following letter.
I may have, I don't recall.
Other than discussions of a possible letter, do you remember discussions about anything else to do in response to Lindsay Boylan's allegations?
No.
Any discussions about identifying and circulating the positive things she has said about you and the executive chamber?
I don't remember it, but it may be a good idea.
How about identifying and publicizing the threatening texts that I think you mentioned earlier that she had sent to people?
I don't remember that either. But I think her threat, I don't remember this at the time, I'm telling you to this as we sit here today. I think her threat of retaliation and then her retaliation are kind of relevant, right?
Governor, on that point where you've mentioned this a few times about the threat of retaliation, if you could just provide some context for what the texts, what you understood they were related to, what the issue was?
We passed, during COVID, the election law requires that you must go out and get 50,000 signatures, pick a number, to sign an election petition to put you on the ballot. To get a signature, you have to go knock on the door. Hello, I'm Ann Clark. Hi, are you a registered Democrat? Yes, I am. Would you sign this petition? Or you do it in a shopping center, grocery store, something like this. COVID, you can't go knock on people's door, and we don't want all this interaction. I reduced the number of signatures that are required to be on the ballot statewide for every candidate. I don't remember the numbers. 40,000 down to 10,000 or something, okay? 5,000. But it was every candidate in the state.
Did you reduce the number of days?
We may have.
Okay.
But the point is, you don't want a lot of interpersonal contact. We reduced the number of signatures required. Lindsay, apparently, I didn't know this at the time, responds to that saying, basically, I know this was directed at me. We will be okay anyway. But, pardon my language, something like life is about getting even with a-holes, and I have the resources to do it. I think she even uses the word retaliation in there. You must have it.
Yeah, if you want to turn to tab 34, it's later in that letter that we were looking at. If you look at bottom of page 2 to 3, top of 3, that's what you're referring to, right? It was in the draft letter. The future is coming after assholes.
Absolutely not helpful. Please relay that while we are okay, I see what the point is here, and I will find ways to respond. The point is here had nothing to do with her personally. She's one of, 2,000 elections. I'll find ways to respond. Life is long, and so is my memory, and so are my resources. I mean, she makes that threat, and then she follows up, and she does it. I'm going to shoot you. And then 3 months later, somebody shoots you. Normally, people would find that factually interesting.
No, this is what you're referring to, the part of the letter.
I don't know if that's the full text. Is that the full text?
No, there are.
Yeah.
We have the
Full
we have the
text.
Yeah.
Do you remember any discussions about looking into her donors? Lindsay Boylan's?
No.
How about looking into getting the list of her vendors?
No. I know it was looked at to the extent that they identified, but that's all public information. It's on the record.
How about looking for evidence of campaign fraud?
No.
Did you direct anyone to do that?
No.
And so we talked earlier about one of the things you talked about with your staff was how to respond to if you got questions about Lindsay Boylan's. What do you remember the advice being or the discussions you had?
The advice was all across the lot. They circulated dozens of drafts. I agreed to a 2-line statement, basically, that I put out.
And so if you can look at tab 31. And this is a text exchange that includes Melissa DeRosa, Josh Vlasto, Daniel Ever, Rich Bamberger, Steve Cohn, Linda Lacewell, Richard Azzopardi, Peter Jamian. Are these some of the people you were consulting with during that time?
This is some of the people who are consulting with themselves.
Okay. And then if you look at the second page, they've drafted some possible responses. Yes, I heard about the tweet, about the comments were supposedly made, and there's just no truth to it. Or, yes, I heard about the tweet, and there's just no truth to it. It also looks like they're preparing you. Did you comment on her appearance? It says there's just no truth to the tweets. And then a statement, I support women having the opportunity to speak out. I believe in transparency, but there was nothing inappropriate that happened here. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. Is that sort of some of the back and forth that was going on before you?
I didn't pay attention to the back and forth, but this is now getting down to more like 2 lines, and I eventually did 2 lines. I don't think these are the 2 lines.
Yeah. If you look at the last page of this, Steve Cohn has some thoughts about, actually you can look at the second to last as well. Linda Lacewell says, does he get away with not answering if he commented on her appearance? And Steve Cohn says, I think going down that path doesn't end cleanly. No, doesn't make sense. Yes, invites another question. It sounds funky. And a quote, I often comment, seems similarly weird. The problem is LB doesn't mean what she says she must mean. He made a comment that was an inappropriate sexual innuendo. To that, the answer is strong. It didn't happen. But you're forced to unpack it to get to the direct no. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I was just going to say, and I know for the record, the governor is not on this pin.
Understood.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about here.
Do you remember having discussions with anyone about how to answer that question? If someone asks, did you comment on her appearance?
No, I don't remember any conversations like that. I
And-
remember this wound up being a two-line sentence, and that's what we released.
Yeah, or you said it, actually. But
Yeah.
at the time in December, if asked, did you comment on her appearance, you couldn't have just said no, right?
Did I comment on her appearance? Well, it's going to get into your point about the clothes versus, might I have commented on, what is the comment, you look nice today? What is that? That would be that conversation.
Right. On the comment here from Steve Cohn about that the suggestion was that he made a comment that was an inappropriate sexual innuendo. In your mind, does for a comment about appearance to be inappropriate, does it need to be about sexual innuendo?
No, I don't think so.
You can say inappropriate things about someone's appearance even if it's not, doesn't have sexual innuendo.
I think that's right.
So if you go to tab 32, this is actually the transcript of the press conference. If you look at page 12 out of 17, and at the top at 34 minutes 43 seconds, you're asked by Zach Fink about the tweet, and you say, I heard about the tweet and what it said about comments that I had made. It's not true, Zach. Look, I fought for, and I believe a woman has the right to come forward and express her opinion, express issues, concerns that she has, but it's just not true. That's the short statement that you made, right?
I assume yes.
And in this type of context, if you've had some prep with staff about things, about questions you might get, do you generally go out with something written, or do you, after prep, have it in your head?
Well, it's only 2 lines. 2 lines I can have in my
You have it in
head.
your head. So this is
Yeah.
the type of thing you kept in your head.
Yeah.
And when you said it's just not true, Zach, what's the it here? She, at this point, there was just a limited tweet about sexual harassment, right?
Actually, could we go back to have him look at the
Sure.
tweet, so he has that in front of him?
Tweet.
So this is a press conference on the 14th, so if you just turn us to the tab.
What time is it?
The press conference?
No, the
Press
33
conference
you
of
said?
14,
Yep.
and then the tweet is tab 30.
Yeah, I got it. It's, Zach says, an accusation by a former aide of yours that accused you of sexual harassment and said that it happened over a period of years. I want your reaction to that. I heard about the tweet and what it said about comments that I made, and it's not true. The it refers to sexual harassment.
And also, if you could look over at, if you go to 30, go to tab 30.
Yeah. Cuomo sexually harassed me for years. Many saw it and watched. I could never anticipate what to expect. Would I be grilled in my work or my looks?
Or harassed about my looks.
Or harassed about my looks. So the it refers to sexual harassment.
Had you seen this, the full tweet, before the press conference?
I probably did.
Had you ever grilled her on her work?
Grilled is your word. Did we have conversations about her work? Of course.
Sometimes you criticized it.
Criticized is your word. Would we have discussions about the work? Do I ask questions about the work? Yes, I ask questions about the work.
She wasn't perfect.
She was very good. She was very good. I don't know that she was accustomed, she was not an attorney, And I don't know that she was accustomed to the drilling down on questions, right? We want to give plant grant to rebuild. Are they going to create jobs? Are there more jobs than are there now? Do they repay? You know, I don't know that she was familiar with the drilling down on questions, but she was very good.
She was very good. Sometimes she could do better. And
Everyone can do better, right?
so at some point in February of this year, did you become aware of Lindsay Boylan publishing a longer piece in the Medium
Yes,
with more detail?
yes.
How did you first learn about that?
The press office would have told me about it.
Do you remember being in a meeting where it literally posted and people saying she just posted something?
No. It may have happened, but I don't remember.
Okay. And have you read it?
I have read it since.
Yeah. Was it, so you don't remember a meeting where you and members of your staff were preparing for something else, nursing home stuff, and then it posting and then people reading it aloud?
I don't remember that, but it may have happened. That happens all the time. You know, people post.
If you go to tab 53, this is the Medium post. And it's a long piece, and obviously you're free to read all of it or as we go forward, but just focusing on her allegations. It starts off with the let's play strip poker and her saying that on a plane ride you had said sarcastically, or you had said let's play strip poker, and she said that's exactly what I was thinking. Do you remember anything like this happen?
Yeah. Let's first on this piece. I don't believe she wrote this piece. I know her voice. I know how she writes. I've read many things that she's written. I don't think she wrote this piece. If you look, which I'm sure you have, her campaign hires a woman named who is a writer who specializes in sexual assault, etc. Are you familiar with this?
Really doesn't matter familiar with it or not.
All right. It actually does, but and
Not for the purposes of today's testimony.
well, and she also posts on Medium. Let's play strip poker. That never happened. I've never played strip poker. I've never used the expression let's play strip poker. That never
Can we just pause there? You've never in your life said strip poker or any version
I've
of
never said let's play strip poker.
Never in your life.
I've never played strip poker.
No. Well, not whether you played
In
it.
my life, I
Have you ever
never
said
remember
the words?
saying let's play strip poker.
Or the word strip poker.
I don't ever remember saying strip poker. We're flying home on a taxpayer-funded jet. Ooh, sensational. There is no taxpayer-funded jet. It's a 1974 propeller plane. If you were on the plane, you would know it had propellers because it's a dual propeller plane. I don't think you'd call it a jet and she was on the plane a number of times, Lindsay. It's very hard to miss twin propellers. Would you agree with me? Just as a matter of fact? Okay.
Yeah. It's not trying to be rude, but this
Okay.
isn't about me
I
answering
know, no.
questions.
I'm just asking. So, this is not a taxpayer event. He was seated facing me, so close our knees almost touched. It is impossible to sit on that plane. The seats face each other. They're only basically, it's a very tiny plane. It's impossible to sit on the plane without the knees almost touching. There are two seats facing each other. But it sounds sensational. His press aide was to my right, state trooper behind us. by the way, none of those people heard strip poker. She says whatever she says she said. Governor Cuomo has created culturalism in his section as so bullying, so period, it's only condoned.
Do you want the governor to go through this piece by piece?
Look, I have parts that I was going to ask, but this also is an opportunity for, if he wants to talk through it. I know at other times when I focus on one part, you and the governor have suggested that I deliberately didn't focus on other parts. So on this one, I'm happy for him to go through it, or I can have focus on particular allegations. So the strip poker never happened. You've never said that,
Right.
that word. Okay, if you go to page 2 at the top,
Parts of a supposed confidential personnel file were leaked in an effort to smear me. That's one version. The other version is she's making statements to the public in the middle of a campaign which were not true about her employment in public service. And what is the duty to correct those statements? AUSA says, I tried the most important organized crime case ever in the Southern District. Totally not true. But they're running for DA, and they say that. Is there should the U.S. Attorney's Office say, that actually isn't right, and they're running for office, and you're going to vote, and the voter has a right to know. But Ron Kim spoke out publicly. De Blasio said, bullying's nothing new. De Blasio said a lot of things about me, as you know. Governor's aides were attempting to disparage me. Nobody attempted to do anything. She was the aggressor who threatened retaliation, etc. Right? The Lisa Shields we discussed.
So if you go before Lisa Shields, there's a reference to a first encounter. Governor came at January 6, 2016 at an event in Madison Square Garden, New Penn Station, Farley Complex. He stopped to talk to me. I was new on the job, surprised by how much attention he paid me. Do you remember seeing her at this event?
No, but it would be normal for me to say hello to staff when I'm at the event. That's what I do.
Next allegation is my boss soon informed me that the governor had a crush on me. Had you ever said that?
I'd never said that to Howard Zemsky, and I don't know why he would say that.
Have you ever asked Howard Zemsky whether he said that to her?
No, Howard and Lindsay had a complex relationship, so I don't know why he would say that, but I haven't asked him since.
So you don't know whether Howard Zemsky said that to him or
not. That's right. Governor touched my lower back, arms, and legs. I may very well have touched the lower back.
Okay.
Let me take a photo. Began keeping tabs on my whereabouts.
So I have a note saying that court reporters informed us that we've hit the 2-hour mark. So
Okay.
I know we're in the middle of this letter, but maybe we take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Time's 12
Did
p.m.
we exhaust you?
Media 2.
Sorry. It must be the videographer.
Time's 12:35 p.m. This begins Media 3 on the record.
Governor, when we took the lunch break, we were in the middle of Lindsey Boylan's medium piece, which is tab 53.
Yes, sir.
I think if you when we broke, you were starting to address the part on page, I don't know, it doesn't have page numbers, but 1, 2, 3, 4, where it says, I had complained to friends that the governor would go out of his way to touch me on my lower back, arms, and legs. I think it's right above the picture of the next page.
Okay,
No, right above the picture of the.
okay.
Okay. And so, on that allegation, had you touched her on the lower back, arms, legs?
I had not gone out of my way to do it. If I did it, it was incidental. You take a picture with somebody, you may put your hand on their back, an arm, I don't know what that means. Legs, I don't remember touching her legs, but it was only incidental. I never went out of my way to do it.
And then the next is senior staff keeping tabs on whereabouts, and that you had talked about before, people asking where they are.
I think this is more of her and the senior staff, but they ask, where are you going to be? There's a meeting.
Okay. And then if you go to the next page, after the text chain, there's her discussion about senior staff employees gathered at the Empire State Plaza Convention Center in Albany to celebrate the holidays. And that's when she says she was called to your office and there was the cigar box. Do you remember that party, December of 2016?
I don't remember that, but that would have been the annual Christmas party. There's about 500 people at the party. And, well, that's it. There's about 500 people at the party.
Do you remember her coming up to your office during or after that party?
I don't remember that, but you have 500 people in the party, so you have a lot of the senior staff there, a lot of students. When I go back to my office and I just need to work on something, I'll say, can you get X to come? And if you're in a party or if you're in your office, they would just call you to come.
So that's not unusual to call someone up, a staffer,
No,
from a
that's
party.
you have to remember the state campus, they call it. It's like a college campus. It's like 8 buildings. They're all connected by underground tunnels. So if you're in one of those buildings, I'm at one end. If I'm going to have a meeting, if I say, we're going to talk about X, can you ask Ann Clark to come over? You might be in your office at the other end of the campus and you come over.
But you don't remember specifically
No.
Lindsey Boylan coming that
No.
day? Then at the bottom it says, his inappropriate gestures became more frequent. He gave roses to female staffers on Valentine's Day and arranged to have one delivered to me, the only one on my floor. Is it true that you have, in certain years, had roses delivered on Valentine's Day?
I've gotten into trouble for not sending roses. Now I'm getting into trouble for sending roses. What happened here is I had a public relations friend who told me one year, he said, I'll give you a great idea what I do. On Valentine's Day, I send women 1 rose in the office, and it's a nice gesture. I told Stephanie years ago, why don't we do that? On Valentine's Day, send the senior staff 1 rose. I didn't even know we still do it. And she must have just gone down the senior staff list and sent the roses. It's 1 rose. That is disconnected from the picture. I didn't send a rose and a picture of me. The picture is when we do an event, if there's a staff member at the event, they send them a picture pro forma afterwards.
And on the rose, is that something that Stephanie Benton handled every year?
Yes. It has nothing to do with the power dynamic or anything. She makes a list of the senior staff. She sends them a rose.
Did you look at the list of who got it?
No.
Did you know who got it?
No.
Do you have a sense of where the women who got it sat in the building? Was it this floor versus other floors?
I am sure she just went down the top 20 or 30 people. Lindsay, because of her dual hats, is the only senior person who sits at ESD And that's why she would have been the only person on her floor, because she sits at Empire State Development. There are no other senior staff there. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you know if the year that she received the rose, she was already deputy secretary or dual roles, or just chief of staff?
I don't know. My guess is she was deputy secretary.
And if she was just chief of staff to Howard Zemsky, would there have been a reason for her to be?
Depends
getting
where the
rose?
cutoff was. Even as chief of staff, she came to senior staff meetings, because economic development is like our main portfolio. And she was chief of staff to Zemsky, but she basically ran that agency. And Howard was in Buffalo, so he didn't come to many meetings. And he sent her. So I don't know. But it was, I'm sure Stephanie just used the senior staff list or the staff meeting list or some list.
So you don't have a recollection of either discussing with Stephanie Benton who should get it or looking at the
I
list?
never told her who's on the list, who's not on the
Okay,
list.
did you ever see it?
I don't think I ever saw the list.
She says on top of the next page, she kept her old agency office and remained on a separate floor. That was correct, right? That was true.
Yes,
right?
that's true.
Then it says the governor made unflattering comments about the weight of female colleagues.
Yeah, I do not do that.
Have you made comments, unflattering or not, about people's weight?
No, I don't make weight. I don't make comments about people.
How about being skinny or fat?
No, I don't make comments about weight, period.
Never.
Dealt with some people who had weight issues in life. I'm very sensitive about weight comments.
Have you ever said is too skinny?
I don't even think I said that.
Look how skinny she is, nothing like that?
No.
Even as a joke?
Governor, is it possible that you would notice if you thought someone lost weight or were worried or something along those
Yeah,
lines?
but it would be as a positive way, or if there's an issue with the person. But it's normally an issue, a topic I stay away from.
So you don't remember saying, commenting on how skinny she is?
I may have, because she tends to think she's heavy. I don't want to get into it. But, so I may have been like trying to counteract that. But as a general topic, I don't get into it.
Did you ever speak to about his weight?
No, they did tease about it, though, quite often.
When you say they, who's they?
There was actually a Christmas party that the troopers did a spoof video. And in the spoof video, I think there were comments about his weight.
Which troopers did the spoof video?
It was the overall, there's a Christmas party for the troopers, and the troopers do a spoof video.
Did you call any of the troopers who were involved with that?
Yeah, well, we let them know. I didn't handle it directly, but we let them know that was over the top. It wasn't actually his weight. They had him because his name is. So they had him depicted in this stupid cartoon as a.
And who was told that that went over the top?
This goes back years, but it was whoever was in charge of the detail at that time.
Anyone other than the troopers ever make any comments about weight?
I don't know. I don't know.
But you never did.
No. Not that I recall.
So if you go to the next part of that, the medium piece, it says he ridiculed them about their romantic relationships and significant others. How about that allegation?
I don't know what that means. I can make jokes sometimes about marriage.
What kind of jokes have you made about marriage?
Just about the basic advisability of the institution.
Mm-hmm. Have you said, go ahead.
No,
Have you said to anyone who's about to get married, why are you getting married, all ends in divorce?
no, I did say publicly, I passed gay marriage now, but don't ask me to pass gay divorce or something like that. But no, I'll tease a little bit about marriage, divorce.
Have you said to anyone that marriage just ends up in losing money?
No, I don't think so.
Have you said to anyone that marriage results in a decline in your sex drive?
No, I don't think I said that.
So what kind of joke?
I don't
other
think
than,
those are necessarily funny or true. Just, you know,
So what kind of jokes have you made?
I don't even remember what kind of jokes. Just, I don't remember what marriage jokes I've made.
But you think you probably had humor about marriage?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, and have you talked to staffers about their personal lives and their romantic lives?
I'll talk to people who, you know, are getting married. I've married staff members. Staff members have mentioned they are getting married, they are getting divorced, they're having a baby.
You've asked people about whether or not they have a boyfriend or girlfriend.
Yeah, I'll ask in sort of, if I have that kind of relationship with them, you're still with your girlfriend, you're still with your boyfriend.
Do you ever suggest staff members date each other?
Not, no, that's more of a Senator Schumer boast. He's had 22 marriages among his staff. But I've never suggested a particular coupling.
So the next line here, it says, he said the reasons that men get women were money and power. Is that something you've said?
No,
You've never said men get women through money and power?
no. Sounds like a line in a movie, but it's not mine.
You've never said it.
No.
And then she says, she has the part in here about being in your office, and as she got up to leave, that you stepped in front of her and kissed her on the lips.
Yeah, that did not happen.
Okay.
Just
Nothing
as a
like
factual matter, did not happen? No.
that. Have you kissed any staff member on the lips?
I kiss on the cheek. There may be an occasion where a staff member kissed me on the lips, but I kiss on the cheek as a rule.
Okay, and so which staff member has kissed you on the lips?
I don't recall anyone specifically, but it could happen that somebody kisses on the lips. You know, some people peck on the lips. Never a romantic kiss, but some people peck on the lips, even at public events, by the way. People I don't know. But as a general rule, I kiss on the cheek.
So, but you think a staff member may have kissed you on the lip, but you don't remember who?
Yeah, I wouldn't say to you, no one has ever kissed me on the lips on the staff, you know. But I don't kiss people on the lips as a rule.
So you can't say no staff member has kissed you on the lips, but you can't say who may have kissed you on the lips?
Right.
Okay. Does it happen often?
No,
How many times do you think it's happened in the last 10 years?
not many. But that's what some people do, and in life. And never a romantic kiss, right? We're just talking about a peck on the lips.
Okay, so but you don't remember who among your staff has done that?
No.
And that's, when you say you never kissed anyone on the lips, but they kissed you, obviously you mean both your lips touched, right?
My intent is to kiss you on the cheek. It then becomes, you know, sometimes maybe it's accidental, or maybe sometimes people just want to do a peck on the lips.
Okay, but you don't know who.
No.
Okay. How about that ever happened with?
It may have. I don't recall doing it, having a kiss on the lips with her.
You don't remember,
No.
but it may have happened.
Yeah.
But that would have been because,
Also, there are different events, you know. I was at her wedding, so sometimes there are different social functions, but I don't remember that, no.
but it may have happened.
May have happened.
How about,
I don't remember, but I'm not going to rule out that I've ever kissed someone a peck on the lips,
how
or
about
half a peck on the lips, you know.
Okay. Pecks, like peck, you mean lips touching, right?
Yeah,
Annabelle Walsh. Have you ever kissed Annabelle Walsh on the lips?
not that I recall, but I may have.
Okay.
Not that I recall, but I may have. You know, these people, this is like 10 years with people. Social events, weddings, parties, deaths, wakes.
Brittany Camiso?
Brittany Camiso, never.
That you're sure never.
Yeah.
Why are you so sure about that?
Well, I had very limited interaction with her.
Okay, but so it's got to be someone you have a lot of interaction with? You
Well-
don't remember for sure. You may have, but definitely not Brittany Camiso.
Well, the other people, a long period of time and a much closer relationship. Brittany Camiso only started working with me really during COVID. So it's a relatively short period of time. And I didn't know her that well and have that many dealings with her.
But Lindsay Boyland, no,
No.
never. That could not have happened?
No.
Okay, why is that?
I didn't have that kind of, first of all, I don't do it in general. There may be exceptions. And I didn't have that kind of close relationship with Lindsay. I may have given her a kiss on the cheek once in a while, but no, and not in the office like that. The way she claims on the way out of the office in front of Stephanie Benton, no.
Some of the people you're close to who you may have had kisses on the lip, some of those could have been in the office?
They could have, you know, you're asking me to speculate. Could have been at a wedding, could have been at a birthday party.
So who are the staffers with whom you have a close enough relationship such that you think you may have kissed on the lips?
No, I don't think I have kissed anybody on the lips. I just don't want to sit here and say to you, I have never kissed anyone on the lips. Absolutely no, period.
Well, I thought with respect to some, you said it's possible, and then with respect to Brittany Camiso, you said not possible because she's not someone I'm close to. I'm trying to understand who are the people who
I'm
it's
looking
possible.
at tenure, people who I've worked with for years. I don't even remember all the situations that I've been in with her, the weddings, the deaths, funerals, over 15 years. Could I have kissed her on the lips? Am I absolutely sure I never kissed her on the lips? No, I'm not absolutely sure I never kissed her on the lips. Brittany Camiso is the past year, always in one type of environment. Yeah, I feel confident saying I've never kissed her on the lips.
Okay. So who else is in that category of?
The long-term employee who I've been in a variety of situations with where I would be uncomfortable to say I never kissed them on the lips.
So be in that category?
Would be in that category.
Annabelle Walsh?
She would be in that category.
Okay.
Would be in that category.
Okay.
Be in that category.
Okay.
Be in that category.
Have you kissed any men on the lips?
Not purposefully. I kissed them on the cheek often.
Okay. But not not on the lips other than accidentally?
I may have kissed a man on the lips.
Who?
I don't know.
But not none that you remember.
No, but same answer. I'm not going to say I never kissed a man on the lips.
Have you ever lied down on a couch with your head on the lap of a staffer?
I lay down on the couch often because I have a bad back. So I will often lay down on the couch with staff in the room and when we're going over documents or something else. I'll put my hand behind my head to sort of prop it up and look at the documents. There have been times when people are sitting on the couch and I'll lay down on the couch. Sometimes they move. Sometimes they stay there. I don't remember a time when I had my head on their lap, but I'll lay on the couch and there'll be a person who, there's been times when the person sat on the couch.
Okay, so you lay down on your couch. Sometimes people sit on the couch, but you don't remember ever lying down with your head on
their lap.
You don't remember that ever?
No.
Do you ever do that with me?
Could be proximate, put my hand behind, have my hand on my head on my arm.
And your arm perhaps leaning against?
Yes.
Okay.
Propped up, but I don't remember having my head on their lap.
Okay, how about
No, same. Same.
you don't have a recollection of putting your head on her lap and lying on the couch?
I don't have a recollection. I have a recollection of laying on the couch quite often, with people sitting next to me quite often. I don't have a recollection of my head on their lap.
But when you say that your arm could be in the back of your head, could that be leaning against
Yes.
the side of their leg?
Yes.
Is that you? Do you remember that, or is it Ms. Clapp
Yes.
saying
That's
okay?
what I was saying to you when I had my arm behind my head.
Okay. Have you ever lied down with your head on lap without your arm there, but just
I may have.
you may have, but you don't remember?
Right.
Have you ever touched any staffer on the butt, the behind?
If anything, a man, not a woman.
Okay, which man did you touch on the behind?
I don't know. I don't remember any man, but if it ever happened, it might have been with a man. No, I don't remember any particular man, but I just want to say as a blanket, never happened. And if it happened, it might have happened with a man.
How about
No. No, I don't have any recollection of ever touching a woman on her butt.
you don't remember ever touching any woman on the butt?
Well, let's qualify this, okay?
He can answer his question. I understand
Yeah,
you're
I
trying to
don't-
do. He's fully capable of
I
understanding
have
the
no
question.
recollection of touching a woman on her butt. May it have happened accidentally, incidentally? Yes, but I don't have any recollection of purposefully touching a woman on the butt. May have given a man a pat on the butt. I don't remember that either, but that may have happened.
And presumably, touching women on the butt, there are people you were in relationships with at the time that you may have. I don't want to exclude that as a possibility.
Say that again, please.
People you're dating, seeing,
Oh, if I'm
married to,
dating a
yes.
woman, yes, then I may have touched her on the
But
butt.
other than that, you
Right,
don't remember ever intentionally touching any woman in the butt.
right.
And does that include any area near the butt?
Could you define near the butt?
Do you understand where a human's butt is? And anywhere near there?
Well, near the butt now becomes an expansive area. But
Yeah, I mean, you can
I have-
explain. You may hold people in pictures near the lower back. That's what I'm trying to explore. What
yes,
you do remember?
in a
you don't.
picture, might I have my hand, You have a number of people, you're taking a picture, you're taking a group shot. Do you have your hand on the lower back? Do you have your hand on a hip? Depending on the configuration, that might happen.
But you have no recollection of intentionally putting your hand on anyone's butt,
Oh, right.
other than people with whom you
Right.
have an intimate relationship
Right.
at the time. Do you remember a regional economic development council award event where Maria Bartiromo served as the MC?
Yes.
Did she do that more than once, or?
I think she's done it a couple of times.
And do you remember any such event when Lindsay Boylan was also in attendance?
She would have been in attendance at those events while she was here because those were her main economic development event.
And are those award events, are they in Albany or are they in New York City?
Albany.
And do you remember any such events where you traveled there or back with Maria Bartiromo?
I don't, but on the state helicopter, it is for the transport of authorized personnel only who are state employees. So if Maria Bartiromo went up or down, I would have probably been on the helicopter with her, or another state employee probably would have been with her.
But you don't have a recollection of taking the helicopter with her?
Not specifically.
Do you have a general recollection of being on on a helicopter with Maria Bartiromo?
I do not.
Do you have any recollection of, after one of those events, there being a discussion about whether Lindsay Boylan should come back with you and Maria Bartiromo on the helicopter?
I don't remember any conversation.
Do you remember ever saying that she should come back with you and her not coming back with you on that helicopter?
No, I don't remember that. I wouldn't have that conversation about directly, normally anyway.
What do you mean by that?
I wouldn't normally say to someone, I want you to come on the helicopter. You know, the staff determines
Right.
who travels where.
Did you talk to any staff about having Lindsay Boylan come back with you on the helicopter with Maria Bartiromo?
No, I don't have any recollection of that.
Do you remember ever being on an airplane or helicopter with Maria Bartiromo and Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember that.
Have you commented on Maria Bartiromo's appearance to anyone, physical appearance?
Not that I recall, except to quote my father, who said she had a face like Sophia Loren.
So you quoted your father saying that she has a face like Sophia Loren? Who did you make that
I
comment?
may have said that. I may have said that a couple of times.
To who?
I didn't say it to Maria Bartiromo. Just in passing, I don't remember to who.
Have you ever made any comments to people about breasts?
No.
Have you ever been with Lindsay Boylan at the mansion where your dog was there?
My dog is always at the mansion. She has been at the mansion at events.
And have you ever been there where your dog was scratching or jumping onto or around Lindsay Boylan?
I don't remember my dog jumping near Lindsay Boylan. He normally doesn't, they don't come into events.
But if, whether it's at an event or not, you don't remember any interactions with Lindsay Boylan involving your dog?
No, he's not the most socially friendly dog, so we tend not to expose him to a lot of people.
Has he bitten people?
No, but he's big and he bumps and he jumps and
Has he bitten any troopers?
he, as a general rule, doesn't like troopers. I don't think he's bitten any troopers, but he's not fond of some of them. Some of them he loves, Some of them he doesn't love.
Any time when the dog was either jumping around or on Lindsay Boylan, where you said words to the effect of, if I was a dog, I would mountain you too.
That is a gross and vulgar statement, and I wouldn't say that to anyone under any circumstance.
Because you've never said that.
That's a gross and vulgar statement, no.
Now, after the Medium article, do you remember discussions with your staff about how to prepare and respond to some of the more specific allegations in the Medium article?
I remember the discussion just as a whole continuum that we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm. Although there is some time difference. So the tweet comes out in early December, and then the Medium piece comes out in February. So it's not, there is some.
I don't remember any differentiation.
Okay. If you look at tab 59, it's in front of you. See, this is a list of questions that Melissa DeRosa sent to Stephanie Benton.
Yep.
Do you remember sort of going through a list of questions like
No, I
this?
don't. No, I don't, sir.
You don't?
No.
Okay. Can you stay on that tab? I just wanted to go through some of these questions. So I think in our testimony today, we've probably covered most of all of these questions, but did you forcibly kiss Ms. Boylan? I assume is no, from your prior answer.
Right.
Did you touch her in the legs and arms and torso? We've covered that. Strip poker, we've covered. Did you ever call Lindsay Boylan Lisa?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Could you have by mistake, or you don't remember?
I don't remember ever calling her Lisa.
Okay. There's a question here of, have you ever had an inappropriate relationships with women on your staff? What's the answer to that question?
Inappropriate, I assume, means a sexual relationship with women on my staff. The answer is no.
Have you had any romantic relationship with any member of your staff? Never?
No.
Never?
Never.
The question, and you don't remember going through and preparing questions like this?
No.
Okay. What's your understanding of why Melissa DeRosa might send an email like this to Stephanie Benton? Would it be to convey it to you?
These are questions that they will offer before I go out to a press conference. She's saying these are questions that he's going to get asked.
Do you know if Liz Smith ever prepared a list of questions to prepare you for a press conference?
She wouldn't send them to me. Liz Smith may have been working with Melissa and that group, but not with me, to me directly.
What's your understanding of Liz Smith's role in advising you or the executive chamber during this time relating to sexual harassment?
She's a political advisor, press advisor, friend of Melissa's. Melissa trusts her judgment. She's very smart. So Melissa will talk to her as a press advisor.
Do you talk to her?
She worked for me in a campaign. I think my last campaign, she was a paid advisor.
Have you had discussions with her directly on issues relating to the sexual harassment allegations?
She was, I think she was in attendance at a meeting that we had, or on a phone, where they were all giving their 2 cents on how it should be handled.
And what was her view on how things should be handled?
I don't remember.
So if you go down here, there's a question, do you have regrets about the language you have used toward women in the workplace? Do you remember being asked that question in preparation for any of your public appearances, or ever?
No, ever. I don't think the press have ever asked me that.
Do you have any regrets about the language you've used towards women in the workplace?
I don't have regrets. Look, if you could always state everything over, I'm sure I would state things. If I could restate everything I've ever said to a woman or a man, I'd say it differently. But generally, no.
You have no general regret. You have no regrets, generally, or specifically about language you've used with women in the workplace.
No.
The next question starts, you have a long history of saying inappropriate things to women. Is that something that someone suggested you have done?
No. Oh, eat the whole sausage. I did say that. That was taken totally out of context. There is a tradition at the New York State Fair in Syracuse that every elected official goes to a store that vendor that sells sausage. And the political tradition is you order a sausage in a bun with peppers, and I was with my daughters, and the political tradition is you have to eat the whole sausage. You can't just take a bite and then put it aside, and the press is all around. So that's what I was talking about. It was at a sausage event, at a sausage shop, but some press quipped that it had some other connotation, sausage.
Have you ever referred to any women in your staff as honey
I may have.
or sweetheart?
Well, on the staff, I frankly can be a little old-fashioned this way, and I'm conscious of it. And I have 3 daughters who keep me conscious of it, not to say sweetheart, darling, honey, hun. And I am conscious of it. Have I slipped on occasion? Yes.
And who are some of the people you may have called honey,
I don't
sweetheart,
know.
darling?
I don't know.
But it could have happened.
Could have happened.
But you don't think recently?
I don't think anywhere near the frequency. One time in my life, honey was a fine thing to say. Darling was a fine thing to say. It's not anymore. So I'm very aware of it. But there are times that I slip.
But that's not an example of regrets about language you've used toward women in the workplace. You don't have regrets
I didn't
about it.
think of it in terms of that. I thought it was more asking about specific things that I may have said to a woman.
I'm going to now move off of Lindsay Boyland, but before I do, I don't know if any of my colleagues have any questions. And also, if they don't, is there anything about your interactions with Lindsay Boyland or her allegations that we haven't covered based on my questions that you can think of that you want to?
No, I think you have a.
Why don't we do this when we have a break? If there's anything, he can confer with us,
Okay.
and we may do something at the end.
And at the end, you can also give a sworn statement on the record of whatever topic you want. So there'll
Okay.
be an opportunity.
Everything's sworn.
Everything's
Doesn't have to-
sworn.
It's
but
all
I guess
sworn, all across the board.
A statement not tied to any particular question.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything that we want to clean up on the end, I may ask him some questions.
Yeah, at the end, we should
fine.
obviously take a break and then before we close
Right.
the record.
Okay.
Okay.
New topic.
New topic, so we're making progress. When did you first meet Charlotte Bennett?
A couple of years ago.
And how do you remember meeting her first?
The most salient recollection I have of meeting her was I was working at the mansion. She brought over a PowerPoint. She dropped it off, and we had a conversation.
And when she came and dropped it off, what do you remember her role or position being?
She was a junior assistant slash briefer, sort of a starting position. People do briefings for the next day, general office work.
So there are people who go by the function or title of briefers
Briefer,
and do they put together books for you?
put together a briefing book. We'll do administrative work,
And how many briefers are there at any given time?
3 or
About?
4.
And so are they different than your executive assistants?
Yes,
But do some of them sometimes
Yes.
play the role of helping?
yes.
And the executive assistants, what are their general duties?
Phones, dictation, typing.
Okay. And briefers are putting the binder together and dropping it off with you. But sometimes there are briefers who would help out on the phone, dictation, typing.
Yes, sir.
Does that generally fit the description of Charlotte Bennett's role over time?
Yes.
She started out as a briefer and then started helping out on.
No, the briefers help out on the administrative functions also.
Okay. Do you remember at what point in time Charlotte Bennett started helping out more on the executive assistant type functioning?
No, I don't think you really transition from briefer to helping out on administrative things. Briefers do help out on administrative things.
Okay. Did Charlotte Bennett sometimes travel with you?
Yeah.
And not do all the briefers travel with you?
Briefers who are also doing administrative duties too.
And who are some of those people? Who are some of the briefers who have had those administrative duties?
I forget, I don't remember their names. There are people who will come down basically to the city when I'm in Albany, Stephanie's busy, stays in Albany, they come down to answer the phones. Or they staff the phone here if they're in New York City.
Did you play any role in deciding to have Charlotte Bennett help out on the administrative side?
No, I didn't hire Charlotte Bennett. I don't get involved really in Stephanie's decision of who works where. If a person doesn't do their job or doesn't work, I'll tell Stephanie. But if it's working, then it's fine.
So once they've started to help and things are not working out, you might tell Stephanie,
Yeah.
so-and-so's not that good.
Yeah.
How about in deciding who's going to, someone who hasn't been doing that to start? Are there discussions between you and Ms. Benton about so-and-so should play that role or not?
No, it's more a person doesn't work, and then we go to the next person. That person doesn't work, we go to the next person.
So with the Charlotte Bennett, you don't remember having a discussion or being a part of the decision to have her start playing that role?
No, but she seemed competent and capable and eager. So, I think she would have, and in her performance, she was competent and good.
And so it sounds like, and did you find her to be competent and good?
Yes.
Okay. Were your interactions with Charlotte Bennett generally positive?
They were generally positive, but different.
And what do you mean by that, different?
Different. She had a particular background and a particular mindset and was at a particular place in her life that she was working through, which is different than other employees.
Okay. So tell us about the particular mindset, the particular place in her life, and what she was working through, which you said is different from other employees.
The most memorable I don't know when I actually first met her, but the most memorable interaction I had, she brought something over to the mansion, memo or draft PowerPoint or whatever it was. And it was like a Saturday or something, and I was just going through all this paperwork, and I said to her, so basically, what brought you here? And meaning to the administration. And she started to say she came because of what the administration had done on sexual assault and the laws that we had passed on sexual assault, which were national groundbreaking laws. And she was so excited about that work that she wanted to come be part of the administration. And volunteered in a very forthright way. She had been a victim of sexual assault. And I'm going to tell you this, but obviously leave it to your discretion as to the use of the information to respect her privacy. And the college was unfair and biased, and she had a fight with the college. And she got through it anyway, and then started an organization on campus, I believe, to organize students, and wanted to be a woman's advocate for justice, and was attracted to the administration because of all the good things it did. And she wanted to learn the skills necessary to pursue that.
And she said these things to you when you spoke to her in January at the pool house?
I was going to say, I don't think you gave a time frame.
Okay. So do you remember when it was?
It was when she came to drop something over at the pool house. I don't have a date. But that forthcoming, with that detail, in sometimes a clinical way, and then sometimes a very emotional way. And I was just stunned by what she said, and touched by what she said, and disturbed by what she said.
And did you say anything in response?
I said to her, I was going through a situation in my own personal family that was eerily identical to the situation she was talking about. So eerily identical that I at first thought to myself, is there a way that she actually knows this? It was that close to what I was going through. So I said to her, look, I understand a little bit because I have someone in my family who had the same basic type of experience. I said to her, I'm telling you this in confidence. I don't want you to share it because people don't know. And I don't want people to know. More importantly, the victim doesn't want people to know. But I understand what you're dealing with, and it takes tremendous courage. And I'm sorry for what you've gone through. And I respect you taking that energy and putting it in a positive place. And the trick is to take the pain and turn it positive. There will be pain in life, but how do you take that pain and bring it to a positive place? And that's what you're doing. And that's a good thing. And any way I can help you do that, I will.
And in telling him about your and your family's experience, did you use the words cone of silence? Did you tell her in a cone of silence?
Yeah, cone of silence and confidentiality, because it was about my family member. It was not public. Mm-hmm. I wanted her to know that I had a situation that I could relate to her, and this wasn't bizarre, and I wasn't being judgmental. I got it because of this, but cone of silence, please don't share it because of the privacy of my family member.
And when she had told you about the work that the administration had done, did she specifically mention enough is enough in 2015?
I don't know what legislation she mentioned. We had done a number of bills. I think she was talking about mostly our work vis-a-vis universities.
Okay. And did you tell her, do you remember telling her in words or substance that she shouldn't let that experience define her because people in power never give up power? Do you remember saying words to that effect?
No. She would often juxtapose concepts. On the advocacy, she wanted to be a female advocate and change the way institutions treat women, and especially how universities deal with sexual assault. And we had done a tremendous amount on that. I was saying that is a long battle. You have to chip away at it. Don't think you become an advocate and in one fell swoop you're going to change the world. It's a process. It's a journey. It's a destination. And it's hard. I think she said something like, well, why don't you make the universities do this? And I was saying we did everything we could, but these are calcified institutions, and you don't just change everything overnight.
Okay. And you said that she would often juxtapose subjects. What do you mean by that?
She could hear things through a filter, is the best way I could say it. She processed what she heard through her own filter. And it was often not what was said and not what was meant.
How did you know how she processed?
Because you would repeat it, and it was different than what I had just said.
Okay, so you would say something, she would repeat it, and it wouldn't be what you said.
Right.
Okay, what examples of
Just
that?
in general, just.
Any examples?
No, but sometimes you would put two concepts together, like institutions are powerful people. It wasn't people, it was powerful institutions, but there was a disconnect sometimes.
So it sounds like this was a conversation. How long did that conversation last?
That was a long conversation.
Hour?
She told that whole story, like without break.
So how long?
Half an hour.
Anything else you remember about that conversation?
It was very tough for me because it brought back, didn't brought back because it wasn't over. It was her in pain and trauma and working through the trauma and trying to figure out what to do with it, and angry at parts, but then a little light at parts, and crying at parts, and I was in the midst of dealing with a family member on the same thing and having the same discussion and the same issues, and it was just a repeat for me. So, and it was sad.
You said earlier that it sounded so similar to something you were going through. You thought for a second, did she look it up and say, what was that about? Did you think she was?
That's my paranoid, been in public service too long, been under the microscope too long. It was so similar that I said, is there any way she knows about this other situation with my family member? It was that similar. But I quickly dismissed that.
That's something you were thinking at the time?
Yeah.
Okay,
It was that similar. It was like
Okay.
incredible.
Anything else you remember about that conversation?
No. I was just wiped out afterwards.
So that sounds like obviously a very serious conversation. And that happened in Albany at the pool house. Prior to that, were your interactions primarily with her in New York City?
I don't even remember.
You don't remember?
I
You
don't
don't
remember her
interactions
before
with her
that.
in New York? You don't remember meeting her before that?
I don't remember any incident with her or any discussion with her before that.
You remember seeing her?
I had to see her before. It was not the first time
Right.
I saw her. But I don't remember any dealings with her.
You don't remember any conversations with her?
No.
You don't remember her coming in to provide dictation or the...
Before that?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
How about just banter, any friendly discussions with her?
No.
You remember talking to her about her family?
In that conversation. I
Or
talked
before?
about-
Before.
No, in that conversation.
Okay. Other than conversations on that day about the family, any discussions with her about her father, how he...
Only about this. That was the main point.
How about, not about that event, but her father, for example, liking motorcycles and having discussions with you?
I don't remember anything.
Okay, no discussions about the
No,
family?
but Mr. Kim, there's like, 10 people in that category who come in and out and all day, and I try to, I talk to them, but I didn't remember anything.
Yeah, I'm trying to just gather what you do remember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Just 1 second.
Yeah.
I know you said you didn't recall when the conversation happened where you talked about her history of being a sexual assault victim. Was it before or after the pandemic started? Can that help you place it?
It
relatively?
must have been before.
Thanks.
Okay, so you don't remember any real interactions with her before that? You remember talking to her about her boyfriends?
No.
Okay.
She then talked about her boyfriends after this.
Later.
Yeah.
So like including a That's
So-
all, that's after.
Yeah.
Okay. How about just joking with her, you talking to her, for example, about singing a song? Do you remember telling her to sing Danny Boy?
I think that would have been after.
That would have
this.
been after too. So before that, you don't have a lot of
No.
interactions. Okay. So what's the next thing you remember happening with what's the next interaction you remember with Charlotte Bennett after that meeting?
Then just a series of, for me, that was a moment of new awareness. And then when I would deal with her, this was always the backdrop of our discussions.
Okay, so then what kind of discussions do you have with her after that?
It was before the pandemic, because then she comes up to Albany at one point to help on the pandemic. And everything was basically closed down. She had been at Westchester before, where she lived. She came to Albany to help. She was staying in a hotel. There were only a few people working. I said, "How are you doing? How are you feeling? How's everything going?" She had like a regimen. She was exercising, and I was saying, "That's great." She was doing a lot of analytical work, and she said she had no. All she did was work and go back to the hotel, and there was no real. She hadn't made any friends on the floor. That there was a group of young people who did work on the floor that would go out, but she wasn't part of them. And I said to her, "Well, you should get to be part of them. They're a nice group. They're an easy group. Just talk to one of them and say, you know, what are you doing? When are you going out? Can I go along with you guys?" We talked about that at one time.
Remember asking her who you hanging out with?
Well, that might have been part of this conversation. Hanging out. Yeah, she was hanging out with nobody.
Did you suggest to her? Did you ask her about if she had any interest?
No, when she was saying, I can't, she wasn't part of that clique. She didn't call it a clique, but this group of young people who were going out so that there was some social activity. I said, there are some people on there, they're just very nice, easy people. It's not like you have to, it's hard to break into. Was one of those people she said was in that group. I said, he's sweet as pie. Just a sweet, nice guy. Just say to him, you know, when you guys go out, I'd like to go out with you. It's very easy. They weren't difficult kids, you know. So I made that point to her.
Okay. How about Jack? Did you ever suggest?
Same
Did you hang
thing.
with Jack?
There's another, it was simple, nice, sweet, and I was sure that if she said, I'm up here, I'm alone, invite me when you guys go to dinner, that they would say yes.
Did you, with your staff, sort of informally talk or gossip about who's seeing who and who's hanging out with who? Is that the type of conversation you have had with people?
No, I've learned subsequently, and when I said hanging out, we talked about I just meant hanging out as friends. Charlotte she told a number of people about her experience. So people were aware of it. I assume she's told a number of people, because a number of people were aware of it. So I think there was more of
By her experience, what are you talking about?
that she was a victim.
Okay.
And sometimes she'd be very forthright about it. So there was some people who were aware of that.
How were you aware of that she had told other people?
Because other people knew.
Who?
Just people on the floor would chatter,
Like who?
like junior staff people. More the people that she would hang out with, a younger group.
And who are some of those people?
They're like press people, they're like intern level, lower level, 25-year-old starter.
Any names?
I don't really know many of them. But there's a significant number of young people who are just sort of coming up for a first experience.
So my question was a little bit separate from Charlotte Bennett, this question, which was more, have you had conversations with staffers that sort of just informally ask them who's hanging out with who's dating who, what's going on, type of gossipy type conversations? Have you had those types of conversations with staffers?
First of all, hanging out to me, maybe this is generational. Hanging out to me is just hanging out as friends, right? Dating is different than hanging out. So I was trying to get out with the...
No, I'm not trying to suggest hanging out to anything more
Okay.
than hanging out.
No. I mean, look, is there gossip? It's Albany, it's a small town, it's a state capital, it's one office. Everybody goes out to the same restaurant, the same bars. Is there gossip chatter like there is in any organization? Yes, probably a little bit more because it's Albany. But, I mean that in a nice way. Because it's a capital town, so the people you work with go to the same restaurants. Like DA's office in Forlini's, But no more than usual.
Do you sometimes say to staffers, tell me what's going on? Tell me
I don't
what's new?
ask, but
You never
everybody
ask?
loves to tell the governor something.
But you never ask.
Not really. But people like to tell the governor something.
So do you sometimes
Like
say,
they like to tell the U.S. attorney something, right?
do you sometimes say, tell me something new? What's going on? You never ask. They just
I'll ask
volunteer.
what's going on, but not meaning like that.
What do you mean by like that?
Well, what's going on, not about who's dating who.
You never inquire about
What's
who's
going
dating.
on, like in the world, what happened with Biden today, what's happening in the Senate, are we getting transportation money? Like, that's what I'm interested in.
Not trying to ask a trick or loaded question. Just trying to ask, do you have conversations with people like, what's going on? Not what's going on with Biden, but what's going on with people, staff.
I don't
You
solicit
You don't
that.
solicit any of that information.
No. Do people pass on gossip from time to time? Yes.
But they pass on gossip, but you never solicit it.
Never solicit. I never say never about anything. Might I ask a follow-up question or have a specific? Yeah, but as a general rule, do I ask? No.
As a general rule, you don't ask people what's going on, how are people doing, who's hanging out with who. Hanging out meaning just hanging out. Who's
How are
friendly with who.
people doing? Yes.
Okay.
You're during COVID. It's isolated. You're working 24 hours a day. You're scared to death. How are people doing? Yeah. Not who's sleeping with who.
Okay. Again, didn't have that in my question. Not talking about COVID times. Generally, as a general rule, you don't solicit sort of questions about people, who's friendly with who's hanging out with who, but they like to tell you things
Right.
because you're the governor. But
I think that's the general
they
rule.
just come and you
Yes.
don't really ask them.
Yes.
So, is that the type of conversation you have had with? Have you had any conversations like that with Charlotte Bennett, where you ask sort of questions about, other than what you've said, which it sounds like the way you've described it is, she said she is lonely. You said, well, why don't you try to hang out with these young folks? They seem nice. Other than that, any conversations with her about, informally, about office gossip type
No.
things?
With Charlotte, I tread very lightly because with a victim of sexual assault, and she was clearly fragile and in a delicate place. I was very careful about those conversations.
Always.
Yeah.
And did you ever, for example...
I lived this in my life. I know this. I know this and how delicate it is.
Okay. So have you ever asked her, for example, to memorize lyrics to a song?
I never asked her to memorize lyrics to the song. You mentioned Danny Boy. Danny Boy is a song that we would sing together as a group. None of us could ever remember the words. Oh, Danny Boy, then everybody stops. So I might have asked her, I've asked at times for people to Google the words so we can read the words. I may have said, okay, your job is to get the words for Danny Boy, but something like that.
So that may have happened.
That may have happened.
You don't remember it specifically. How about Bohemian Rhapsody?
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah.
No. What is Bohemian Rhapsody?
It's the Queen song.
Which one?
You can't do it right now. But you remember any discussions about that with her?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Have you ever sung parts of a song to her?
Maybe Danny Boy.
Okay. How about Do You Love Me by The Contours?
No.
On a phone call?
No.
Do You Love Me? No, you don't remember doing that to her?
No. I don't even know that song.
You don't know that? You don't know the Do You
Let's
Love
do another
Me?
verse.
It just says Do You Love Me? It's The Contours.
Could you give us a couple more lines?
No, I can't.
No, not
You
that I-
don't. You've never sung
No.
that to her.
No.
So have you sung a chorus of any song to her?
I think you just answered.
Yeah. No. Not that I
Never.
remember.
On the phone when you're talking to her?
No.
While she's taking dictation?
No.
Have you ever talked to her about how many push-ups she can do?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us about that.
She was exercising daily, which was a positive thing and a constructive thing, I thought. And I wanted to encourage her on that. So I said to her, we'll have a push-up competition. I said, how many push-ups can you do? And she would give a number. And I said, oh, that's nothing. I said, I'm going to do your push-ups plus 20 when you get to a number that is respectable. And then for like a couple of months, she would come back and she says, okay, I'm up to 30. I'd say, that's nothing. 30 is nothing. It's a waste of my time. And then she'd come back next month. She'd say, I'm up to 40. And I'd say, that's nothing. It's a waste of my time. And we never actually had the push-up competition.
Did she ever do push-ups in front of you?
There was one time where I said, because she got up to like a very high number. And I said, well, how do you, you're doing the push-up wrong. How do you do a push-up? And I said, you're doing a cheating push-up. That's not a real push-up. I think she said she could do like 40 push-ups or something. So I said, no, I'm talking about a real push-up, nose touches the floor. And either I did a push-up, nose touches the floor, or she did a push-up to establish what was the proper form. No, she did the push-up. And she did nose to the floor. I remember that because I was a little intimidated.
And that interaction where she did push-ups, that was in Albany?
No, I think it was here.
Okay, so that was before the conversation you remember from the pool house?
unless we were down here. I would come down here during COVID too.
I see. Can you place that exchange relative to the conversation up at the pool house?
No.
Could have been before, could have been after.
Yeah.
You said when you saw her do a proper push-up where she touched her nose to the floor, you felt a little intimidated. Did you say anything along those lines to her?
No.
Had you made any
It
comment?
was always this, I'll do 20 more than you can. But you have to get to a respectable number. And whatever number she came back with, I said it was not respectable.
But after she did the proper push-up, you didn't say, now I'm scared, or that?
No, I may have said, okay, we agree on form. Something like that.
Do you remember, have you made any comments about her appearance?
In what regard?
Start with, have you made comments about her hair?
Not that I recall.
Do you remember she had her hair in a bun at one point?
No.
Do you remember calling her bun after that? After
No.
she had her, you don't remember that?
No.
Do you remember,
She had her hair in a bun and I called it a bun? No.
how about, do you remember her ever wearing jean shorts?
I remember her wearing jean shorts in Albany.
Yeah. And then do you remember telling her she looks like Daisy Duke?
Yeah, I remember her wearing jean shorts, which frankly I thought were a little inappropriate in the office. And I said something like, I said, what are you wearing, Daisy Duke shorts today? Not that she would know who Daisy Duke was. I think Daisy Duke must be like 110 now. But just to register a little bit about the shorts, because I thought they were a little inappropriate, but I didn't really want to say anything directly.
So you do remember saying that?
What did the shorts look like?
They were jean cut-off shorts.
How short were they?
They weren't short, but I never saw anybody wore jean shorts into the office before.
What day of the week was it?
I don't remember, but it doesn't even matter. I never saw, even on the weekend, I mean, we have casual dress, but not jean shorts. But I didn't want to say to her, you know, I was sensitive in what I was saying.
Because of what she had told you about her experience in college?
Yes.
And you were sensitive, so you said it looks like Daisy Duke shorts?
Yeah, she wouldn't know what it meant, but it was I thought, a subtle way to say those shorts were a little off.
So you said it specifically because she wouldn't know what it meant?
I didn't want to say to her, I think you're dressed inappropriately.
Do you remember commenting on her eye makeup?
I don't remember commenting on it, but I do remember it was, I thought it was a little different. I don't know if I ever said anything.
Do you remember calling her wings as her eye makeup goes up?
I may have said something like that.
Remember sort of using wings as a nickname for her?
I don't remember that, but I mean, it's possible that if the day I said that, I called the wings.
Do you generally give nicknames to people or use nicknames?
Yes,
Like what are some
not
nicknames?
generally, but
What are some nicknames you've used for staffers?
Beth I'll call Bethesda. Robert, who goes by Bob and Robert, they will call Bobbert. I call Rita, my new friend, lovely Rita Meter Maid. I call Sharon, South Side Sharon, because she's from the south side of, it's the bad side. just a little levity that I try to inject. Sharon and Rita didn't find it funny, but
Did you have any nicknames for Charlotte Bennett?
I don't think so.
Did you sometimes call her Lot?
Charlotte,
Yeah.
Lot, maybe.
Charlotte?
Charlotte, no. Unless she drank lattes?
Did she drink lattes?
I don't know.
What did you think of her work that she did for you?
It was fine. I mean, she did phones and administrative work.
Did she seem smart?
She seemed smart enough and fragile. She was fragile,
Always fragile?
always fragile,
Even before she had that conversation with you?
always fragile.
What do you mean by fragile?
That I think she had gone through a very difficult situation and was still working it through.
And you observed that about her even before the conversation you had with her in the pool house?
It became clear to me after that, pieces fell into place after that conversation.
But before that, she seemed fragile?
She seemed a little different.
What do you mean by that?
Just to me, there was something peculiar about part of her personality. Nice, smart, but something a little different. I don't really remember her that well at all before, but when I heard her story, then I remember thinking, now this makes sense.
Okay, and so even before her story, you thought she was fragile.
I didn't think that much, frankly, before the story.
But now you think she's fragile.
Still to this day,
Well, I don't know. You said she seemed fragile, so I'm trying to figure out when you thought she was fragile.
I thought she was fragile all through the time I knew her.
Okay, and then to this day too.
Haven't seen her in a while.
Have you seen the interview that she gave CBS?
No, I didn't watch it.
Why not?
I find the whole situation depressing, frankly.
So you didn't see it, or have you read a transcript?
No, I don't want to.
Do you think she was a hard worker?
I think she was a competent worker. I think her attendance was fine. I didn't keep track of her that well, but I have no reason to think no.
Do you remember people talking about that how hard she was working?
No.
Do you remember people talking about how for a while she was holding on to a couple of different roles, including helping with the briefing book, but also helping with administrative work?
No.
Do you remember discussions about how she wouldn't be able to travel with you as much because she had a lot of other things going on that she needed to do?
No. But I wouldn't know that.
I'm not asking you whether I'm just asking you whether you did.
No.
Did you ever say anything to Annabelle Walsh about how hard Miss Bennett was working
During COVID,
at any point?
I may have. I do that from time to time. If I see one person, sometimes they'll have, because I work 7 days a week, so sometimes, I'll see a lot of a person and then say, why don't you switch off? Because I've seen this person for the past 2 weekends. That happens from time to time. I don't remember saying it about Charlotte, but I say it frequently.
Did there come a time when you learned that Charlotte Bennett would stop working with you?
Yes.
Okay, how did you learn that?
I forget who told me that she was changing positions. I don't remember who told me.
Was it Jill DeRosier?
I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember. Do you remember about when?
No.
Okay. Does June of last year sound about right?
June of last year is just a blur because it's like the COVID year.
It was during the COVID year.
Yeah.
And you don't remember who,
I don't remember who I heard it from first, no.
what did you hear about why she would be no longer be working with you?
I don't remember who, I don't remember this discussion of why she was leaving or where she was going. I don't think anybody talked to me about that.
So you just learned from someone, you're not sure who, that she would be moving. She wouldn't be.
Yeah, it wasn't
Working
about
with
the
you.
move. There came a point in time, and I don't remember when and with who exactly, but I had a vague discussion that of her not being comfortable in the position and wanting to do something else. I don't remember when that was or where that was.
Did you learn that she was not comfortable in the position because of an interaction with you?
I later learned that it was the interactions with me, not a specific one.
Later, by later, what do you mean? After, how long after she stopped working with you?
I don't remember.
Shortly or months?
I don't have no, it was during COVID. It was relatively insignificant in the scope of things. People came, people left, who was quarantined, who was not there. So I don't remember where.
So you just remember being told she's no longer going to be working with you. You remember learning sometime after that it was because she was uncomfortable with an interaction with you.
Generically, yeah.
Okay. And then who, if anyone, did you have discussions with about that?
The first conversation I had really about that was with Melissa DeRosa, who came at it from a different angle, who said basically I shouldn't have been having personal conversations with Charlotte, and that she was a trauma victim, and I forget how Melissa said it, but that she was a little off in terms of personality, and a victim of sexual assault is dealing with trauma and is susceptible to different interpretations of things, and just why were you talking to a victim of sexual assault who you knew was off?
So when was this conversation with Melissa DeRosa?
Sometime last year.
Okay, so you have a general recollection of being told she's not working with you. You also had a recollection that you learned that it was because of an interaction with you, and then a conversation with Melissa DeRosa. When was the conversation with Melissa DeRosa relative to the learning that it was because of a conversation with you that she felt uncomfortable? Presumably
Afterwards,
after. Okay.
yeah.
And where was that conversation with Melissa DeRosa?
It was, we were in a car, I think in New York City.
Okay. And what did you say?
I got offended. I said, yes, she's a victim of sexual assault. But what does that mean? She's a kid, and that we should just give up on her? She's irredeemable? I said to Melissa, I said, how about if I said that about I'm going to make it up, Well, they're a victim of sexual assault. So they're a little off. So they're damaged. So we're not going to deal with them because, you know, you're a victim. It's irredeemable. You're scarred for life. You're a damaged person. And even though you're 25 years old, that's it for you. You're never going to figure it out. You're never going to work it through. I said, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't believe it, and I'm not doing that.
So what is it that she was saying you had said that you shouldn't have?
She was saying you had no business talking to this girl. You knew she was damaged. You knew she was a victim of sexual assault. And you shouldn't have put yourself in that position.
That's what Melissa
Period.
DeRosa was
Yes.
saying? And so I'm trying to understand, what is it that you shouldn't have done? Talk to her at all?
Engage in any conversations
Whatsoever?
whatsoever.
That's your understanding of what
Yes.
Melissa DeRosa was saying?
Personal conversations. Any personal conversations.
What personal conversations did you understand?
She talked to
was-
me
let
about her
finish.
rape.
What personal conversations?
That she was
Did
a...
you-
Good.
Okay. What personal conversations did you believe Charlotte Bennett was saying you had with her?
That she was a victim of sexual assault.
That was the
Governor, was there a specific instance where you felt Charlotte was uncomfortable with you that you recall?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to talk about that?
No, I just want to understand what Melissa
I
DeRosa
think
said.
she was talking about, well, what Melissa was talking about is, why did I have a conversation with her about her sexual assault?
Okay. How did Melissa DeRosa know about your conversation with her about sexual assault?
She had to get it in reconstruction. She had to get it from June and Jill.
Okay. Judy
Judy,
Mogul and Jill.
sorry.
And so you understood that Judy Mogul and Jill DeRosier had spoken to Melissa DeRosa.
Yeah, in reconstruction, I now get it all. Yeah.
Okay. Had they spoken to you?
If they had spoken to me, it wasn't in detail, and I don't remember it. But if they had said to me, you had personal conversations with Charlotte that she finds upsetting. Yeah, I know the conversations that I had with her. I'm very well aware of them. And Melissa's point was, you shouldn't have had a conversation with her about rape.
Okay. Putting aside the rape, had Melissa DeRosa, was she talking to you about some of the other personal conversations you had with her, Charlotte Bennett?
No, the only other conversation that I believed Charlotte found problematic was, she comes to me, she says she's going to give a speech to her alma mater, which was Hamilton or Hobart, one of the two. And she's very excited because she's going to be able to speak about the sexual assault experience. Would I help her on the speech? I said, yes, I'll help you on the speech. What do you want to say? And I said, do you have anything written? I'll read it. She said, no, I don't have anything written. I said, what do you want to say? And she went through basically what she wanted to say. And I found it hard to follow what she was saying, she was going to say. Except her point was the university did the wrong thing by her. She said, what do you think? I didn't want to say, that speech doesn't work. Because, as I said, I wanted to always tread softly. I said, let me tell you my advice on a speech. The rule of the 3 I's. Speech is either about inspiration, information, or impact. This is not about inspiration. This is not about information. It should be impact. So just make it impact. I was raped at this school, but then I was violated a second time by the school when They victimized me a second time by denying my victimization. And I was raped and then victimized a second time by the school. I said, that impact. The school, the institution of the school victimized you. She did not like that idea. Visibly, she didn't like it. And said, basically, that's not my voice. That's not my voice. That's not who I am. I said, okay, okay. That was just my idea. Whatever you want to do, I'm sure it's going to be great. But that was the one conversation where I would have said she was disturbed by something.
Okay. And so is your understanding it was that conversation that led her to say she was uncomfortable and didn't want to work with you anymore?
What I have been told, again in reconstruction, was that she said to Judy and Jill that I didn't sexually harass her, didn't make any advances. She had a number of conversations with me about her rape, which she wished in retrospect that she didn't have. She considered me paternalistic and a friend, but she was uncomfortable because of the conversations that she had, was the thrust of what I had heard from Judy and Jill.
How about your saying that you'd be comfortable dating or seeing someone as young as 22?
I never said that.
You never said anything like that?
No. She said to me...
Okay, well, let me pause. Putting aside whether you ever said that, is that something you were told by Judy and Jill or Melissa in that conversation as having been said?
I don't think they related. It's one of the stories that I heard.
At the time,
that
they
she
didn't tell
told.
you that at the time.
Not that I remember, but it's one of the stories I've been told. This is during COVID. She comes in and she says, I've been looking at your social media, all sorts of women want to date you, which is a running joke, right, all through this. There's a group called Cuomo Sexuals. Women are sending me these videos. I want to date you. Chelsea Handler's running around on Twitter saying, here's a video. I want to date you. I'm doing interviews. They're saying you're the most eligible bachelor. She comes in and says, I'm looking at the social media. All these people want to date you. I say, yeah, well, that's great. That's great. This is chit-chat while we're doing whatever we're doing. I said, well, go back and find me a good candidate, whatever that means. And she says, she said, what qualifications? And I said, anyone over 22, which I not only have no memory saying, it doesn't even make sense to me. It's not even funny. What does that mean, anyone over 22? My daughters are over 22 years old. It just doesn't make any sense. So I don't remember saying it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Okay. I'll ask you about what you remember saying or not saying. So you don't remember ever saying 22. Okay, let's take these conversations one by one because there's a number that have come up. So first, in May of last year, and I get you don't remember the specific dates or times, but during COVID, you mentioned that she talked to you about giving a speech in Hamilton College.
Right.
And you were giving advice on the speech. It sounds like you thought she didn't agree with some of your advice. In the context of that, did you say to her you were raped?
In the speech?
No, to her as something to say you were raped.
No, that was part of the speech.
Did you say it to her?
Yeah. I said, the speech is, I said, here's my idea of impact for the speech. I was raped at this school, right? Because the first rule for assault victim overcome assault is to acknowledge the issue, which she was very clinical about and acknowledging. I was raped in this school, but I was violated a second time by the school. That was the impact that I was
And in the context of delivering that message, did you say, in effect, you were raped, and repeat that phrase? You were
She
raped.
says I said it 3
You
times.
were raped.
I never
You
did.
were raped.
I never did.
You never did that.
No.
You know you never did that.
Yeah. It's what she heard, I believe, or what she thinks she heard. It's not what I said, because the emphasis was the school. The first point is, in this proposed speech, I was raped at this school. That grips people. And you admit it and you acknowledge it. I was raped by this school, at this school, at this school. But I was violated by this school a second time. That was the point of my idea.
And when you said, I believe that's what she thinks she heard, you think she heard something else and then thinks in her head that you repeated you were raped 3 times. You think that's a figment of her imagination?
No,
because she's
I'm not
damaged?
saying she's delusional.
I'm actually going to object to that form.
You can object.
That
Yeah,
was.
I think, look, you're going to have your
What?
own recognition, your
Well,
own
Yeah, so, sorry, let me,
memory of what I said.
point
Not
taken, because I was trying to
maybe-
repeat what you, or give the sense, because you said, I think that's what she heard.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, because normally
Okay,
people can hear the words and remember them.
yeah, I think
So
you.
I don't understand the
You
comment.
can leave here and have a different interpretation and say, I think he said this. Doesn't mean you're damaged. Certain statements resonate with people. I think I was raped. Not you were raped. I never said you were raped. I was raped. She says I said that 3 times. I didn't say it 3 times.
And you're sure of that?
I'm virtually positive because it makes no sense in the idea of the speech that I was relaying.
Right. Putting aside whether it makes sense or not, you don't remember the date of this conversation. You barely remember interactions with Charlotte Bennett. She's one of many assistants you've interacted with over the years. And you know you were helping her with this speech that included a reference to her being raped. But you're also testifying you're certain you never repeated the phrase, I was raped 3 times.
Mr.
Is that your
Kim,
testimony? I'm just
no,
trying to
here's
understand.
my testimony. You would remember how you talked to a rape victim about rape. That's my testimony.
Okay. Do you remember around when this was, this conversation?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you definitely remember that you did not repeat.
No, I'm
I was
going to
raped
take a
3
break, okay? Thank you.
Time's 2:19 p.m. This concludes Media 3 off the record. Time now is 2:33 p.m. Begins Media 4 on the record.
Governor, during this conversation with Charlotte Bennett, when she was talking about her speech at Hamilton College, did you say to her at any point that you were lonely for the pandemic?
We had a separate conversation, I don't know if it was at the same time or a different time, about the COVID. I was doing the COVID briefings every day, and I started to talk about the isolation of COVID. COVID had another consequence that was not a medical consequence. It was isolation of human beings. You can't touch anyone. You don't see anyone. You don't see your family. You're stuck in your apartment. You're all alone. that concept of loneliness in COVID is something I was talking to people about because I wanted to articulate it in my briefings, and I was. So I would talk about that, the loneliness of COVID. Not my loneliness. I wasn't, frankly, I had all my kids. I wasn't that lonely. But the loneliness of COVID, the isolation of COVID. And I talked to a lot of people about that.
Did you tell Charlotte Bennett in any conversation that you were lonely?
No, I talked about the loneliness of COVID. I was not particularly lonely,
You never said that to Charlotte Bennett.
not that I recall.
How about that you wanted to be touched?
No, not that I wanted to be touched. I was talking about the concept of touch during COVID. You can't touch another person. You're afraid to touch another human being. What does that do to you? But it's a concept of it, not me.
You never said to Charlotte Bennett that you wanted to be touched.
No,
Did you ever say to her that you wanted to get on a motorcycle and ride to the mountains with a woman?
no, not without the woman. I may have said, and I've said on occasion to my staff, I'm going to leave you all here. I'm going to get on my motorcycle and drive into the Adirondacks, which, by the way, I do. Like I'm just going to get away from it all and leave you all, you figure it out. And I would say to them during COVID once in a while. I'd say, I'm going to get on my motorcycle, I'm going to the Adirondacks, I'm going to leave you alone. You solve COVID.
Did you ever say to Charlotte Bennett that you wanted to ride, get on your motorcycle and ride to the mountains? Let's leave out for the moment.
I
with a
may
woman.
have said that.
You may have said that part.
Yeah, may have said that rhetorically. This is terrible. It's every day. It's not getting better. I'd love to get on my motorcycle and drive to the Adirondacks. Let somebody else figure this out.
How about get on your motorcycle, ride to the mountains with a woman?
I do not remember saying that. And I've driven to the Adirondacks many times, never with a woman. And if I take my motorcycle to the Adirondacks, it's to be alone, so I wouldn't want to bring a woman.
Do you remember a subsequent interaction with Charlotte Bennett where she and came into your office to take dictation from you?
No, but that would happen often.
Do you remember a time during COVID when both she and were wearing masks and you had commented on the breathing in and out of the mask?
No.
Do you remember ever commenting saying, you look like the alien in Predator?
No. No.
You've seen...
I don't remember it, but it sounds funny. I could see that.
Okay.
But I
You're
remember
aware of the
saying it.
movie Predator and Alien?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember ever saying something to the effect of, and if there was ever a sexual harassment investigation, they would say, I said you look like the alien in Predator?
No, I don't remember that either.
Do you remember then subsequent to that initial conversation where you spoke about her speech, upcoming speech at Hamilton, where she told you again that she's going to be giving that speech?
A second discussion about the
Yeah.
speech?
Yeah.
She then, it was coming like close, and I remember said she was going to do it. I didn't go near the conversation about the speech again.
Okay, why not?
But just because I had the conversation and it didn't work. I remember her saying she gave the speech and it went very well and she was happy and they celebrated or something like that.
With champagne?
I don't remember that part, but that she gave the speech and she was happy with it.
Did she actually tell you she took your advice on some of the speech and incorporated it?
No, not that I remember.
Do you remember her telling you that her speech was going to be...
I don't remember that.
Do you remember ever talking to her about monogamy?
No,
You've never had conversations with her about monogamy?
I don't remember talking to her about monogamy.
Did you ever ask her if she was sleeping with other people? Who she was sleeping with?
No. Sleeping with, no, I would never ask her who you're sleeping with.
Okay. Or hooking up with?
Or I would never say hooking up with. I did ask her at one time, it's a conversation she refers to, did she, I don't remember the exact words, did she or does she have relationships with older men? That conversation I had with her.
Okay, how did that conversation come about?
I had a conversation with someone who relayed second or third hand that Charlotte was, and again, privacy discretion, I did not want to ask her directly. And again, this is all, when I said that the filter for me was all as a victim of sexual assault and somewhat aware of the possible consequences of a victim of sexual assault and how it plays out. So I said to her something like, do you have or did you have a relationship with an older man? I don't think she responded. That was my way of saying, if she wanted to talk about something that was going on here, I wanted to give her the opportunity. She didn't take it. I didn't say anything else about it.
So you asked her if she had been with an older man.
Either was she, or I don't know the tense. Did she date older men? Was she dating older men? Something like that.
Okay. And why did you ask that question?
Because if she wanted to talk about what I had heard, which was I wanted to give her the opportunity to do it. But I didn't want to say it directly, so that's the way I posed the question.
Okay. And this was at a time, this is after that initial conversation about her being a victim of sexual
Yeah.
assault? Okay. And in asking that question, were you no longer worried about sort of steering clear of those subjects? I think you had testified earlier, you decided to
I thought
stay
this was
clear of
my
that.
way of treading lightly, given those facts.
And so she did not respond to your.
No.
And then did you ever ask her? It sounds like you said you did have discussions about the people who are writing sort of love notes or admiration notes to you, right? You mentioned that earlier.
She raised that. She said, I've been reading your social media. There are a lot of women who want to date you.
Did you ever say to her, can you help me find a girlfriend?
Yes, that's what I said to you before. I said something to the effect of, oh, good, see if you can go find me a good candidate.
You also mentioned earlier, I believe, that she mentioned Jada Pinkett Smith and Chelsea Handler.
No, I
don't
didn't
think
say
he
that.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
Did she?
I don't remember her saying that. I mentioned to you that Chelsea Handler had sent me videos or was tweeting me or whatever.
Do you remember discussing either Chelsea Handler or Jada Pinkett Smith with Charlotte Bennett?
I think I would have said, I don't remember it. I probably would have said Chelsea Handler is a little bit too wacky for me or something like that.
And
Jada Pinkett Smith, I don't know.
okay, and in terms of criteria for your prospective girlfriend, did you say anything to her about it,
No,
even as a joke? So
No.
Someone in the 20s would be fine. That's not something you said.
no. And it's not a joke and it's not even funny.
Do you remember her saying that saying wouldn't it be difficult for you to date because it would be hard for you to have privacy?
I don't remember her saying that.
And do you remember saying anything to the effect of privacy would not be an issue for you?
I could have said that, but I don't remember that whole, I don't remember why she would have said that. You can't date because you don't have privacy. I don't remember that whole conversation.
Do you remember saying that any girlfriend, you would want a girlfriend in the Albany area?
No.
Do you remember having any conversations with her about a tattoo?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
She said she was thinking of getting a tattoo. And I think she showed me a picture of it or she described it. And this again was just unsolicited. I didn't say this to her, but I had happened to have a conversation with about a rape victim getting a tattoo. That's when I said this was all eerily similar for me. It said to me, a rape victim often feels indelibly marked post the victimization. And a tattoo can be like a scarlet letter that they are marked. And that stuck with me. And there are three things that you can do when a person says they want to get a tattoo. And I had asked this question previously for myself. Don't say no. You can say, wait and think about it. You can say there is now a tattoo that is, quote unquote, a semi-permanent tattoo with semi-permanent ink, whatever that means. Or put the tattoo somewhere where somebody can't see it in case you wind up reconsidering. I said to Charlotte, tattoo is a big decision. You may want one now, you may not want one later on in life. I left out the first two options and said, maybe at least you put it somewhere where it can't be seen. I then said to her, you know, the state police have a rule that a tattoo cannot be visible outside of the uniform. So think about it. It's a big decision. But if you decide to go ahead, think about putting it somewhere where it won't be seen if you wind up regretting it later on.
Did you specifically suggest a butt?
No.
Just somewhere where you
Where
can't
it
see?
won't be seen.
Did you talk to Charlotte Bennett ever about her piercings?
Not that I remember, and I don't remember piercings.
Do you remember her telling you how many piercings she has?
No.
Do you remember ever asking her whether she had any piercings other than in her ear?
No.
Do you remember sort of after, it doesn't sound like you remember particular days well, correct, that you saw her?
Right.
Do you remember that after one of these conversations, you saw her again the following day, early morning, on a weekend?
No, but assume I did.
Do you remember a weekend day where she came in, Stephanie Benton and Melissa DeRosa were there, but then they left, and it was just Charlotte Bennett?
No, but I wouldn't necessarily know that anyway.
Okay. And do you remember asking her to come in and help with your iPhone apps, an app on your iPhone?
No, but I could have.
Is that something?
Not an app on my iPhone. I don't have any apps on my iPhone.
Were you working on your book with your iPhone?
Yes,
How did you use your iPhone?
dictation. I dictated into the iPhone.
And did you ever ask Charlotte Bennett to come and help you move something from your iPhone?
That I could have done.
Fair to say you're not great with the technology?
That is more than fair.
And so on occasion, she would come in and you would ask her to help. But you don't remember a particular morning. Do you remember on that morning or on any other day saying words to the effect of, have you found me a girlfriend yet?
No.
And then that's...
But we had I'm sorry, sir. We had a conversation where I said, go out and go look and find me a good candidate.
How many different times do you think you've had the conversation about finding a good candidate for a girlfriend?
I thought it was just the once.
The one we've talked about earlier.
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned the Daisy Duke, but do you remember that being a weekend as you were leaving, you saw her wearing jeans?
I don't remember when that was.
You don't put this together in terms of how close in proximity, time-wise, it was to these other
No.
conversations? Okay. Do you remember commenting to her that she seemed low energy the day before
No.
and asking her whether she was hungover?
No.
Is that something that seems unusual or uncommon? Would you talk to staffers about, did you go out? Were you hungover? Are you hungover?
If the drinking was interfering with their working, yeah.
As a serious matter, like that they're not performing their functions well because they're hungover?
Yeah, if they had a drinking issue that was affecting their work, yes.
How about as a joke, you seem low energy, are you hungover?
Not so much.
Okay. So any other interactions you remember? Now we've covered a few interactions, and in some of these questions I've tried to place it on particular days, but it doesn't sound like in your mind you put them in clear days. But any other interactions with Charlotte Bennett that you remember?
Just want to have one moment. Governor, with respect to your conversation with Ms. Bennett about her speech, and you were giving her how you would deliver the speech, do you recall whether or not she used the words overpowering to you along those lines, overpowering her?
Yeah, those words to the effect that when I gave my suggestion of the speech, which I may have done in speech language, an impact speech is a bunch of tone, et cetera. She said, that's not my voice. She like physically almost moved back in the chair, that you're overpowering my voice or my idea was the general notion. And I backed off.
And when you delivered the speech, that you would give, how was your voice? How was your delivery of it, if you recall? Or how would you have done it?
I would have speechified, right? It's impact. It's an impact speech. So it's all the way you say it and you deliver it. And this is impactful. I was raped when I was at this school. And that's a powerful statement. But then I was violated a second time by the school. And I would have said it impassioned to her because that was the point of the speech. And I would have said it in my voice, which is also true, which is not her voice. And she said, basically, I felt that's not my voice, or you're overpowering my voice, and she didn't like it.
How did you feel after that conversation?
I was, I was fine. Be careful how you say things. They can be heard a different way. And especially when you're talking about sexual matters. That's why when you ask hook up, have sex with, I would never say anything like that. And if the person has a bad reaction, back off.
Okay.
Just back off.
And with respect to the conversation that you remember having with Charlotte regarding whether or not she was dating or had a relationship with an older man, were you concerned about Charlotte?
Well, that was the point. Now she's a grown-up. That's your business. There's no law, etc. How did she wind up in that situation? I don't know. Did she feel exploited? I don't know. Did she feel trapped? I don't know. Was she acting something out? I don't know. She's an adult. If that's what she wants to do, fine. Did she want to get out of it? Did she need some help in extricating herself? That's what I was trying to find out. But I didn't want to say, I know you're doing this. First of all, because I had it like second or third hand. Plus, it's no good was going to come of that conversation. So I tried to do it in a way where if she wanted to say, I have a problem, or I got trapped, or that was a window for her to do it. That was what I was thinking.
So you've said you don't remember telling her that you would date someone as young as 22. But do you remember Judy Mogul or Jill DeRosier telling you that she says you said that? Do you remember that?
I don't remember if Judy or Jill told me. I know she has said that.
Mm-hmm.
But
so you don't remember whether coming from Judy or Jill?
No.
Jill.
But
Okay.
I don't even understand how I could have possibly said it because it doesn't make any sense to me. You know, sometimes I can make a bad joke or a throwaway line or something, but what is that? What is the significance of 22?
Or in the 20s? You never said anything like that?
No.
Okay. And did Judy Mogul and Jill DeRosier, when conveying what Charlotte Bennett told them, did they tell you that they found her to be credible?
No. They never said that.
Did they give you any sense of what she felt about Charlotte Bennett's credibility?
They told me their uniform feeling was this is a woman who had gone through sexual assault and my word is fragile. I don't know what word that they would use. But Melissa's point was sort of their point, which is this is a sensitive, fragile woman, and it's dangerous to be engaging with her. That concept strikes close to home for me. There are young people who go through things. And I dealt with Charlotte the way I would want someone to, the exact same way. There was never a suggestion that I wanted to date Charlotte. All right? I mean, just think about it. That was never the concept of grooming. Nothing happened, but I felt like we were on a path to something maybe happening. She felt that way. I understand that, I respect it. But this is all her perception, right?
Do you remember the conversation you had with Melissa DeRosa in the car? How did she react?
Her point was, she says to me, I don't know why you're engaging with this woman. You have a personal conversation with her. You know how, this isn't her word, but she's fragile, she's a little bit off. You put the whole administration in jeopardy. And I said, I find that offensive. I find that offensive. And who the heck are we if we're going to say, well, this kid went through this, you better not engage. Just send them down the hall and let them work for somebody else. You know, I get pragmatically, yeah, that would be smart. And a lot of my life is pragmatic. And I live most of my life pragmatic because it's a pragmatic world. And risk is not a good thing in my life. But I thought I could help her. I thought I could help her. I studied this. I've read books. I lived this. She needs help, and I thought I could help her. And you know what? I still am schizophrenic on the whole thing. Well, you should have just walked away. Yeah, I should have just walked away. But you know what? That stinks on a human level. That just stinks. So that's that.
And what did Melissa DeRosa leave the car and sort of storm out of the car? Do you remember that?
Oh, it was a bad conversation.
Did she leave the car?
Well, she said she had to go to lunch. She said, go to lunch.
Did you end up having a conversation with her later that evening or that day?
I don't remember.
Did you speak with anyone else about the conversations with Charlotte Bennett?
No, then I, at some point, had a conversation with Judy and Jill, and that was it.
How about Stephanie Benton?
Not really.
Did she tell you that she thought some of the things that she heard you said were inappropriate?
Look, they all want, I don't know what she said. She didn't, I don't remember her saying it to me. They all want to now say, you shouldn't be talking to a woman who is a victim of sexual assault. You shouldn't be talking to her about her rape. Yeah, I get it.
How about other things? About dating, girlfriends? No one said those
There was no
things.
girlfriend talk. There was no girlfriend talk. You find out and you're going to say nothing? Knowing that a person often acts out, and here she is, a kid, and you say absolutely nothing? Well, it's not your place. Yeah, I know.
So on that point, other than asking her, have you been with an older man, you didn't say anything else?
I never said, the tattoo conversation we had, I never said but. She may have heard that's where nobody's going to see it. I never said but. The
Older man, you said he said, but she didn't respond.
older man, she didn't respond. Well, I thought the older man, he meant him. Yeah, I get what she thought. That's not what I was saying, but that's what she thought. I get it. I've been looking on social media, all these women want to date you. Yeah, go find me a great candidate. 22, I would have never said 22, and it doesn't make any sense anyway. And she then imputes it to mean her. I don't get that. But then why wouldn't I have just said your age? But and then the speech conversation.
Do you remember after Charlotte Bennett expressing her concerns to Jill DeRosier that and Judy Mogul that there was a change in protocol or practice put in place about whether young staffers could staff you alone or should staff you alone?
I don't remember a protocol change, and I don't think there has been a protocol. I remember having a conversation that, look, how do you protect yourself against any allegation? You'd always have to have a witness. Now, I'm pretty paranoid, as you know, having investigated me for so many years. There's always, virtually always additional staff there. Everybody can hear everything. Doors are open. But you'd have to have a witness, literally full-time, all the time, is the only way to deal with that problem.
So do you recall a discussion about a practice where it would not be one
We talked
staffer?
about having a full-time witness situation.
You didn't have a discussion about how you should not be left alone with one
I didn't have
female
that
staffer.
conversation. Because it's not just female, it's male staffers. What would stop a male staffer from walking out and saying, he said, let's go to lunch? I took that as a come on. You'd have to have a full-time witness to everything.
Was there any discussion with anyone about whether it would be better for a staffer not to be alone with you to protect the staffer from any inappropriate conversation?
No, I got it to protect me.
No, but did anyone else discuss that possibility?
No, not that I heard of.
Do you remember an instance where and were staffing you together and then left and you were alone?
Not especially, but I remember.
And do you remember Melissa DeRosa calling you to wrap up the meeting because you were alone with?
No. She may have done that, but I didn't
Okay.
know that's what it was about.
At some point in time, did you learn that Charlotte Bennett would be going public with her allegations?
Basically, when she did.
Okay. How did you learn about it?
I think she did it.
and then you learned
Yeah.
in the New York Times?
Yeah.
And when you read the New York Times, did you read the New York Times piece?
No.
You've never read it? Okay, if you can turn to page tab 65. So this was the New York Times piece that talked about her allegations. So you didn't read it when it came out?
No.
You haven't read it to this
Nope.
day?
Nope.
You're not curious about what it is she's saying?
No. I mean, I know basically what she's saying
How do you know?
because I've talked to people about it and I've responded to press questions.
Okay, so who told you the details?
The press
about-
person would have told me.
Okay, who's that?
As a party,
And did they walk it through for
yes,
you
yeah.
line by line? Or
Well,
allegation
issue by
allegation?
everything I had to know.
But you didn't read it yourself?
No.
Do you not normally get articles or press clippings that mention you sent to you?
Yeah, normally do.
And what do you normally do when you get them?
If I normally read them, unless I don't want to read them.
Okay. And this is one you didn't want to read?
Right.
Because you knew, well, did you know it was going to be,
No, because I talked to somebody about, I get briefed on what's in the news anyway.
okay. And so you were briefed by the press people. You didn't read this, correct?
Right.
You didn't read any reporting of Charlotte
I didn't
Bennett's
watch her on
allegation.
the TV, right.
You didn't watch her on TV. Did you get a report of the notes that Judy Mogul and Jill DeRosier took from their conversations with her?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
I don't remember, but at one point I got a report on their notes.
Did they literally read the notes on a call?
No, they just talked to me about it.
Okay. And so through those, and did you respond to the allegations to them?
I told them what I told you.
Okay. And so it wasn't like was it a point-by-point discussion, or
No.
just generally what you were thinking and how you interpreted and how you think she interpreted it?
Yeah, well, it's all her interpretation. You did all the men. He meant him. Yeah, I know. That's what you think.
Okay, so if you go to, and then did you make public statements about Charlotte Bennett's allegations?
I responded to the press.
Okay. And who did you discuss the response to the press with?
I would have talked about the press team in general.
Okay. And if you look at tab 74, this is one of the statements that you issued.
Yep.
And you say, Ms. Bennett's initial impression was right. I was trying to be a mentor to her. See that?
Yes.
Okay. When you said then her initial impression was right, I was trying to be a mentor to her, how did you know what she was alleging? Was it just through what the press people were
Yeah.
reporting to you?
Yeah.
Without,
Well, Judy.
Judy.
Judy and Jill said she thought I was being paternalistic and a mentor, and then she changed. Or she said that somewhere.
but was everything she was saying, were you being a mentor to her in your mind with respect to everything
Yes.
that you said?
Yes.
Including the comments about the girlfriend, Chelsea Handler?
She said to me, I'm looking through your social media. I said, find me a good candidate.
Okay. Find me a good candidate. That wasn't mentoring.
But what was I supposed to say to her in response to that?
I'm just trying to understand. Is that wasn't part of
It was a throwaway
the
line.
mentoring.
It was an insignificant conversation.
Okay. That part was an insignificant conversation. That's
Yeah.
not mentoring.
No, that was insignificant. She also said hello. She also said goodbye. She also said, do you want a cup of coffee? Do you need a sandwich? Yeah.
No,
I
but
mean,
those she didn't allege, to be fair, she didn't allege the hello, goodbye were things that she took issue with. She did specifically allege that the conversations about girlfriends. You're saying, you deny saying
I understand, Mr. King.
20 younger.
But
So-
her allegation is, let's say the 22. I didn't say that. But even if I said that, how was that a solicitation of her?
Okay. So that you deny, the 22, right?
Yeah.
Did you ever say to people did you ever consider saying, I never said that? That part.
I think I did say, I never said that.
When did you say,
I said I never said what she heard.
Are you referring, you say you never said that, are you referring to the press? Are you referring internal discussions?
let me say publicly.
Okay.
Yeah, to the press
I've
or in any
said
of your statements.
publicly, I believe. I didn't say what she heard.
Okay. But it's not, I haven't seen it in any of the statements, but you could have said it, but that, it is what your recollection is.
You know you've said to people, I did not say what she heard.
Yeah, I did not say what she heard.
But you haven't publicly said, I never said, I'm okay with anyone as young as 22.
I think I have.
Publicly?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember having that discussion with people? Should we say that or no?
No, I think I've said that.
Okay. How about saying that her allegation that you said you were lonely and wanted to ride on a motorcycle into the mountains with a woman? Remember any discussions about denying that allegation?
No, I don't know that anyone asked me, but I would.
You would deny it.
Yeah,
Although you've testified, you have said things to people about
take a
going to
ride.
the Adirondacks,
Yes.
but without the woman.
Yes.
But have you had discussions about denying that allegation?
I don't have discussions. I think I've denied these statements publicly. I've talked to the press 11 times since then. We've had these conversations.
Have you, did you ever have any discussions with Charlotte Bennett about the last time she's hugged anyone?
No, except in the vein of the isolation of COVID and a situation where you can't touch anyone. There is no hugging. There is no human touch. There's no humanity. It's isolation. What does that do to people's psyche and the mental trauma that we're going to have to deal with after this fact?
Okay. But not specifically to Charlotte Bennett. When's the last time you've really hugged anyone? Have you said anything like that?
No, except in the context of you can't hug anybody during COVID.
Okay. In that context, have you asked her, have you
No,
really
I
hugged
don't
anyone?
remember asking her in that specific context.
Okay. So with Charlotte Bennett, you don't remember saying anything like that at all? That's the answer.
That's the answer, except I did say during COVID you can't even hug anyone. You don't go to dinner with anyone. It was the whole concept.
Okay. But you don't remember having that conversation with Charlotte Bennett? You don't remember saying, when she talked about hugging family members, you said, no, a real hug?
No.
If you look at,
Family members, I would consider a real hug.
yeah, or parents, but
Yeah.
you don't remember having that
No.
discussion? If you look at tab 80, you issued another statement. This one, the third paragraph says,
Just for the record date, this is a July 13, 20.
no, sorry, it's
February
a February
28th.
28th.
February 28th,
Yeah, no, that's the
2021.
date.
Got it.
We may have printed it that day.
Okay.
It says, this statement, you say, at work sometimes I think I am being playful and make jokes that I think are funny. I do on occasion tease people in what I think is a good-natured way. I do it in public and in private, et cetera, et cetera. This statement about being playful and making jokes, was that, in your mind, responsive to anything that Charlotte Bennett was alleging?
I think it was just generic.
Just generic?
Yeah.
Do you remember being playful and making jokes with Charlotte Bennett?
Yeah. Sensitively.
What are some examples of the playful and jokes?
I don't remember specifically, but I try to make jokes during the course of the day.
Okay, but you don't recall any specific
No.
jokes with Charlotte Bennett?
Well, every time she said the number of push-ups and you said it had to be higher?
But that was an ongoing joke. Not a ha-ha joke, but
Other than that?
Find me a good candidate?
that's a joke.
Anything else?
No.
The bottom you say, separately, my office has heard anecdotally that some people have reached out to Ms. Bennett to express displeasure about her coming forward. My message to anyone doing that is you have misjudged what matters to me and my administration, and you should stop that now, period. See that?
Yeah.
Had you heard that people had been reaching out to Ms. Bennett to express displeasure?
She must have said that. I hadn't heard that.
You hadn't heard that?
No.
Did you hear of anyone researching Charlotte Bennett's past?
No.
You hear people looking for and looking up any complaints that came out of Hamilton College?
No.
Is that something that you would have wanted people
No.
to do?
No.
But you never heard of it? Okay. Can you turn to tab 112? And this is a text between Melissa DeRosa and Madeline Cuomo.
Yeah.
And it attaches what appears to be a tweet that says, and then it says, do we know about this involving Charlotte Bennett? Were you told that people were forwarding texts like this and looking into Hamilton College?
No. But
No?
there's a lot of people on Twitter and the internet who say all sorts of stuff.
Right, but this one was forwarded between Melissa DeRosa and
No.
Madeline. Neither
My
of them.
sister Madeline is on Twitter and the internet and engages people. But no.
Neither of them spoke to you about it?
No. It looks like something that was sent to Madeline from.
Okay, how about if you can turn to tab 13, the next page?
Yep.
There's an email from to Madeline O'Donoghue, and then it gets forwarded on to Steve Cohn.
Yeah. I don't know about it.
Sim-
I don't know. Yeah, I see it.
Did anyone talk to
No.
you about this?
No.
Steve Cohn.
No.
Tab 14,
114.
114, sorry. From Chris Cuomo to various people,
Not including the governor.
not including the governor.
No.
Have you seen
Madeline
this?
probably sent it to him.
You haven't had discussions with anyone
No.
about anything like this? Have you heard of or been part of any discussions into finding negative information about any of the complainants?
No.
Okay. Is that something you specifically directed anyone not to do?
No one ever suggested that we would do it or were doing it. So no.
Okay. But you never told anyone, let's not do that.
Nobody suggested we do it.
How about looking for negative information about lawyers involved in our investigation.
What do you mean by negative information?
Identify, you know what opposition research is?
Oh, it's a broad category.
Yeah, so fair to say, identify negative information about people. That's opposition research.
Boy, what are you worried about, June?
Just the question. Have you had any discussions about
No.
looking for negative information about any of the lawyers involved in the investigation?
Nope.
Are you aware of anyone doing that?
Well, no, but your history is well known. And Ms. Clark's practice is well known. And the facts of the situation are well known. The Attorney General had a conflict. I tried to bring in an independent counsel. They created political pressure against Chief Judge Kaye and
You mean Chief Judge Fiore?
Fiore, and federal judge or whoever else. The referral was conditioned on picking an independent reviewer. I had a conversation with the Attorney General where I said, there can't be any games here. I said, the reviewers can't have any bias, can't be political, no plaintiff's lawyers. She said, no, don't worry about that. You then get selected as a reviewer. You as a reviewer, I believe, is such a perversion of fair, independent, fair reviewer with no predisposition. Investigated for me years. Your office compared me to Trump. Your office was sanctioned by Judge Caprone. You know that I said that Preet and you were unethical and should not be considered for Attorney General. You know that conversation because you referred to it in an interview with me. Cleary Gottlieb, I had questions with. Your close conflicts with when I was Attorney General. Preet Bharara has political aspirations, may have political aspirations against me. His rabbi, your rabbi, Senator Schumer, called for my resignation. I mean, the concept of you as the resolution to the conflict as an independent reviewer is bizarre to me and raises ethical and legal questions. The way you then have conducted the review itself, I believe, raises ethical and legal questions. Well, the balance to Kim is Ms. Clark. With all due respect, I believe comes with a bias given her occupation and her practice. So those are facts that are established, not from negative research or opposition research. And those were facts that you were both aware of before you got involved in this. It's not the U.S. Attorney's Office. If the governor delegates jurisdiction based on a condition of picking an independent reviewer, and the reviewer is not independent, that's a legal and an unethical matter. But that has nothing to do with opposition research. That's just a state of facts.
And so these state of facts that that you've listed, what have you done or directed people to do to follow up on these theories that you have?
Those aren't theories, those are just facts.
Okay, to follow up on those facts or develop them.
Yeah, I haven't done anything.
Have you shared those views with others in the executive chamber?
I've shared those views with people who I have counseled me. Those facts when the New York Times wrote the story yesterday, they went right to your history, et cetera, right? That wasn't prompted. I mean, how you didn't think this was going to be an issue is just beyond me. Ethics law, even the appearance of impropriety. So those are well-known established facts. That's not opposition research, negative research or anything.
Have you shared those views of with any potential witnesses in the investigation?
No,
Okay. Any potential claimants?
no,
You are aware that a number of current members of the executive chamber have made complaints of sexual harassment, correct?
current members?
Yeah.
I'm aware of what you've told me.
Well, there's been reporting of
Is
people
there,
in the...
yeah, I was going to say, is there something that, if you could say a number of current members, if you could be specific,
Okay,
because
there are-
you've been doing an investigation, so.
No, publicly,
Right.
there are
Okay.
at least 2 current members of the executive chamber who have publicly come forward with allegations. You aware of that?
Who are you referring to?
Let me back. Are you aware of any current members of the executive chamber who have publicly made allegations of sexual harassment against you?
One.
Who?
Who besides Brittany?
Okay. Are you aware of Brittany?
I'm aware of Brittany.
Okay. Did you share with Brittany Camiso the views you have about the investigation?
No.
How about Alyssa McGrath?
Oh, you're right, two. No.
How about
Just so
other?
we were clear, so when you said Alyssa McGrath, is that the second person you were just referring
Yes.
to? Okay.
How about Alyssa McGrath?
No.
Okay. How about others they work with?
No.
If you give me a moment, I was going to move on to another topic. Are you all good with? Okay. So, if we can switch to Brittany Camiso, when did you first meet Brittany Camiso?
I met her a few years ago. She was working for a different office. During COVID, the office she was working with basically dissolved. So last year she came over to help in with the executive administration.
And who was she working with before she came over to?
John Majori,
And what was her role with John Majori?
basically an executive assistant.
And do you remember going to John Majori's birthday party at a drive-in movie theater?
Yes,
Does he do that every year?
I hope not. It was a bizarre kind of birthday party, but I went.
Do you remember going one year?
Yeah,
2019?
sounds right.
And do you remember seeing Ms. Camiso there?
No,
Do you remember joking to Mr. Majori that you were jealous that Ms. Camiso was his assistant?
no,
Do you remember talking to Ms. Camiso saying she works for John Majori, and you saying, no, you ultimately work for me because he works for me?
I don't remember that, but I may have said that.
That sounds like something that
Yeah,
you
could
might
be.
say as a joke.
Yeah.
And then about what point in time, if you can recall the approximate period, did she start working with you more closely?
Majori left the administration during COVID. When he left the administration, she started working with Stephanie.
Did you play any role in having her
No,
come over and work with you?
no,
That just happened?
yeah.
And do you
Well,
understand?
her office dissolved, right? John quit. Well, he took a leave of absence technically. And then Stephanie must have brought her over to be part of Stephanie's team.
And you say Stephanie must have brought over, you don't remember playing any role in that
No.
decision. You just, at some point, she started working with you.
Yes,
And do you understand that do you remember that in sort of the early part of COVID, late spring and summer, she also started helping with doing testing, COVID testing at the executive chamber?
I think that's what she started doing, I think, was coordinating the COVID testing.
And then at some point, did she start doing work for you in terms of answering phones, dictation,
Yes.
notes?
Yes. Through Stephanie and that operation.
And how would you, and there were a number of other people who were playing that role at the time during COVID?
Yes, there's a whole team that worked for Stephanie.
Who were the others that were doing that last year?
You'd have to ask Stephanie. There were a number of people.
Okay.
Well, were more senior. Then there were a group of junior. Brittany was there, Alyssa to less of an extent, and some others.
Okay. Our regular executive assistants,
Longer term.
longer term.
And senior.
And
More senior.
Brittany and Alyssa were two that more recent.
More temporary, more recent.
Okay. And then how was it determined that who would, on any given day, help you with phones, dictation?
Stephanie and would basically do that.
And how would you, and sometimes would the help be at the mansion?
Yes, very often.
Because during the pandemic, were you mostly at the mansion?
I was more at the mansion.
How often did you go into the office?
I would go into the office in the morning, do the briefing, and then go back to the mansion.
And so would pretty much every day someone come over to the mansion to help you with phones, dictation?
Almost.
Okay. And how was it determined that who would be coming on a given day?
Stephanie would basically make that determination unless the preference I would, to the extent I would have a preference, is if I was in a rush and I was doing dictation, is the best at dictation and typing. Then, well, Stephanie is the best, but then I have to take her away from everything that she's doing. Stephanie, Brittany, in dictation typing. And if it was just some administrative stuff, then it didn't really matter.
How about Alyssa?
Alyssa would be below Brittany.
And what you're talking about is dictation?
The dictation and then the typing. The dictation they do on shorthand. They do on a pad. And then they have to type it, and then they have to bring it back.
Okay. And some of them are better than others?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of typing, what do you mean? Speed or quality or both?
It went together with the dictation. So they would take the dictation, then they would type it. Like from the old days, before tape recorders and lawyers typed their own stuff. So the differential is very high. If it was just administrative tasks, then it didn't matter to me. Sometimes I would say, please send, and if I couldn't get, I'd say send.
And so did Brittany Camiso sometimes cover you at the mansion to provide
Yes.
work? Sometimes on weekends? And what were your interactions with Brittany Camiso like?
Nice, fine. She's very chatty. She's outgoing, a little bit of a character, entertaining.
Friendly?
Friendly, affectionate, yeah.
Did you find her to be flirtatious?
You could say she was flirtatious, yeah.
Okay. Were you flirtatious back with her?
I would say I was warm back.
Okay. Did you talk to Ms. Camiso about her personal life?
She was a chatty person. So she would always be chatting about everybody's personal life. She was like a gossip hotline because she lived in Albany, and she was from the Albany government crowd. And she was out and about in Albany, so she would know who was at dinner with whom, who was dating whom.
And would you talk to her about it?
She was entertaining. She would just talk.
Did you talk to her about her marriage?
There came a point in time when I talked about her marriage.
Okay. When did that happen?
She came in one day and said she was getting a divorce.
Where did this happen?
This was in the mansion,
Okay.
which didn't stun me. And then she was concerned about job security because she was getting a divorce. And then she said she had, so she had, and she had to leave now in the afternoons, and she was worried about money.
And what did you say?
I responded more to the divorce side. And I said, divorce is serious. I said, divorce is serious. I'm divorced. I can tell you, it's not that the other person disappears. You have to raise the kids. I did not, on the job, I said, basically, well, we can figure it out. There are a lot of single mothers in government. She went back to, I don't want to move my job. I want to keep the same job. And then started on saying, and if I leave at 3, then can I get the overtime on the weekends because I need the money? That was beyond me. It's not what I do. So I just left that alone.
Did you mention anything in this conversation about marital counseling with her?
Oh, I think I may have said, did you go to counseling? She was then offended on 2 fronts. She got upset. She was sitting on the other side of the desk from me. She got upset and said, you're saying I'm a bad parent because I'm getting divorced, I'm going to hurt. And she got upset about that. And then she was also upset that I wouldn't say to her, you can have the same job on whatever schedule she was talking about and get the overtime on the weekends to make up the money that she would lose. And I didn't say, don't worry, you have the job. You will stay in the governor's office. She wanted to stay in her current position. I didn't know enough. That's not something I would do. Stephanie would have to do that, her supervisor would have to do that, so I just stayed away from that.
You just said for a moment, stay in the governor's office. Did you say she could stay in the governor's office? Or
No, she wanted an assurance that she could stay in the office because she was getting a divorce and her husband was the politically connected person.
Did you know who her husband was?
Yeah.
Okay. Who was her husband? Have you met him?
No, but I know his father. And is a political associate of mine. And my understanding is that's how she got her job.
And this conversation you had with her, was it one conversation or several?
I think this was one conversation.
And about when was it?
It was about November of last year.
And did she just bring up the subject out of the blue, or were you talking about something?
I wasn't surprised about divorce because she had made comments about people that she was seeing, etc. before, but she said, I want to talk to you about something important.
On that day.
Yes.
Okay. And then after this conversation you had with her, did you ever revisit this subject with her?
She would bring it up to me. I would say, go talk to Stephanie. She was very concerned about the job security. My understanding is she then went to Melissa and Stephanie a few weeks later and said, I am getting a divorce. I don't want to be transferred. I want to stay here. This is my dream job. I get up every morning loving to come to work. I need a raise. And they said, we can't give you a raise. Now's not the time. We have a budget deficit. We're not doing raises now. She then, after that, went to Stephanie and said the same basic thing. I love the job. I want to stay in the job. Please don't transfer me. I think she was thinking, because she was getting a divorce, then she was not going to have the same political clout through the her father-in-law and husband. And Stephanie said, basically, you have to talk to somebody else who makes the determination about overtime. What she was trying to work out, I think, was complicated. So I think Stephanie said, I can't do it, and sent it to someone else.
How did you learn all this? The follow-up from Stephanie Benton?
I had conversations from Stephanie and Melissa.
Any direct conversations with Ms. Camiso?
About this?
Yeah.
Whenever I would see her, she would raise the basic topic, I don't want to leave. And I would keep saying, talk to Stephanie, talk to Melissa.
Okay. Did you ever talk to, did you know that Ms. Camiso and Alyssa McGrath were friends?
Oh, yeah.
Like, of life since childhood?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Ms. Camiso about Alyssa McGrath's marriage?
No. They would talk in front of each other that she was, I think Alyssa was already divorced.
Okay. And they would talk in front of you or with you about her divorce?
They were both married because the conversation about the mingle mamas, they said they were going to Florida together with one other friend. And they were going to leave their husbands and the kids behind. And they were single and ready to mingle. Except they weren't single. And I said, yeah, you were the mingle mamas. That's where that line came from. That was my, quote-unquote, joke, playful response.
So that, the claim that you called the mingle mamas, that is true?
They said, we're single and ready to mingle. I said, and they were kidding about that too, it was all playful, they were together. And I said, oh yeah, you're the mingle mamas who are going to go to Florida or something like that.
Okay. And how did you know about that allegation? Did you read that article about Alyssa McGrath?
Yeah, I heard that allegation. That was from Melissa, I think.
Yeah. And so how did you learn about that allegation?
I think I read about it.
That article you read?
Yeah. Or they related to me.
And with respect to that...
Just on that point, to make sure that he gets context, how do you get news each day, Governor? You get the clips.
I get the clips, but the clips, there are 100 clips every day. So I also have a phone call with the press office. Well, they'll bring things to my attention.
And will they read it to you? Or?
No, they just give me a synopsis of what it is.
And did you, let me just look, give me a moment. So that was you recall the conversation about a trip they were planning to take to Florida.
That's what they said to me.
Yeah. And do you remember them asking Brittany at the time whether she would be what's your recollection of whether Brittany Commisso was married at that time?
I think they were both married.
Okay. And did you ask them whether they would hook up with other men?
They said, we're going down with, we have no husbands and no children, which I took as the implication of we're going to go down and date. We have no husbands and no children with us. But they did have husbands and children, but they were, and they said single and ready to mingle. Single suggests you're not married. And my joking response was mingle mamas, which wasn't a great joke.
Did you remember ever talking to Ms. Commisso about your personal life?
No, my personal life is sort of very well known.
Did you ever say anything to her to the effect of, can you find me a girlfriend?
No.
Or similar conversations about the fan mail you were getting?
No, they would all joke about the fan mail.
Okay.
That was a major running theme in the media.
And did your staff and family joke with you about that?
Yeah, everyone did.
But you never said to Ms. Commisso, help me find a girlfriend?
No.
Did you talk to Ms. Commisso about what the acceptable age range might be
No.
for a girlfriend of yours?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to her about someone in their 30s or 40s, having to be in their 30s or 40s or the public wouldn't accept it?
No.
Did you ever comment on her appearance?
From 22 to 40. No. Oh, I would say, look, might I have said, you look nice today, or something like that. I might have said that, but nothing more than that.
You might have said it, but you don't remember
I
for sure.
don't know for sure, but I might have said it.
Okay. How about saying that she looks good for her age?
No, that's an insult.
How about saying that she looked good for a mother?
No, that's an insult.
The question is, have
No,
you
I don't
said
insult.
anything like that?
No,
You've never insulted anyone?
I have insulted people,
Okay.
but I didn't insult her.
Okay. How about her hair? Have you ever commented on her hair?
No.
Is it possible you could have commented on her hair?
I don't remember anything extraordinary about her hair or any change or anything.
Do you remember telling her that you don't like her hair up?
No, I don't believe I said that. I don't even know that she wears, I don't remember her ever wearing. I don't remember how she wears her hair, frankly.
Have you ever commented on her legs?
No.
Have you ever said anything to the effect of, it's about time you show off some more leg?
No. No, I would never say that.
Have you ever talked about her height?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever talked about how much taller you are to her?
She asked me to take a selfie with her. She says somewhere, I think, I asked her for a selfie. I never ask anyone to take a selfie because they are a pain in the neck to take a selfie. They're awkward, and she asked me to take a selfie. I then had to bend down to get in the same frame with her on the selfie. And I may have said something at that time, like, I got way down here to get in this selfie with you. But that's the only thing I can imagine where that would have come up.
Okay. How about, was there an instance where you measured your height with her and you stood behind her and showed that you were almost a head taller than her?
No.
Was there ever a time, do you remember her and Alyssa McGrath together ever working on putting together the State of the State book?
They may have done that. I don't remember it, but they may have done it.
And do you remember that happening on a weekend where she was wearing a sweatshirt?
No.
Normally they don't. How does
They don't wear
Rita Commisso-
sweatshirts.
Yeah, normally they dress up more, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever remember seeing her in a sweatshirt
No.
working on the book?
No.
Okay. Do you ever remember telling her that she can take the sweatshirt off because of the heat?
No.
Have you called her by any terms of affection, like honey, sweetheart, darling?
Same answer as before. I'm aware of it. I try not to say it. I may slip on occasion.
And your answer before was that more recently you try not to, right?
Yes. At one time, years ago, I said it with more frequency. Now I'm conscious of it, and I try not to say it. But if I can slip, especially if I'm not aware of it or tired or like in a semi-secure location.
Okay. But so you don't remember specifically using any of those terms with Ms. Commisso, but it's possible. Is that fair?
It is possible.
But you don't have a specific memory of ever doing it.
No. But a generic honey or some, I make a conscious effort not to. I may slip on occasion.
Can we take a bathroom
Oh, yeah.
break? That'd be great. We can
sure.
go in a while.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna run out.
Say 4 or
Time
5?
is 3:56 p.m.
Yeah, 4 or 5, 9 minutes?
Yep.
Yeah. How much more do you have?
Time is 4:15 p.m. This begins media 5 on the record.
Governor, did you have any nicknames you used for Ms. Commisso?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever call her Brit,
Maybe.
Britannica?
Maybe.
Did you on occasion give her hugs?
She was very affectionate. I would say more, she was the initiator of the hugs. She said that she was Italian, and Italians are very affectionate people. But she was a hugger.
Have you said that as well, that you're Italian and Italians are affectionate people?
Yes, not to her.
But generally, that's something you've said.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with the factual thing. I think Italians are affectionate people. I think a lot of people are affectionate people. Some people are not that affectionate.
And so you have hugged Ms. Commisso.
I have hugged her, and she has initiated many of the hugs.
Would you say she's initiated all of them?
No.
And by initiate, what do you mean? She's the one who comes to you for the hug?
You know, I'm more in the reciprocal business. You walk up to me like this, I'm going to hug you.
And
I don't
how
want to make you feel uneasy, you know.
often have you hugged Ms. Commisso?
It would depend on the frequency of how long it's been since I saw her, or whether she was initiating the hug.
Okay. Was it every time you saw her?
It wasn't every time if I had just seen her.
Okay. And how close were the hugs with Ms. Commisso?
A normal hug.
Okay. Were they particularly closer or tighter than other hugs you've had with staffers?
I would say she was a tight hugger, if there's such a use of the English language.
She would pull you in tighter?
Well, yeah, well, she was tighter. She was an affectionate person, and a hug can go from like a slap on the back, right? A man hug, slap on the back, to a more affectionate, sincere hug. I would say she was an affectionate hugger.
Okay. And so when she would hug you tight, would you push back or would you go along with it?
No, I would go along with it. I don't want to make anyone feel awkward about anything, you know.
But you felt she, more than other people, other staffers you hugged, would be
She was
tighter?
more affectionate, yes. She's more affectionate than most people on staff.
When you were hugging each other, where were her hands placed?
Her hands would be around my back,
And where were your hands placed?
around her back.
And was it her mid-back, her upper back, her lower back?
She is shorter than I am, so it'd be her mid-back.
Did you ever kiss Ms. Camiso on the cheek?
I don't recall doing it, but I'm sure I did it.
You don't recall a particular occasion?
No,
How about one cheek or both cheeks? Do you remember?
I do not remember.
How about on the mouth or the
She
lips?
may have fallen into the Italian two-cheek kiss, but I don't remember that. Never kissed her on the lips.
Even sort of where one of you went in for the cheek kiss, but then lips ended up touching?
I don't remember a mistaken lip kiss.
So you don't remember any kiss on the lips with her?
No.
Did you ever touch her on the butt?
No.
Okay. Did you ever, while you were hugging, lower your hands to her butt?
Not her butt. May have hugged her on the lower back on your description before, near butt area, but not ever on her butt.
Okay. Never grabbed
No.
her butt?
No.
With the butt cheeks?
No. No.
Did you ever massage her lower back while you hugged?
No.
You don't remember or you know?
I don't remember ever massaging her lower back. I don't know what that even means, but no.
Do you remember while giving her a hug ever saying that this feels good?
No, I don't remember ever saying that.
And you've taken pictures with Ms. Camiso, right?
Oh, yes.
And there's a couple of pictures in, if you look at tab 20, 21, and 22. These are pictures with 20, 21, and 22 pictures of you and Ms. Camiso and Alyssa McGrath.
Yep,
Correct.
there they are.
And you'll see that in 20, we'll start at 20. It looks like you're maybe going in for a kiss on the forehead.
That must be the reported kiss on the forehead. That's what it looks like.
Is that something, do you remember kissing Alyssa McGrath on the forehead?
No, but it looks like I'm going to kiss her on the forehead.
Oh, yeah, can we just go through who's who in this for?
Yeah, sure.
Right, thank you. So who is, as we,
Alyssa's on the right.
okay,
And Brittany Camiso's on the left?
Yes.
wearing like the, I don't know, is that like
A
a
leopard.
leopard skin
Yes.
top? Okay.
And have you kissed, do you remember, have you kissed Brittany Camiso on the forehead?
I don't remember kissing her on the forehead, but I may have.
And if you look at tab 21, see where your hands are with respect to both
Yes.
Ms. McGrath? Is that positioning of your hand for pictures common for you?
Yes.
You grab them and pull them in for pictures?
Yes. You're trying to look warm, affectionate, right? You know, you want to take a picture that suggests that you know the person and you're friendly with the person.
You ever remember telling Alyssa McGrath that it's unfortunate she has a name tag in the picture? She shouldn't have a name tag.
I don't remember telling her that, but they very often will tell people when we take the pictures, take your name tag off so it's not in the picture. The advanced staff, these look like it's at the Christmas party, so there's like 500 people there. The advanced man or body person will very often say, do you want to take your name tag off? So it doesn't look as staged, the photo, when you get it back. It doesn't look like you were at an event where I didn't know who you were and you had to wear a name tag.
Did you ever take someone's name tag off their chest?
Yes, but I won't take it off if it's in a very sensitive position. I'll take more men's name tags off a lapel, and sometimes a woman if it's like on a blazer or something.
But you've never taken a woman's name tag off if it was near her breasts?
Yeah, if it's in a sensitive area, then I'll say to them, do you want to take off your name tag?
Do you remember Ms. Camiso coming over to the mansion to help you on New Year's Eve in 2019?
No, not particularly.
And you mentioned earlier about the selfie.
Yes.
Do you remember on how many occasions you took the selfie, took a selfie with Ms. Camiso?
I remember once, and I remember her saying she's going to send it to Alyssa, and Alyssa's going to be so jealous, which was peculiar to me. But I remember her saying that.
Okay, so that day that she said that, what do you remember? Where were you?
I think it was in the mansion office.
Okay, and she was there to help you?
That's why she would be there.
Do you remember what it was she was
No.
helping you with? Okay. And how did the discussion of a selfie come up? You said she raised it?
She said, can we take a selfie?
Okay. And what did you say?
I said, okay.
And did you take where in the mansion did you take the selfie?
I don't remember where.
Do you remember whether you were standing or sitting?
No.
Do you remember at any point she had to delete the selfie because it was blurry and didn't come out well and take another
No.
one? Okay. So do you remember just one selfie? Yes or no? Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Well, let me just have it right there. Did you know how many times she hit the button?
No.
Okay.
But you don't remember her there being blurry ones that she had to.
No. Well, one of the reasons I don't like to take selfies is there's never just one selfie. They can't figure out how to turn around the camera. It doesn't work. I have to take a second. You cut your head off.
Okay. Do you remember taking one set of selfies or a selfie standing up and then taking another seated on the couch?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where your hands were when you took the selfies?
No.
Was your hand ever on her butt?
No,
When
I
you
don't
took the
believe my
selfie.
hand was on her butt.
And
She wanted to take the selfies, and however we took the selfie, I'm sure is how she wanted to take the selfie.
then you said she. What did you? What did you?
She
What did
said,
she say about
I'm going
sharing
to
it?
send this to Alyssa, and she's going to be so jealous.
Okay. And what did you say?
Nothing, but I thought it was peculiar that she was going to send it to Alyssa, who's her good friend, and to make Alyssa jealous. It just rang a little bit peculiar.
Okay. Did you see her actually send it to Alyssa?
I don't think so.
Did she tell you what Alyssa said in response to?
I don't think
sending
so.
Have you ever seen that selfie?
I think she showed it. I don't remember.
Okay. Since that day, you don't remember seeing it?
No.
Did you tell her not to show or share that with anyone?
The selfie?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't say anything about the selfie?
No. Not that I remember.
After that day where you took the selfie, did you give her a hug when she left?
I may very well have.
Was this just, get my time right, this was New Year's Eve? Okay.
2019.
Okay.
At any point in time, did you ask Ms. Camissa whether she had fooled around with anyone outside of her husband while she was married?
No. She volunteered on a number of occasions that she was seeing other people.
Did she volunteer that?
Yes.
Okay, who did she say she was seeing?
When she went to Florida, she said she had an old boyfriend who she was going to see in Florida. She said they would often go to the Saratoga racetrack, which is north of Albany, and it's a big attraction.
And did you talk about that other than just receiving that information?
I didn't talk about it, no.
Did she tell you that she went to Saratoga with Miss McGrath?
Yes.
Did you ever say that you wished you could join them?
No. Oh, I may have said, I'd love to go there, it's beautiful. It is. You know, Saratoga is a big attraction up there. So I may have said I'd love to go. But I don't remember saying that, but just, it was a nice line.
Do you remember in November of last year, middle of November, Ms. Camiso being sent over to help you with an app in your iPhone again, the Notes app? Or, you know what, you've testified earlier about not knowing the apps, but to help with your iPhone.
Do you know the date?
November 16.
I don't remember a particular time, no.
Okay. But in the November time frame of last year was a period when occasionally Ms. Camiso would come to help you.
Yes.
You don't remember a particular instance where she was helping you with your phone?
No.
And when you work in the mansion, generally, where are you?
I go back and forth between the family room downstairs and the office on the second floor.
And do you remember, were there occasions when Ms. Camiso would come to help you and you'd be on the first floor or the second floor, or was it more common one or the other?
Both. But again, remember the setting. There are numerous people in the mansion who are coming and going. So you have numerous you always have numerous staff there, 5, 10, 15 people, depending on the day, coming and going.
And do you ever remember giving her a hug and then putting your hands on her breasts?
That never happened. That never happened.
And so you don't remember ever putting your hand near the breasts?
Happened. That never happened.
Do you remember any instance where she said to you, while you were hugging, that you're going to get us in trouble?
That never happened.
Do you ever remember you saying, I don't care?
That never happened. Let's just, at one point there has to be a little reality. To touch a woman's breast, who I hardly know, in the mansion, with 10 staff around, with my family in the mansion, to say, I don't care who sees us. You've investigated me for 6 years. I would have to lose my mind to do such a thing. It would be an act of insanity to touch a woman's breast and make myself vulnerable to a woman for such an accusation. I am 63 years old. I have been in every public office, state, federal. Numerous people have tried to set me up. I'm always wary of people. I have phenomenal precautions. It would be an act of insanity. Can you ever hear me saying, somebody says to me, you're going to get us into trouble? I don't care. I mean, it's not, to me, it's just not even feasible.
Understood. And as you've noticed, I'm not engaging, and I don't intend to, on sort of how long I've been investigating you, or otherwise I wouldn't want the silence to go as some kind of acceptance of it. But I don't think the purpose of this is for me to engage in those things. But I just want to make that clear.
Just a second, Matt. You've described Ms. Camiso as a very outgoing, friendly person. Did you ever observe her being a nervous person?
No.
Did you ever see her get flushed or get hives on her neck or her chest or her face?
No.
At any point in time, did you notice a change in her demeanor?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Yes. She would get blotches.
And on what occasions do you remember seeing her get blotches?
She would get nervous on dictation when she thought she messed up or didn't get everything and she had to bring something in. She really wanted to do a good job, and she didn't have the same skill set as she just was not as proficient with, after the dictation, then they type it up, they have to clean it up, they have to put in grammar, they have to change the spelling, they have to fix some words. They're supposed to clean it up a little bit. She was not as good at it. She wanted to be better, and she would get very nervous when she thought she wasn't doing a good job, and she would come in very apologetic. I tried, but I didn't really get this paragraph. I think this one over here. And she said at one time she would get like blotches when she got nervous.
And you're gesturing that they were on her neck?
I think they were on her neck.
And again, you described her as sort of a friendly, outgoing person. At any point in time, did you notice that she was less outgoing, less friendly? Any change in her demeanor?
Ms. Clark, no change in her demeanor towards me. No change. She did get obsessed about this job security. And I knew what she was worried about because she had explained it to me at another time, that because she was going to get divorced, she was going to lose her job because the job was because of the husband, and that she was going to lose the job because of the divorce with the husband. And then she had the second issue about the financial issue with the overtime, et cetera. So she was hyper about that issue. What I didn't appreciate at the time, frankly, is I didn't give her reassurance on it. I sent her to Melissa and Stephanie. They said, we can't give you a raise. And then Stephanie said, I can't agree about the overtime. So she was very nervous about that. But other than that, not at all.
Do you know if anyone ever told her that she didn't have to worry about losing her job if she didn't have a political connection anymore?
I said to her, don't worry. On the first conversation, I said to her, don't worry. We will work it out. She kept insisting that she wanted to know how, and that it would be here in the governor's office and it would remain unchanged. I didn't say that because I didn't know that that was possible. And it was during COVID, and I didn't have the time to go figure it out, and Stephanie didn't have the time to figure it out. But I said to her, don't worry. You will always have a job. It'll always be fine. She heard it as she would be transferred from the governor's office to an agency position, which often happens. You have the same job, but you don't have the prestige of being in the governor's office. And her point was, but I love being in the governor's office.
Do you ever remember her getting blotches either as or right after you hugged her?
No. She would get blotches work-related.
Do you remember a time in March of this year when she was originally scheduled to cover you on a weekend, and then it was changed?
If you remember.
I do not remember any time that she was scheduled and it was changed.
So if you can look at tab 98 in your binder. And 98 is a set of pin messages that the executive chamber has produced to us. It's between Ms. Benton's BlackBerry and yours.
Okay.
99 is from you to her, but the one from Ms. Benton's a little bit clearer. And so this is March 6th. By the way, she has you as Mark.2. Is that?
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Kim, is it staying?
Yeah.
Okay.
She asks, I'm trying to find a nurse. And then the next, she says to you, I will come. You say no. And then there are parts of this that are redacted. By the way, I'll ask you after you've read the rest of this, whether you remember the parts that are redacted and why. We have been told it's privileged, but
Okay.
without disclosing the substance, if you remember the subject matter. So it says, no, not you, you say. And then she says, you say, she says, Brittany is on call today, want her now. You say, better, question mark. And the next, she says, I called, she can do, I'm telling her to head there now.
Yes.
See that?
Yeah.
Do you remember this exchange?
No.
Okay. So this doesn't jog your memory of a day when Brittany was on call. Do you know what it means for someone to be on call?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That they figure out beforehand who would cover Saturday and who would cover Sunday.
Okay. And so Brittany being on call, she was scheduled to cover you that day.
Yes, I think that's what she's saying.
And then it's changed to.
Yes.
Do you remember the reason why?
I don't, but the way I read this as we sit here, I'm saying I have to do something that's important. Stephanie says, I'll come, because as I said to you before, she's the best, Stephanie. Stephanie lives in, Stephanie works all the time. To come down from, this is on a weekend. Stephanie says, I'll come. I say, no, not you, because I don't want to bother Stephanie. But it's important. I then say, not you, and as I mentioned to you before, the second choice for me after Stephanie is. So she says, Brittany, I say, is better with a question mark, meaning can do it? She then says, yes, can do it. After Stephanie is the best at dictation and typing. And as you know, it can save you hours of time on how fast the person is on dictation and typing, because I'll do 5, 6, 7 drafts. And if it's important and I want to get it done, I want Stephanie.
And do you remember what the subject matter was of the redacted parts of these text exchanges?
I don't, but I don't. If I was speculating, Maria is my sister. Trying to find a nurse sounds like it's about my mother, but I don't know.
Do you remember what you were working on March 6th, that weekend?
Probably the budget, something with the budget.
Would you have been working on, was that also around the time when you were working on drafting responses to some of the sexual harassment allegations?
I don't think so. March are heavy in budget season.
So if you go a few pages back of the same day text chain, if you look at 18072, you say, tell her reporter is writing now. If you can anyway, call her during lunch. Amy Breton. It's inconceivable. I forcibly hugged her 20 years ago, and she never said anything to anyone. We're friends and then enemies. This never came up, Karen publicly said. Do you remember around this time Karen Hinton's allegations had come out?
Yeah, that's what this is.
But you don't remember specifically what you were working on that day?
No.
Do you remember whether it was handwritten notes that typed up or dictation?
It would have been dictation, probably,
Why is that?
because I don't write many handwritten notes. It's faster for me to dictate.
So dictation's more common than handwritten notes?
Oh, yeah.
Just, Governor, on this point on March 6th, what types of things do you remember around this period of time were on your sort of radar screen work-wise? I understand Mr. Kim just asked you about working on responses to the allegations, but what other stuff was going
Well,
on?
we're still doing COVID, which was always the biggest issue. And then we're doing the budget, which then has every piece of legislation that's pending, right?
Governor, I want to ask you something about the mansion. You talked about I think you said a family room on the first floor and the office on the second floor. Can you describe the layout of the office? My understanding is there's more than one room. Is that correct?
The office on the second floor has an adjoining door that goes into the bedroom suite. The bedroom suite has an alcove of like a second office and then the bedroom.
And when you work in the second floor office, what part of that suite?
I'm in the office is the office. not in the office itself. And then there's an adjoining door into a second alcove office, but I'm normally in the first office.
And so in the first office, there's, I'm trying to just picture this, there's one door to the bedroom area, there's another door to the hallway, is that
Yes.
correct? And do you ever work with the door closed,
To
the door to the hallway closed?
virtually never, because people come in and out all the time.
When you were in your second floor areas, did the staff ever like knock before they come in? Or
No, they just come in.
And in November 2020, who else was living in the mansion at that point?
I can get you the exact, or close to the exact people. On any given day, my daughters, some would, I have 3 of them, they would come and go. Their friends, their boyfriend were there. And then there's a full-time staff of about 6 people. You have about 10 state police who are on the grounds, who come and go. And then you have people from the Capitol coming and going. The mansion is like a block away from the Capitol, so they come and go all day long.
Just I want to stop because you had asked a question about the 2 doors in his office on the second floor. And I think the question you had asked is that there is one door that opens up into the bedroom area. And if you could just explain, Governor, that the door that goes in, you call it the bedroom suite, okay? There's a large room next to your second floor executive office, right? Is that correct?
Yes,
That room has a desk, couch, television, is that right?
yes,
The end of that room, there is another double set of doors, is that
Yes.
correct? And are those doors normally closed during
yes.
the day?
Yes,
And then if you open those double doors, is that then into
Yes.
the bedroom? So when you describe a bedroom suite, it is not as though you go, if you were to have left your office, to go into this alcove that has a desk, is that right? Sitting area, is that right? You have to speak up so they can hear you.
yes,
Okay. Okay. And you do work in that room sometimes?
yes. Governor Hugh Carey, predated my father, married Evangeline Gouletis Carey. And she wanted her own office. So she built, the family was in construction, and they built a First Lady's office adjoining the bedroom. And the bedroom has these accordion doors that close. And then she had the First Lady's office. Next door to the First Lady's office is the governor's office.
So if someone were to go into, if they come into your second floor office, and then let's say you were sitting in the alcove doing work and they walk in there, are they, when they walk in, are they normally, would the doors be open such that they're seeing your bedroom?
No, that's the First Lady's office.
No, we understood that.
Okay,
We
I wanna make
understand the
that clear.
layout. We've
Okay.
seen the
Okay.
floor plans.
I'd asked you who was living in the mansion in November 2020. You mentioned your daughters. All those other people you mentioned, staff, people from the Capitol, they came in and out, but were any of them living there?
No, not living there. The November, where are we with COVID in November? This is the year before COVID, right? The November before?
This is well into COVID.
Oh, well then we had a COVID cohort bubble. My kids were all there. The staff that came in on a daily basis were quarantined staff. They didn't live there, but there were about 6 quarantined staff. My kids, the boyfriend, the friends of the friends, because once you came, you had to stay. Larry Schwartz would live there. A cousin of mine would come and go, a lawyer. He was helping me.
But on those names you just gave, like Mr. Schwartz and your cousin, do you know if they were necessarily there on a daily basis during that period of time? Would people come and go in terms of staying
Are we
there?
during the week?
It's November.
Saturday.
It's November.
Oh, November,
we're talking
sorry,
November
this is
2020.
November
yeah.
16.
November
2020.
16th.
Is during the week?
You guys know better than I do.
If it's during the week,
It was a Monday, according to my calendar.
okay, then Larry Schwartz is up. My cousin come and go different periods. Stephanie was cohorted. Melissa was cohorted. The kids were cohorted, and the friends of the kids who came were cohorted.
You also mentioned state troopers. They don't usually come into the mansion, correct?
They come in because they bring in the paperwork. The Capitol will often send over paper. Trooper takes the paper. Trooper will bring it up to me. Sometimes the Capitol will send over a staff person who comes in to work with me.
But they also have their own, they have their station outside of the mansion.
They have a state police station outside, but they bring in everything. They bring in all the paper.
Did there come a time when you learned that Ms. Camiso had alleged that you had groped her?
Basically, the time that she made the complaint.
Yeah. How did you learn it?
I believe the council told me.
I want to stop any discussions on that.
Beth
but I'll
Garvey.
leave it at that.
Yeah.
And that was before there was any public reporting about it.
Like a couple of days.
Okay. And will you be asserting privilege over any substance of the conversations? Other than with counsel, any other discussions with anyone about Brittany Camiso making allegations against you about groping?
Not that I remember.
Well, were you made aware, for instance, of the Times Union was doing a press piece?
Well, yes. Brittany's attorney calls, and the attorney is a plaintiff lawyer out of Albany.
We want to take a moment to talk privilege. We could just have a moment.
Sure.
Time's 4:55 p.m. Includes media 5 off the record. Time's 4:57 p.m. This begins media 6 on the record.
We just want to make sure any conversations he had with his counsel are privileged, and so we just don't want to go into those.
So I think the question I'd asked was, other than discussions with counsel, you remember having any discussions with anyone else about Brittany Camiso making allegations against you about groping?
I then had a conversation with the press office about a Times Union inquiry, where a Times Union reporter called up and basically knew it was Brittany and said that he had I'm getting this secondhand from the press office.
Who in the press office?
Rich has a part of it. That the Times Union reporter said that they had a recording of a conversation between Brittany and her husband, and the husband said to Brittany, they were going back and forth on the divorce situation, and the Times Union reporter called them, and then the husband said it wasn't true or something like that about the divorce.
But did you also, Governor, with respect to, there was a Times Union piece in which Ms. Camiso was anonymous,
Right.
And do you remember having discussions with your press office about that or your staff about that?
Yeah, but I don't remember what was in that one versus.
Okay.
Do you remember learning either from the Times Union piece or otherwise that Ms. Camiso, it was being reported that Ms. Camiso had a reaction to your press conference where you said you had not touched anyone inappropriately?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Did you read the Times Union
No.
piece on it? Was it sent to you in your
Yeah,
BlackBerry?
again, it was sent to me, but, you know, look, let's say I get 100 clips. If I were to read 100 clips, I wouldn't start my day until noon. So a person from the press office calls me up and basically says, this is what you need to know. This article says this is what you said, this is what they may ask you. I'll ask questions, and what did this mean, and what did this mean, and what did this mean? So I get a oral press briefing.
But this was one where a staffer was alleging you had groped her. That doesn't happen. That's not a regular occurrence.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he talked me through the piece.
I see. I was going to move on.
Hang on just a couple. Did anyone from Goer ever ask you any questions about Ms. Camiso?
No, not that I know of.
Has anyone from the Albany Police Department ever asked you any questions about Ms. Camiso?
I believe we referred it to the Albany Police Department.
And once it was referred to the Albany Police Department, did the Albany Police Department ever speak to you to ask you any questions?
I don't believe so.
Between you and Ms. Camiso?
I don't believe so.
That's good. Switching topics now. Was there ever a time when you recall meeting a state trooper and then suggesting that they're good and should join your protective services unit?
I was on constant alert to recruit more women, blacks, and Asians to the state police detail. State police detail, roughly 60 people, maybe 2 women at one time, maybe 3 blacks. I had a constant refrain with the state police. We have to have more diversity on the detail.
And let me stop you there. How large is your detail, Governor?
About 60.
Okay.
But see, the detail is very visible. When you come in with, let's say, 4 troopers. They can't all be white men. So I had a constant refrain for recruitment.
So the question was, do you ever remember an occasion where you met a trooper and said, we should find a way to hire him or her?
I have met troopers who I have said, they seem good. Can you talk to them about coming on the detail?
Okay. And who would you convey that to if you were to do that?
It depends on who the major was at the time.
Okay. Do you remember that happening following an event at the RFK Bridge in 2017?
I remember meeting 2 female troopers on the RFK Bridge, and they seemed good and smart and with it, and basically said to the state police, there are 2 women state police officers. Why don't you talk to them and see if they're interested in coming on the detail?
And you recall meeting 2 female troopers that day?
Yes.
Okay. What were their names?
One actually came. Her first name is her last name.
And you think there was another one on that same
Yes.
Event? Do you remember the event at RFK Bridge?
I remember roughly the event. It was a ribbon cutting for the RFK Bridge.
And did you speak with the 2 female troopers?
Yes, I said hello.
But you remember one who ended up joining?
Yes,
How long did you speak to for?
I think we were early. We were either early or late, but maybe 5 minutes, something like that.
And you don't know her last name?
No.
And who did you speak to say we should see if they
I would have
join?
said to whoever the trooper I was with, tell the major, who's the head of the detail, see if they're interested in coming in the detail. But this was a constant refrain of mine.
Okay. And do you know who was?
Yes, he's a trooper. Was a trooper. He's gone.
Could he have been? Do you remember him being the person who was with you that day?
He may have been.
Okay. And you said it was a constant refrain. Do you remember other instances where you met a trooper and said, "Let's hire them"?
I've met black troopers who I asked if they would be interested. I've asked women if they would be interested. For some reason, you get less money when you're in the governor's detail. You don't get location pay or something in New York City, so it's not easy. We have made great progress. We have more blacks now than ever before on a higher level. We have more women than ever before. But I'm still constantly looking for more diversity.
Okay. Do you remember any others who you suggested that joined?
I know ones that I've promoted up and encouraged the promotion. State police is paramilitary. They make all the decisions. I do feel comfortable saying to them diversity is important and diversity in leadership is important.
Okay.
So I have recommended promotions for people.
Do you remember any others that you suggested that they join and they actually joined?
There were two African American men who went for interviews. I don't know if they actually made it.
You remember their names?
No.
And so, how long after you saw her, to your knowledge, did she join the PSU, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you, go ahead.
The other woman that you met at the RFK Bridge, do you remember her name?
I don't remember her name, but either she wasn't interested or they interviewed her and rejected her.
But you don't know one way or the other?
No. The second one didn't come, I know that.
Do you remember any discussion about whether this trooper met all the qualifications to be on the PSU?
No. They would do the interview process, et cetera. But I don't remember any conversation about that.
Do you have an understanding of how many years a trooper needs to have been a New York State trooper before they can join the PSU?
No.
Remember any discussions about any trooper who didn't meet the full time requirement joining the PSU?
There have been a number of conversations about joinings and promotions where they have these normal protocol which always favors the people who have been there longer and seniority, which by definition would almost eliminate any women or blacks or Asians. It's more protocol than any, there's no laws on it. It's their protocol. But by their protocol, you'll never have blacks in leadership or women or Asians. And so I know that I've said to them, I understand how you normally do it, but we need more diversity here.
Okay, so do you remember any discussion you've had about any trooper who did not meet the time period required for PSU, but having them join in any event to, as you say, to increase diversity?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't remember specifically, but I know that there were black officers who didn't follow the strict protocol that they normally used and were moved up faster.
Okay. How about joining the PSU? And it sounds like you're talking about being promoted, but joining the PSU.
Joining the PSU, I haven't heard of any. I'm trying to get, I don't care how long they've been on the state police.
My question was simply, do you remember any discussions about anyone who did not meet whatever the policy was, but still being allowed to join for any reason?
I don't remember any conversation about, they don't have any set rule. They have, this is how we always do it. Yeah, you know, this is how you always do it, and that's why we have 57 white people. So, you know, if you do government by the way you always do it, there's not going to be any change. I see no reason why a new trooper can't be on the governor's detail and work your way up.
I don't mean to ask this question over and over again, but just simply, do you remember any discussion or do you have any knowledge of any trooper who, whatever the rules are, whether you believe they can be, or they matter or not, whether any trooper who joined PSU, even though they didn't meet the time period required under their existing rules or practices?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that you're, yes. You were just asked a few minutes ago if you had an understanding about how long troopers have to be with the troopers to be part of the protective detail, and your answer was no.
No, and I don't believe there is any rule. It may be this is how we always do it, but, you know, that's not a rule.
Okay. Are you aware of a New York State Trooper manual that has requirements for joining particular units?
No,
Okay, you're not aware of that?
no.
Okay. Are you aware of any other policy or practice within the New York State Troopers about the requirements for any number of units, including the PSU?
No.
Okay. So in your mind, there were no particular rules around qualifications for the joining
No.
the PSU?
No. And if there were rules that stop the promotion or the inclusion of diverse candidates, I would say change the rules.
Okay. But you've added that, but I'm just trying to, and so because you don't know that there were any rules, as a result, you don't have a recollection, obviously, of anyone being allowed in without meeting those rules, because you
Right.
don't have an understanding of the rules.
Right.
Okay. I understand your position that if there were rules that prevented minorities from joining, that should be changed. But I'm just trying to get the answer to the specific factual question, whether you have any recollection of any trooper joining despite not meeting the qualifications. It sounds like your testimony is, I didn't know there were rules like that.
Yeah, I didn't know there were rules like that, or if there were rules like that, I think they are discriminatory and stop diversity.
Okay. Do you know the trooper named where she was originally stationed?
In New York City.
Okay. Was she ever in the Mount Kisco, covering your Mount Kisco home?
She may have been at the Mount Kisco house. They rotate.
Okay. Was she ever a member of your travel team?
I think she is a member of the travel team.
Was she ever a driver for you?
She has driven. She's not a driver.
How many times has she driven?
A couple of times.
Have you ever given this trooper a hug?
I will hug her hello. I mean, nothing, no romantic, no special, quick hello hug.
Okay, how many times do you think you've hugged this trooper?
Oh, I don't know.
Have you ever kissed this trooper on the cheek?
Maybe at a Christmas party.
How about other than...
There are other women troopers also who, when I see, I hug.
Yeah, no, we'll get to that. But with respect to trooper, have you kissed her on the cheek?
I may have kissed her on the cheek.
You're saying at a Christmas party?
I don't remember kissing her on the cheek.
You
But
don't
I
remember
may have.
specifically, but you may
Right.
have. Okay. Do you remember ever asking her on any occasion, can I kiss you? May I kiss you?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember ever asking her, may I kiss you? And she said, I'm sick. I'm feeling sick.
No.
This trooper named, you ever, other than a hug, it sounds like you could have you ever touched her?
No.
Okay. Touched her in the shoulder
Oh, maybe have I touched her on the shoulder? May have touched her on the shoulder.
for a hug?
May have, yeah.
Okay. How about in the back?
On a hug? Yes.
Have you ever run your fingers down her back?
No. Not that I know of.
Okay. While you were in an elevator, run your fingers down her
No.
back?
No, there is nothing, there is no relationship between myself and of any romantic nature whatsoever, if that's what you're trying to...
That wasn't the question.
Okay.
Have you ever touched her in the stomach area?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever touched her while she was holding open a door, run your hands across her stomach?
If I did, it was incidental, and I don't remember doing that.
Did you ever offer this trooper a tour of the mansion?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember her ever saying that she was heading to Albany for her sister's wedding?
No.
Have you ever invited her upstairs in the mansion?
Not that I remember.
Have you talked to this trooper about her marital status?
No, someone told me she's engaged or married. Oh, no, she's going, yes, I did. She's going to get married. She is engaged and either has gotten married or has a date to get married.
Okay. How did you learn that?
I think she told me.
Okay. When did she tell you?
This must have been last year.
And was this, where were you when she told you this?
I think in the car.
Was she driving?
I don't remember.
And, well, normally when you're in the car, is there someone who's just sort of the senior investigator, is your body person, right?
There's normally two troopers in the car.
Okay. Sometimes there's one, though, if you're being driven somewhere quickly or...
Not really. I'll drive myself, but there's normally not one trooper in the car.
Okay. And so when you learned that she was getting married, what do you remember her saying?
I think she's...
Did you say anything about being married to her?
Not that I remember.
You've testified previously that you've sometimes made marriage-related jokes. Do you remember telling a marriage-related joke to...
I may have. I may very well have. I don't remember it.
Did you say that there's no point in getting married, people will just get divorced,
I wouldn't say that. That's not a joke.
or something like that?
No, no. That's not a line that I would use.
Okay. Or just, why get married, just lose money?
Just lose money?
Yeah.
No. I may make a marriage joke, but I don't think those are jokes.
How about that marriage will make your sex drive go down?
No.
You've never said that to anyone.
I haven't said that to her, and I don't remember saying that to anyone.
Did you ever talk about her clothing?
No. She's always been in a uniform.
Have you ever asked her why she doesn't wear a dress?
No, I wouldn't ask her that. She's a uniform trooper.
The question was, have you ever asked her that? Or anything like that?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever asked her why she only wears dark colors?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever said to her that she looks like an Amish person because of the colors of the suit she was wearing?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Have you ever asked her to find you a girlfriend?
No.
Or discussions about a girlfriend?
Not that I remember.
Have you ever talked to her about age differences between boyfriends and girlfriends?
Not that I remember.
Do you know how old she is?
No.
Did you ever talk to her about the criteria for girlfriends for you, what you were looking for?
No. Not that I remember.
Have you ever told her not to talk to other troopers about what you were talking to
No.
her about?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember at any point in time reporters inquiring with the troopers about the manner in which any trooper was hired for the PSU or allowed in the PSU?
Specifically, no.
Do you remember in December of last year questions being asked by Times Union about the requirements for getting into the PSU
I don't remember that.
and whether any particular trooper met it or not?
I don't remember that.
And you mentioned other troopers. How many other female troopers have there been in the PSU that you recall?
I think we now have about 5.
Okay, do you know their names?
One woman has been there from the beginning. I know her very well. I just lost her name. I haven't seen her in a while. Then there's another woman who, I lost her name too. We had a lieutenant who came and left. And we had another woman who came and left. 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
Oh, no, there's a new one in Albany now. I forgot her name.
Okay. The one who's been there a long time, do you remember her name?
I'm embarrassed that I don't, but I know her a long time. But I'll get her name. I just haven't seen her in a long time.
Okay. Have you hugged any of them or all of them, or you don't remember?
The one who's been there a long time, I have.
Okay. How about the others?
The one who left, the lieutenant, I did.
Okay. Any of the others?
The other ones, one down here I don't really know, and the one in Albany just started.
Have you kissed any of them on the cheek?
At the Christmas party, I think I kissed all of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you kiss them? Have you kissed male troopers on the cheek?
Yeah.
Okay. Which ones?
Many of the long-time ones.
Okay. Have you hugged male troopers?
Yeah, all the time.
Have you talked to any of the, start with the female troopers, about their personal lives?
Not especially. Speak
about-
more to the male troopers about their personal lives.
How about their sex lives?
The male troopers?
Female troopers first.
No.
How about male troopers?
No, more about their marriage, kids, things like that.
Have you talked to any of the troopers about their clothing, what they're wearing?
The male troopers?
Let's start with the female troopers.
Not that I recall.
How about male troopers?
Male troopers, I recently teased one about footwear.
Okay, who's that?
As a matter
Who's-
of fact, they were brown shoes. I was sensitive to the Preet tweet about you have to wear black shoes. That tweet that said, Preet said you had to wear only black shoes, and then the guy said I'd have to wear brown shoes. That was on my mind. It was last week, and the fellow was wearing brown shoes.
Okay, so what did you say?
I said, those are nice shoes or something like that.
Okay, and who was that?
I don't know his name.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the troopers about finding your girlfriend, male or female?
No.
Did you talk to any of the troopers, male or female, about the criteria for your girlfriend, for being
No.
your girlfriend?
Not that I remember at all.
Have you played any role in, you said, I think you mentioned earlier about a view you have about promoting diversity and minorities. Have you played a role in decisions about who gets promoted within the PSU or transferred out of it or into it?
On the general point of just more diversity.
Is there any, do you remember any discussions with anyone where a trooper that you did not find satisfactory for whatever reason was moved out of the PSU?
I'm actually going to object to this on the scope of the investigation grounds. I'm not sure how this is relevant to what you've been authorized to
Okay.
investigate, which is the allegations and circumstances surrounding sexual harassment.
Okay, you can note the objection, or you can
Okay.
direct him not to answer, but
Well, we're
questions,
talking, is this a male or a female trooper you're referring to?
either.
I don't remember saying anybody should be off the detail. But if there was a trooper who wasn't doing a good job or did something weird or unprofessional, I may have noted that to someone.
Do you, any particular recollection of any particular troopers?
No.
Do you know of a trooper named,
Yes.
what do you remember about him?
He recently
Okay, how do you know that?
I think it was in the newspaper.
Other than that, and you remember the name?
Yeah, no, I remember. He was on the detail.
Yeah. Do you remember you had an incident with?
I don't remember the incident.
Do you remember him asking you about your schedule and you're saying, don't talk to me about that, talk to our scheduler?
I do remember him saying, this goes back like years, wanting to know when I was going to leave so he could go home. And I said, I don't know what my schedule is for the day. Don't rely on me for what my schedule is. Talk to the scheduler.
And then do you remember him subsequently leaving the PSU shortly after that?
I don't know if that's why he left.
But I'm just talking in terms of timing. Do you remember him leaving?
I know
Yeah.
he left.
I'm going to actually shut this down because I'm not aware of the scope, but I'm happy to take a proffer from you because I'm not, I don't understand what this has to do with what the scope is for your investigation about the troopers and who moved. If we're talking about sexual harassment allegations, let's do it in the circumstances. You want to go
Happy
off
for
record?
you to instruct him not to answer. We'll take that.
Yeah, I know, I'm happy to take
okay.
a proffer from
No,
you
we're
as
not
to-
gonna give you
as
a
to the
proffer.
relevance. But I'm just
Okay.
not sure what this,
I'm giving you an opportunity to answer the questions. You can not answer them. That's fine. We're not in a position to, we're not going to be proffering why we're asking these questions. And that's sort of up to you. It's fine. So you
okay,
can
why don't
direct
we
him
move
not to
on?
answer.
No, we can move on to the next subject.
Okay. How about a trooper named? Do you know him?
I don't remember that trooper's name.
Okay. Do you know?
Yes, he's a former major.
Hold on, I missed the name. What's? Okay. You just spell the last name. Okay.
And do you remember at any point another trooper who was sort of in competition with him to be promoted to senior investigator?
No, who?
Someone by name you don't remember?
It was in competition with?
Yes.
No,
You don't remember any
I was
interaction?
never in competition. I don't even
Well-
remember.
Okay, so you don't remember.
Yeah, but if I don't remember him, how could he be in competition with?
Okay, but you don't remember him.
No,
Okay.
but I would have to know him because he would have had to be there a long time.
How about? You know him?
I don't know personally, but I know who he is.
Okay, who is he?
He is a trooper who was on the detail, who is the trooper who was dating my daughter.
And he got moved out of PSU, right?
Yes.
Did you have any role in that move?
No. You should talk to the state police about that.
Okay. I see your face. You
yeah,
can.
this
He
is-
doesn't have to answer.
Yeah,
It's fine.
I gotta say,
but-
you guys, it's to investigate allegations and circumstances regarding sexual harassment, and I'm happy, again, to hear why this is relevant, but this is not a
It's relevant because this is
wide-ranging-
a biased political investigation, as we know, and that's what it is. That's why it's relevant. So go ahead.
I have a question. After was moved, did you talk to anyone at the state police about having only female troopers drive your daughters or cover your daughters?
I did not talk to anyone about that.
Are you aware of whether only female troopers are permitted to cover your daughters?
I don't know what their policy is with that.
Go ahead.
And have you had any discussions with anyone about that practice or policy of who can cover
No.
your daughters? Do you personally review any of the promotional decisions within the PSU?
No,
Do you approve them?
no. Except to the extent that I make the point about diversity.
Have you called any, personally called any troopers who are considering leaving the PSU?
To stay,
Yes.
I may have, I don't remember.
Who have you called? If you
I don't remember. But if somebody was good and they were thinking of leaving, would I have called them to ask them to stay? I may have.
Do you know a trooper by the name of?
No, not that I recall.
You don't remember calling her on her cell phone?
No. Oh, yes. Is this a woman who was in Albany?
Well, do you remember calling a
I
female?
remember
trooper?
calling a woman who was in Albany, who had been there a short time and was going to leave. Then we would lose a woman. And I called and I said, give it a chance. She was only there like 3 weeks or something.
And how did you get her number?
I would have asked somebody for a number.
Do you remember about when that was, that conversation
No.
with her? Do you remember who gave you her personal
No.
cell phone number? And then did she end up leaving? Do you know?
She left.
Do you know where she is now?
No.
Because I was going to switch topics.
Thank you.
Do you know?
I'm sorry, did you need 5 minutes, or are you okay?
No.
Do you know someone by the name of Caitlin?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know Caitlin?
She worked here?
Do you remember how you met her?
Yes.
How did you meet her?
I was at a fundraiser hosted by they introduced me to her basically as she helped organize all of today. And one of the partners is a relationship to who was a former congressman and said she worked with them. She worked for and then went to work at a firm, and she's a young star, she's going to be fantastic, blah, blah, blah.
And how long did you meet with her at this event, this fundraiser?
Very short period of time. They said she put it together and she was key, so they introduced me to her to say thank her for organizing the event.
Okay. And do you remember taking pictures of her, with her that day?
I don't, but I probably did.
If you can turn to tab 5.
Okay?
Is that Caitlin?
Yeah, it looks like her.
Do you remember if you go to the second and third photo of this, it looks like you're sort of in a dance pose?
Dance pose, yeah.
Is this a pose that you frequently in for pictures?
It's a funny, entertaining pose. That's her partner behind her. Well, that's the boss of the firm.
And then did you, after you met at this event, did you suggest to anyone within your staff to reach out to her to potentially hire her?
I said they should interview her, see if she was interested for the executive assistant position here.
Who did you tell?
Whoever in the personnel office, or told them to tell the personnel office to interview her.
It's like, at the event, did you have any discussion with about her coming to work for state government?
We were kidding with her boss, Sis, and they said she's a superstar. I said, oh, well, then we have to steal her. We need the best talent in state government, blah, 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 blah.
Was she there when you were having that conversation with the
Yeah.
partners? And did she give you any information about her background?
Said she had worked for, who's a longtime congressman, and then said she's great. She helped set up the event.
And what position did you, when you said let's hire, consider her for executive assistant here, you mean New York City?
Yes.
And was it sort of to help Ms. Benton's role
It
down in New York
was,
City?
yeah, primarily this is answering the phones, this position.
And do you know if who she interviewed with?
Whoever in the personnel office. I don't know.
And she ended up coming
Yes.
to the executive chamber?
Yes.
Do you remember what her salary was?
No.
Do you remember having any discussions about her salary?
No. I had nothing to do with her salary as far as I know.
Do you have any role in approving salaries for people in
No.
those positions? Who does?
The personnel office.
But was at the event where you met Ms.
No,
Benton?
his brother, I'm just trying, it's is like a institution as a congressman. So if you work in congressman's office, that means you're familiar with political people and who is who and who's an important political person, who's not an important political person. If you work with, he's one of the top lobbying PR firms in the city, so you know who all the players are because you deal with them regularly, which is very helpful if you're answering phones. So when a person calls and says, you know, this is Joe Smith, you have an idea of who Joe Smith is, important, not important, et cetera.
Did you ever speak directly with former Congressman about?
No, but it's his brother or his cousin is a partner in the firm who said she was great. It's in this picture, 177 of 193.
And so once she joined the office, well, how often did you interact with her?
When I would come down here,
And did you sometimes travel with her?
she may have traveled on occasion. I don't recall traveling with her.
Do you ever remember being on the airplane with her?
I may have, I don't recall.
Helicopter?
I don't recall.
And do you ever remember, do you remember any conversations that you had with her that are memorable?
No, I remember the phone conversation that she raises about the telephone.
Okay, what do you remember?
The main job was answering the telephone. And for many months, she would lose calls between her desk and my phone, which is 12 feet. And I said to her on a repeated basis, just please let them teach you how to use the telephone and transfer a call. And she continually would drop the calls. And then I called someone important, and she transferred the call, lost the call again. And I said, and I was frustrated, I said, will you please learn how to use the telephone to transfer the calls? She brings that up in some complaint, but I remember that transaction.
Do you remember saying to her, or words to the effect of, you're going to end her career if she keeps dropping
I
calls?
never said anything like that.
Do you remember ever talking to her about the Mean Girls?
No.
Okay, and have you heard the term Mean Girls used?
I've heard the term mean girls used, yeah.
And have you ever used the term Mean Girls?
I don't think so.
And when it's used in the executive chamber, who do you understand it refers to?
It was Andrew Ball was one of the mean girls, even though he's not a girl. But it was Andrew Ball, who you remember from the Percoco trial. You put him on the, you put him up at the trial, remember? So you're familiar with him. But he was
So
one of
I'm
the
going to, Governor, you can do or say whatever you want. I'm not going to agree, or I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about that I put him on the stand. But so
You don't know who was on the stand for the Percoco trial?
Again, as I said, this is not
Okay, okay.
the purpose of this.
Yeah, I
is not-
understand.
I just didn't want all of these sort of asides to continue.
Why?
You can do it, because I don't think this isn't the purpose of today's questioning.
I think it is the purpose of today's questioning.
Okay, that's understood clearly.
Yes.
So you were talking about the Mean Girls and how he was one of
Yes.
other people. So could you continue with that answer?
He was one of the mean girls, and it was just, I don't even know exactly what they were talking about.
Do you, was there anyone else that you understood in your senior staff to be part of the Mean
I don't
Girls?
know. I don't know what they were talking about.
Okay. Have you heard of a group including Ms. DeRosa and Ms. Benton as part of the Mean Girls?
I don't know what they're talking about, the mean girls. Started by Andrew Ball, who would have, it was his way of razzing other women in the office, many of whom he was soliciting to be girlfriends, and it was his way of razzing them.
Any conversations you remember of Jill DeRosier talking to you about being upset or unhappy being included in a description of Mean Girls?
I don't remember her talking about that.
So you don't remember talking to about Mean Girls?
No, I don't remember talking to her about
Do you remember hearing at some point there was a thing with people calling mean girls?
Yeah, it was Ball calling them mean girls, is what I remember.
And when you say them, who roughly did you understand that to
It
be?
depended on who he was fighting with at the time.
Did Melissa DeRosa ever tell you that she didn't like it when you used the term mean girls?
I don't remember even talking to Melissa about mean girls. I don't even know what it meant. It was a silly thing that he started.
So you're saying you never used the term mean girls to refer to any group of women in the office?
I don't remember ever using it. There's no meaning to it. You know, it was a little silly office thing.
Do you remember ever asking to come into your office to help look up car parts on eBay?
I'm sure, I don't remember that, but I'm sure I asked her to come help me with the computer on occasion.
Okay.
Can we just take 5? It's
Sure.
largely been going for a little bit. How much longer do you guys think you're going? Yeah.
Time is 5:44. Close meeting is 6. Time now is 5:58 p.m. Begins meeting 7 on the record.
Back on? Okay. Governor, before the break, Mr. Kim was asking you a series of questions about Mean Girls and whether you were part of any discussions in chambers. And I know that we are in the past the 9th, going to the 10th
Yeah.
hour of this. All right. Can you just talk about what you remember if there were discussions in chamber, if any, on that
Yeah.
issue?
We've been at it a long time, getting a little tired. Mean Girls was a silly, gossipy thing that Andrew Ball started. He had a, let's call it a romantic crush, first on, then on, and he would tweak them with this Mean Girls. Just as a sort of nasty little banter he would have with them. And that's what the Mean Girls were about. And he would tease them with it.
And do you remember, like, anyone talking to you about it, or you possibly talking to them about it at some points?
Yeah, I think they didn't like it because it was like, you don't want to be a mean girl, by definition. So they didn't like it.
Okay. But you don't remember any specific discussions, but you just remember general discussions?
Yeah, they just didn't like it. It was nasty. And then he would say who a mean girl is. And if he got mad at them, he would say, you're a mean girl. And nobody wanted to be a mean girl.
And then before the break, you were asked a question about a trooper by the name of...
The suggestion was, when he asked me about the schedule, that was a bad thing. He was asking me about the schedule so he could go home and release the troopers. I don't know my schedule. So I said to him, I don't know the schedule. I don't know if I have to do something at 4. I don't know if I have to do something at 5. I don't know if I have a dinner at 7. Don't ask me, ask the scheduler, because there may be something on that I don't know about. So ask the scheduler. Otherwise, I may give you the wrong information. But it was not a problematic situation.
Did you have any role in having him moved off of the PSU?
No, and it had nothing to do with that conversation. It was just purely functional. You ask me, I could tell you, yeah, I'm going home. Except I don't know the schedule. The way this place works is they could have scheduled things for me tonight. I tell you, I don't think there's anything on, you leave, and then it turns out I had to go somewhere tonight.
Did you use any nicknames for Caitlin?
I don't think I used a nickname. I think they came up with a nickname, Sponge, for her for a period, because I said when she first started, just be a sponge and absorb what's going on and just learn what's going on. And I use the expression, they said, just be a sponge and absorb information. So she had a nickname, Sponge, more from them for a period of time.
Did you ever use the nickname Sponge?
I may have. I don't remember using it, but I remember that's that was a nickname that she had gotten.
And by them, who are you referring to?
The staff here,
Okay. The senior staff?
or more the junior staff.
Okay. Who are people you heard use the term sponge for her?
Like the press people, the advanced people, the other administrative aides.
You had not heard Melissa DeRosa call her a sponge?
I had not heard that.
Okay, how about any of the other senior staff?
And not that not that I recall.
Did you ever ask Caitlin about boyfriends that she had?
Not that I recall.
Do you ever comment on her appearance or attire?
I'm aware she made a comment about, I once said she had a lumberjack shirt. I don't remember saying that, but I could have said that about a lumberjack shirt. Not to waste your time. I once wore a shirt like that into the Adirondack Press office. So I was in the Adirondacks. And they made fun of me for wearing a lumberjack type shirt because I was in the Adirondacks. Which, like, it was the quintessential Adirondack shirt that you would wear. So I may have said that's a lumberjack shirt.
So you remember you've read that was something she alleged?
Yes.
In
So-
other words, when you say you read, I want to be sure about this. Like, you were aware of it?
I was aware that she said she was wearing a lumberjack shirt, and I said something that it was a lumberjack shirt. I may have said that. I don't remember saying it, but I may have
You
said it.
don't remember it for sure, but you may have said it.
Yes.
Have you ever said anything about her not wearing makeup on a particular day and say, did you decide not to wear makeup today? Or words to that effect?
I don't remember saying that.
How about when she came in and have you ever said anything? Do you remember saying anything to her to the effect of, did you decide not to get ready today?
I don't remember saying anything like that.
Do you remember why she left the executive chamber?
She did not work out on the telephones. And I asked her a number of times to please learn how to transfer a call because it's just hard to conduct business when the person keeps dropping calls. You know, you call an important person, and as governor, you have a lot of people calling. But she just didn't work out. That was my main interface with her, was the telephone calls. Other offices interfaced with her on other things that she had to do. And there were just people who felt she wasn't good at what she was supposed to be doing. And I don't think I ever recommended moving her, but I think the decision was basically made that they would move her. And that's what happened.
Do you know where she went?
No, they moved her to a different position.
Are you aware of anyone in the executive chamber reaching out or talking to someone to reach out to her after Lindsey Boylan's tweets in December of last year?
I was not aware. I am now aware that someone did.
Okay. What are you aware of?
I'm now aware. Oh, I do know where she went. She was in an office with who worked here at the time, then went to the who was friends with her, who called her.
And how did you learn this?
I learned this getting ready for over the past couple of weeks.
I see. And at the time that was reaching out to her, were you aware of it?
I don't remember anything about that at the time.
And did you learn that she was asked to record that call with Caitlin?
I was not aware of that until recently.
I'm not sure we covered this. We started to talk about that she might have helped you with the computer. Do you ever recall an incident where she was bent over the computer and you were sitting behind her?
The computer is right here at my desk. The computer is on the desk in front of me. I got stuck somewhere on the computer, so I asked her to come help on the computer. And I moved to the side, and she came and was working on the computer, but I had to look at the computer screen also to tell her what to do. That's what she's referring to.
Was she standing?
She was standing.
So she had to bend over to type on the computer and look at the screen?
A little bit, because the computer's on a desk. It's desk level.
Do you recall what she was wearing?
No,
Was she wearing a skirt?
I don't know. She says she was wearing a skirt, but I don't know. But I had to look at the screen also to tell her what to click, on whatever I was trying to get accomplished.
So we already covered a number of questions we had about Alyssa McGrath, but just a couple more. Do you remember talking to her about her divorce?
No, I don't remember talking to her about her divorce.
Would you describe her as more or less chatty than Brittany Commisso?
Less, much less chatty.
Did you ever look down her shirt?
No. And the situation she recounts, she was on the other side of a desk from me, both seated. I don't even know physically how one could do that. But no, I don't recall ever looking down her blouse. No.
Do you remember ever commenting on a necklace she was wearing?
I don't remember that, but I could very well have done that. She was very nervous when she came in. She did not come in often. I don't mean to disparage her, but, if it went Stephanie, Brittany, then it was Alyssa, and she didn't have much exposure on the dictation and the typing. And frankly, she was not really proficient at it, and she was very nervous when she would come in. So I would try to put her at ease. It's very capable, it's very possible that I said, that's a nice necklace, just something to sort of make her feel more at ease, and because she was obviously very nervous.
Do you remember ever talking about a necklace that was the pendant of Virgin Mary and an Italian horn? Does that jog your memory?
That, if I had seen that, I don't remember it, but if I had seen that, that would have been something that I could have talked about just to make her feel more at ease.
But you don't have a specific recollection of it?
No, but that's very Italian, the Italian horn and the Virgin Mary. So I may have said the Italian horn, do you know what that means? It was just something to have some conversation to make her feel more comfortable.
Did you ever see Miss McGrath and Miss Commisso doing stretches in the office?
No, not that I recall.
Do you know someone by the name of Anna Liss?
I don't remember Annalise. I'm just familiar with her narrative.
So if you look at tab 3, that's on a list. Do you
Okay.
remember? Do you remember her working in the executive chamber?
I still don't remember her.
Do you remember someone? You don't. Looking at this, you don't remember her work.
No.
Do you remember anyone who worked as an assistant for Howard Glazer who came over?
I believe she was, I have been told that she was the assistant to Howard Glazer, who's Karen Hinton's husband, who worked with me.
So, since you don't remember her, I assume questions about whether you hugged her or what you called her or interactions, you don't remember anything?
I don't have no recollection about her.
Let's go back to Miss McGrath for a minute. Did you know that she was of Italian heritage?
She told me that.
Did you ever speak with her or to her in Italian?
I tried, but she didn't understand any Italian.
Do you recall anything you said to her in Italian?
She says I said ciao Bella, which I may very well have.
Do you recall, you said she said that, do you recall anything that you said to her in Italian?
No, but if she were Italian, I may very well have said ciao bella, because that's something you think an Italian person might have heard before. But apparently, according to our story, she hadn't heard it.
Not recall anything else you said to her in Italian?
No. No. If they don't understand ciao bella, there's not going to be much other.
You remember attending Gareth Rhodes' wedding?
Yes.
And you've read or you've heard of the reporting about
Yes.
it. And have you seen those pictures?
I saw it in the New York Times.
Okay, if we can turn to tab 82. That's the New York Times article, and there's a picture there.
Okay.
Okay. Do you remember kissing this woman?
Nope.
Do you remember sort of approaching her and touching her in the back first?
No.
Do you remember her pushing your arm away because you had touched the bare part of her back?
No, I don't recall that, and I would have recalled it.
You would have recalled if...
If somebody pushed my arm away, yes.
Do you remember saying, like, wow, that's aggressive?
No.
Do you
Not at
remember asking her, saying to her, may I kiss you?
I don't remember saying that, but that is something that I have done recently, as I told you.
Do you remember kissing her?
I don't remember kissing her, no.
So you don't have a specific recollection of kissing her?
No.
Do you remember kissing on the cheek many people that evening?
Yes.
Okay, about how many people?
50.
Did you ever call Gareth Rhodes after this New York Times article?
I don't think I ever spoke to Gareth Rhodes about this New York Times article.
You don't remember calling him after this?
I may have called him, but I don't remember ever discussing this woman with him.
Okay. How about generally the wedding? Do you remember a call to him?
A call to him, what, about the wedding?
Okay, let's step back. When's the last time you've spoken to Gareth Rhodes?
A few months ago,
Okay. And was it in person or by phone?
by phone.
Did you call him or did he call you?
I don't recall who called whom.
Okay, and what did you talk about?
We talk about COVID, tends to be the conversation that we talk about.
And what did you say?
We were just talking about the COVID and the vaccines and the vaccine rollout. He was on COVID duty for almost from day one. And he was very involved in first the testing rollout and then the vaccination rollout.
And when did he leave the executive chamber, Gareth Rhodes?
He left a while ago. He had wanted to leave. He was supposed to come first for 6 months, and then it was 8 months, and then it was 9 months. He had wanted to leave a number of times. I kept pushing back the deadline. He said, look, I'm just burnt out because it was 7 days a week, this 24 hours a day, it's just over and over and over. And he said at one point, I can't do it. And I said, all right, give me until X. And then he gave me until X time, and then he left. He didn't leave, he just went back to DFS.
On this call with Gareth Rhodes, do you remember apologizing to him?
I may have apologized because it was a hellacious year, and the vaccination rollout was just hellacious. And he was in charge of literally setting up hundreds of sites around the state to move out the vaccines. And I was pushing very, very hard to get the vaccines out. Everything was to hit that 70% vaccination rate, which was, quote unquote, it was the national goal, and it was a critical mass where you believed you could slow COVID. but that meant you had to do 70% of 19 million vaccinations. So we had National Guard, we had hospitals, we had Yankee Stadium, literally hundreds of impossible sites set up. And that was all on him. And it was 24 hours a day. And every day it was just not enough, not enough, not enough. And he killed himself.
Is it fair to say you put him under a lot of pressure
Yes.
as well?
Yes. Well, I was under a lot of pressure, and he was the instrumentality for getting it done with other people. But he was, in many ways, the point person with Larry Schwartz.
And in the call, do you remember apologizing to him for being particularly difficult and harsh on a particular issue? Or
It was the vaccination rollout, as far as I know. That was the main issue.
do you remember apologizing to him for being particularly difficult?
I don't
to him?
remember the specific, but I could have very well said something to him like, look, I'm sorry. I know it was a horrendous period, and I know I was a pain in the neck, and I know it was an impossible position, and he wanted to leave. He's a newlywed, and his wife wanted him home, and it was really, governmentally, it was probably the most challenging period, not just for me in the state, but for the country. And he was fantastic.
How about the wedding? Did you talk to him about the wedding?
I don't think I ever talked to him about the woman.
Or the wedding,
The wedding.
in that call, saying what happened at the wedding?
I don't think I ever talked to him about Anna Rausch. By the way, this gesture of the touching of the face, I do this hundreds of times. Young children, old men, transgendered people. The touching of the face I do very often. And on your vignette about moving my hand off her back, was that before I said, can I kiss you?
I'm just asking the question if you remember.
No, I'm saying
doing that.
but by your facts. Because if
I have no
anyone
facts. That we can read the article about her allegations. You're free to do that.
Do you remember this incident at all?
No.
These are not my facts. These are the allegations. We're asking you questions about them.
Okay.
I understand you may find some offense that we're asking these questions, but that's part of what we have to do. Do you remember going to a public event in September of 2019?
No. What was the event?
If you go to tab 16. And this is your, tell me when you're there.
Yep.
Okay. Tab 16, on September 2019, there's a, do you remember going to this?
No. What is this?
It's an event at
Yeah, I know.
Your
But do you know what it means?
the, that's the information we have.
Yeah,
You-
I don't remember it. I still don't remember it.
Do you remember taking pictures at that event? Probably not, because you don't remember
No,
that.
because I don't remember being at the event.
Do you remember touching anyone on the butt at that event?
No.
Do you remember, if you can turn to tab 7? And you see there's an event at the Salmon River, the second page, Salmon River Land Acquisition and Fishing Announcement.
Yes.
Do you remember going to that event?
No.
Do you, have you heard of an energy company called?
Yes.
How do you know?
It's a big energy company.
Do you remember being at an event where you met anyone who worked at?
No.
Do you remember ever seeing anyone who was wearing a T-shirt that said on it?
No.
Do you remember ever running your fingers across the chest of someone who was wearing a T-shirt that said
No.
National Grid? Do you remember ever running your hand across the chest of someone and then saying words to the effect of, now I have to say I swatted a bee away?
What?
A
No.
bee. Swat a
No.
bee.
I have no recollection of that.
Do you remember in May of last year, you were getting a nasal swab on live TV?
Yes, I remember the nasal swab.
Okay. If you look at tab 25.
Okay.
And this is a picture from that event.
Yep.
Just one moment.
And
Having a little difficulty with her. Sorry.
Okay.
do you remember the doctor who gave you the nasal swab?
No.
You don't remember her name.
No.
Do you remember saying on that day, while she approached you, saying, "Doctor, you make that gown look good"?
On TV?
Yeah.
No, but if I said it on TV, it would be on TV.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you look at the transcript of the press conference, which is tab 26. Page 7 of 19.
Yeah.
And you see it's at 1751, 1752. You say, "You make that gown look good."
Yeah.
You remember saying that?
No. But it says it that I said it.
Do you remember preparing for this press conference with her and others prior to stepping out there?
No.
And do you remember anything you said to her prior to that?
No.
Do you remember there was some discussion about not swabbing too high and don't go all the way up to the brain?
I don't remember saying that, but, I was probably trying to make her feel comfortable and tell jokes or put her at ease.
And do you remember her saying that she'll be gentle but accurate?
No.
And do you remember making any joke about the phrase gentle and accurate?
No.
We saw the pin exchange earlier about Karen Hinton, where you were writing some things. You recall that there was a Washington Post article with Karen Hinton alleging some things recently?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read that, or was that communicated to
It
you?
was just communicated to me.
Okay. And if you look at the pin, tab 95,
Right.
at the bottom, it says Karen Hinton is delusional or just lying. A hug 20 years ago that she never mentions. You see that?
Yes.
So you were aware that one of her allegations was of a hug with you a long time
Yes.
ago, right? And you say she's delusional or lying. Do you remember giving her a hug in a hotel in Los Angeles 20 years ago?
No.
Okay. You don't remember it one way or the other?
I don't remember hugging her 20 years ago.
Okay. Are you sure that it didn't happen, that you didn't hug her?
My point on the Karen Hinton piece was, if it did happen the way she says it happened, her entire behavior since then makes it virtually impossible to be a fact. 20 years ago, she then comes to volunteer in my campaign, is what I'm referring to. The next year, she comes up here volunteers her time, says the most glowing things about me, and then I know her for another 20 years. Her husband works for me. She goes to work for de Blasio, says all sorts of things, never mentions it to anybody, her best friends, etc.
But what did you understand that her allegation was? That if you
That
said
I hugged her closely, basically against her will, and was aroused.
I'm just going to follow up. Did you understand Ms. Hinton to be saying you made a sexual advance on her in a hotel room? Is that what you understood? She was saying?
Basically, that I was hugging her, I don't know if she said against my will, but that I hugged her in a hotel room.
Okay, so if you look at tab 96, it's the article. And you go to page 6.
Yeah.
And she, second paragraph on that page, she described it as a very long, too tight, too intimate hug. See that?
Yeah.
And a little further down, she said Hinton did not explicitly describe it as harassment. When asked if she viewed the encounter as harassment, Hinton did not explicitly describe it that way, but that said there was a power dynamic at play. See that?
Yeah.
So was it your understanding that she had described a close, intimate hug that she did not describe as harassment?
I understand that now.
Okay, you didn't. Did you understand that previously?
I didn't understand whether she considered it harassment or not harassment.
But just a close, tight hug, is that something that you've never done with Karen Hinton?
Not non-consensual.
Was it your understanding that she said it was non-consensual hug?
Well, if you could read the first page, Governor, the very second sentence of the article.
She pulled away from Cuomo, but he pulled her back towards his body, holding her before she backed away and left the room. That sounds non-consensual or forcible to me.
So you don't recall any hug where she either put her back off
No.
and come back in?
No.
But you have hugged her?
Yes. Many times. Known her for 20 years. Since then.
After the allegations of sexual harassment have come out, did you have any discussions with anyone in the executive chamber about any making potential changes in the executive chamber or ways to improve the procedures or culture?
Yeah, we're talking to people about it.
Okay. Who are you talking to?
We're talking to a number of experts about it.
And what are you talking about?
See, again, you don't want to get into any privileged discussions with counsel, but you're aware that we're speaking to workplace consultants?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, are they lawyers?
Lawyers are speaking to them.
If you go to tab 86,
Yep.
and you see this is an email exchange, but there's parts of this that's drafted. If you go to page 3, the one that at the bottom, 3877,
Yes.
and the bottom 2 paragraphs, it says, in the meantime, I want to take additional action. I'm going to bring a private firm to train all my staff, myself included, as the highest standards of appropriate workplace interaction.
Yes.
Is this something that you've already started?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the name of the firm that you've obtained?
That is being done through counsel.
Are you aware of the name of the firm?
There are a number of firms that are engaged, and through council.
You're aware that there's been outreach to
Yes.
do this and that someone else is responsible for this
Yes.
within the chamber? Okay.
Are you taking the position that the name of the firm is privileged?
No, I
Okay,
just
so-
don't, I'm not sure that he knows the
understand, so
name
that
off
may
the
be the
top.
answer.
Yeah,
That's-
I'm not sure, do you know the names off the top of your
No.
head? Okay.
Okay. But your understanding is a number of firms have been retained?
Yes.
No, I don't know if they've been, retained.
There's
It's-
been, they're talking to a number of firms about the best way to do it.
Okay, when did that happen?
That's been happening for a period of time.
Okay. It also says, I also want to engage a firm that will be available to any employee who wants to make a complaint, but feel uncomfortable going through formal government channels.
Right.
Is that something that?
That's underway also.
Okay, and do you know which firm has been engaged to do that?
I know they're talking about a contracting mechanism and how to expedite the contracting mechanism to do it without going through a full bid process, et cetera.
And who's the they?
The executive chamber.
The lawyers there? Or?
A number of people are involved.
Who are the people who are involved?
Senior staff and councils.
Okay. Melissa DeRosa, is she involved?
Yes.
What other senior staff?
Council's office, and I don't know how many members of the senior staff are involved.
And it's your understanding that the firm has already been reached out to for that?
They're talking to a number of firms. The contracting process is difficult because you normally have to do a notification and a bid package, which can take months. So we're looking for a way to streamline that.
But it's your understanding that they've already started talking to
Yes.
people? Where'd you gain that understanding?
From, I don't know if I got it from senior staff or from council.
Okay, but you don't know the names?
I don't know the names of the ones they're talking to.
Speaking of formal government channels, I'd asked you about Goer and Ms. Camiso. Has anyone from Goer reached out to ask you about Ms. McGrath?
I don't believe so.
I'm going to run by with you some jokes or comments, and you tell me if it sounds like something you recall saying or not. Do you remember ever joking to anyone who was pregnant, saying and joking, "I'm not the father"?
I
Someone.
don't recall saying that.
Do you recall a saying or joke about old bulls and young bulls? Have you ever said a saying about old bulls and young bulls?
I don't recall saying about bulls, no.
Do you ever remember saying to anyone in the press shop or otherwise that you're looking for good one-liners and giving the example of something being like sex without the orgasm?
No. I do remember asking the press office for good one-liners.
But never one that involved saying something like sex without the orgasm?
I don't even understand what that means, no.
Okay. Do you remember ever joking to anyone that you helped legalize sodomy?
No. We didn't, no.
Do you remember ever making any comments or jokes about the Emmy statue that you won?
I've joked about winning the Emmy statue, but no jokes about the statue itself.
About how the statue is buxom? Do you ever remember saying anything like that?
No. I'm not even sure the statue is buxom.
But you don't remember saying anything like that?
No.
Have you commented on or joked about the size of your hands?
No.
You've never commented on the size of your hands?
No.
Are you-
My brother jokes about my hands. And he says, my fingers, I have banana fingers. My fingers look like bananas. He means that in a teasing but non-flattering light. But I don't think anyone else ever heard him say that.
But you've never commented on your hands, to your recollection?
No.
Have you ever held hands with any of your staffers, female staffers?
I'm sure I have.
Okay, in what context?
wedding, funeral, something like that, I could have. In church, where they have you hold hands.
Can you look at tab 2 of this document, of the binder? And this, I'll tell you, is the document subpoena that we have served on you through counsel.
Okay.
What did you do to respond to the document subpoena that you received?
I turned everything over to my attorneys.
And by everything, what are you referring to?
Everything that was possibly relevant, and then they went through and picked what was responsive.
Okay. So you handed over your BlackBerry?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hand over your phone?
Yes.
iPhone? Anything else? Did you have any email accounts?
I don't have any email accounts. I have nothing but the BlackBerry and the iPhone.
Okay. How about any hard copy documents?
I gave them whatever I had, but I don't really have hard copy documents.
What did you have? Did you have handwritten notes or things like that?
I had some handwritten notes, but really most of what I do is typed by Stephanie or one of the women, so it's in their files.
But you did hand over some hard copy documents?
Yes.
Where did you keep those? Where were they from?
They were from whatever I had.
Okay, so about how many pages of handwritten notes were there?
I don't recall.
What else did you hand over? Some handwritten notes, phone, and BlackBerry.
Well, the phone and the BlackBerry has almost every communication and document that I've done.
So other than BlackBerry, phone, and some handwritten notes, anything else that you looked up and handed over?
Well, then Stephanie was in possession of everything.
So did she look up files for you?
She gave me, well, she got the same basic subpoena, so I don't know what she gave to her attorneys versus what she gave me.
Are there any other documents that you're aware of that
No,
might
sir.
be relevant that
No,
you
sir.
haven't handed over?
Not on this phase of the investigation, no.
I think unless my colleagues have anything, that concludes it for us. We can give you an opportunity to take a break, and if
Yeah, why don't we
he
take
wants a
10,
statement,
and so we can just figure out if we need to ask any questions, clean anything.
and then we'll go back on the record and close it out.
Sounds good, thanks,
Okay.
Jim.
Time's 6:41. Concludes meeting. Time 6:58 p.m. This begins meeting 8 on the record.
Good to go? Okay. Here we are hitting the 11th hour. Governor, much earlier today, a number of hours ago, you were asked a series of questions by Mr. Kim regarding Stephanie Benton and what she is authorized to sign on your behalf. And I think there were questions from Mr. Kim along the lines about whether she signs legislation or executive orders and the scope of what she's authorized to sign. Can you just speak to that specifically?
Yes, it's a nuance, but it's an important one. Stephanie can authorize the auto signature, and the auto signature actually does the signature as opposed to Stephanie.
And with respect to
So with respect to legislation or an executive order or something like that, she authorizes the auto pen. The auto pen does the signature.
And that comes from a decision by you in the chamber that it be signed?
Yes, I decide to sign it, but she can authorize the auto pen, and the auto pen actually does the signature.
I think that is it from our end. There is one thing I want to put on the record. A few minutes ago, and you followed up, as I would expect you would, Mr. Kim, about the governor providing counsel with hard copy documents. I just want to let you guys know we've provided everything responsive. What the governor was referring to is exchanges he's had with his counsel over the course of the last number of weeks, and all of that would be privileged and confidential. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we have a pending request for just a certification of completion to be
Yeah.
done, so we can
Got it.
talk about that off.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you all have anything?
Finalmente,
So I think no more questions from us. Governor, thank you for your time.
I would like to say it was a pleasure, Mr. Kim. But I'm on the road.
We do have one request off the record. Yeah.
Time's 7 o'clock p.m. This meeting 8 of 8. Today's investigation off the record.